What is up, everybody? Welcome. The warmest of welcomes to you to the GLL Arena Summers. As you can see, my name is Mark Hatcher, and alongside me is Dan Gaskin, and we are here for 2 days of Apex Arenas action. Not only just 2 days of it, we're doing EU, we're doing NA, we're doing everything, Dan. We're going to be busy. We're not going to be sleeping.
I don't think we're allowed to sleep, actually, from Saturday to Sunday. That was part of the contract. As far as I'm aware, there is no sleep allowed, purely only Apex Arena action. But we have some amazing teams. Very excited to see who tops this one. We've commentated a few arena tournaments now. We've seen the meta develop. We've seen rules change. We've seen people try and adjust their methods and tactics. And I'm excited to see what happens in this one.
Yeah, speaking of rules changes, things changing. Like you say, we've done a few tournaments with other TOs, and now we're going to have some more changes. We're going to see some new maps. We're going to see some legend bands. We're going to see all of that, and we'll get into that a little bit later on. But the first thing we need to talk about is the schedule and how everything is going to work. Because everyone sitting at home right now is probably thinking it's 2 days. It's EU, it's NA. Well, how am I going to watch all of this? Well, we're going to start right now, today. You can see August 28th is where we are right now. There has been a qualification process to get the teams to where we find ourselves today. And Dan, this is the action that we're going to be bringing you today.
Yeah, double elimination bracket, best of 3 to kick things off, best of 5 as we get a little further in, just to ensure that you have as many games as possible, to ensure that you stay within the tournament and you can have no excuses when you go out, unless your favourite legend that you play has been banned recently. But that can be an excuse that we'll dive into a little bit later. But for now, that's basically the format. Very simple. You guys know how double elimination works nowadays.
And this is where you need to be, which is right here. But this is the times that you need to make sure that your eyes are open and your ears are as well. You can see, like Dan said, it's best of 3s until we get into some best of 5s as we get through that bracket a little bit more. We have a little bit of a break, and then me and Dan have the chance to micro sleep before we go deep into North America. And as you can see here, Central European time will be the last game kicking off at 4:05 a.m. And me and Dan will be fully caffeinated, full of beverages and ready to go for those final games. Dan, a long day of action ahead, but as you said, it's going to be amazing to watch because we've got both EU and NA. We can see how the metas have shifted and developed even more from what we saw last time.
Just a correction, EMEA rather than the EU, even though EU does dominate EMEA.
Completely my mistake, Dan.
No,
but you know what? That's why you're here. You catch me when I fall, my friend.
It's okay, because we have to remember that some of these MEA teams actually do pop off, especially in the BR tournaments. We can take a look at the prize pool as well and see what all these players and teams are competing for. Plenty of money on the line, so definitely going to see people sweating their nipples off to ensure they get their best possible placement here so they can take away a nice tidy sum.
Yeah, all of the things to sweat off, that is the thing that does go first. But as you can see, 4K for first place, and for both regions that is the case. So definitely a lot of money to play for these players, and definitely something that's going to get the focus, laser focus, so to speak, and those eyeballs getting drier as they're staring at their screens as the games do roll on. But it's going to be very interesting to watch some of these teams going at it, and we will take a look at the bracket now to give you a bit of information on who is going to be going up against each other. And you can see that already we're into a stage now where we have some huge teams going up against each other.
This could be just a BR lobby, couldn't it? With all these teams, some very familiar faces that even made me stutter. You've got Scars Europe, the champions, of course, of ALGS. You've got teams like Kungana, who look fantastic. Navi, they're playing against Kungana. Aqualix versus New Esports. Every matchup really is not only a tongue twister, but it's also very mouth-watering. I'm really excited for this, and it's so difficult to predict who's going to go through. Of course, Arena very different to BR, but you can take some elements from BR. We can take some elements from the Arena tournaments that we've seen, but it's even difficult to call round 1 matchups.
It is. I feel like this is, everyone who's watching right now is very lucky to be able to watch this on Twitch. This should be pay-per-view. That's my opinion on it. I think the teams are so huge. We should have pops every time that a team comes up on camera. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be a lot of fun. And looking through those teams there, Dan, I mean, there's one team in particular I got my eye on, and that is Kungana, with the way that Graceful played last time. Very impressive from them. Obviously, the champions of the last time we saw an Arenas tournament. But then you got like Maestro. You got the likes of Totem Esports. You got 4Gang, baby. Shout out to you. NCD in there as well, and of course I get to say aim assist daddies, and I'd never thought that I'd get to say daddy on broadcast, Dan, so it's putting a smile on my face.
Yeah, there is certainly one thing that puts smiles on your face, and it is apparently aim assist daddies. But I'm not exactly excited to see 4Gang going up against anyone right now. They're not my favourite team, if I'm completely honest. We still have a little bit of history, so if they can be eliminated in round 1, that would be great.
Well, Dan did say to me just before we went on camera that if 4Gang win this whole thing, that he will Shave his head. So we'll have to see if that does happen. But talk to me about some of the other teams. Who are your favourites looking at that bracket right now? I know it's very difficult to pick, and I'm sure that everyone who's watching is thinking, yeah, this is pretty difficult to kind of judge who's going to be going through. But let's talk about those first round matches. Who do you think is gonna squeak through?
So I'm just looking at how easy a bracket could be for a team, and I think Scars have one of the best runs. No disrespect to Amos's Daddy's NCT or what is it, there are some amazing players on that. I'm looking forward to Dolphin in particular, seeing what he can do in that matchup number 2, but they seem to have a nice little path into potentially round 3 when they would then face, in my opinion, one of the big hitters in either Kangana or Navi. Maybe the likes of Full Gang or Major Pushers could push through as well, but I think we're looking at Scars having a nice run. But for me personally, I'm looking at Kangana. As you say, what we saw Graceful do in a previous arena tournament, his ability to flank, his ability to play on his own, but then also rejoin his team very quickly and engage in those fights and then disengage at the right times, it's a pleasure to watch.
And then, of course, we've got Aqualix in the bracket as well. Not sure what the lineup is. I need to see if Yuki is part of that lineup. I would imagine he would be because they qualified or they might be invited through. But obviously, they've made a team change recently. Badoli's come in to join them with Yuki leaving the team, looking for some other opportunities, which is it's always fascinating to watch this little period of time before we get into ALGS Season 2 and we see these teams making these little shifts, making these little moves away and players swapping places on rosters. I'm excited. Can you tell everybody, not just for the next 2 days action, but with everything we've got to come in Apex as well. We've got Pro League, we've got hopefully LANs happening. I'm just constantly smiling. You can see. I mean, you look like you were about to do that TikTok trend there for a second. The one where I go, booty. Yeah, that one. So I just remember, probably not a good one.
Badoli.
Yeah. Badoli, yes, that works better.
Yeah, we go there. But no, it is very exciting, especially with all the announcements with new tournament season coming up, essentially. And this is a fantastic place to kind of practice as a team. Scrim a little bit. I know it's not Battle Royale, but it's a chance to get those comms on board, make sure you're all on the same page, get the chemistry up, and just have a little bit of fun as well. Of course, there is prize money on the line, but this is a real chance just to kind of gel together as a team if you have made those changes. Yes, okay, it might be frustrating at times if you're playing with someone you don't quite know how their playstyle works. They go off on their Todd a little bit, they get caught out, but it's about reining them back in, getting them disciplined, because then when you do go to BR tournaments a little bit later, it will all be there. It'll be whipped into place.
Now, let's talk about the rules, Dan. Let's get serious for a second, all right? Serious face on right now. Boom. See that? Serious. Not messing about anymore. Legends who have been banned from this tournament are the following, if I remember correctly. Seer, correctly, gone. Too much information. We know that. Bloodhound, gone. I'm kind of used to seeing those two. Valkyrie has been taken out of the rotation, which is interesting to say the least. Certainly going to shake up some things for some teams. But Loba being taken out recently is something that is definitely going to mix with some of these teams' compositions and how they approach arenas, because it's been quite a prominent pick for quite a few of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, let's not beat around the bush. There were some players who were unhappy about that ban. A lot of players and teams who have been playing a lot of Loba and based their playstyle around it, but that was the decision made by GLL. They decided that it was a little bit too powerful, or she was a little bit too powerful in certain areas of the game. So that's the rules, and that's what we're going to play with. And now these players are going to have to adjust. This means we aren't going to get that kind of early standoff where two teams just kind of Loba ult down, get those resources, and then they push to middle of the map. You're not going to have the decision of do we play aggressively to try and counter that. Instead, it's just going to be a straight fight off. You're going to get people playing different legends now to try and find different ways to gain advantages when it comes to resources. Because we have seen in arena, like resource management is absolutely everything. If you can play for those bats, if you can get a couple of extra cells here or there, if you can play for the packages and get an extra weapon when you might have spent some of your credits on an ultimate in the early stages, all these different things come into consideration and can really change how the rounds play out.
Another thing to highlight as well is we have some new maps in the rotation as well, maps that people and teams and viewers at home, you guys wouldn't have seen before, which is always something interesting to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works, because teams sort of found a way to play the maps that we've had in the rotation down, but when we throw these new ones in, it can throw up some surprises.
It's going to throw surprises to me. I mean, I haven't had the chance to play them as much as some of these players have, perhaps, so it's going to be interesting to see how that develops and whether there is going to be certain strategies that are shifted onto certain maps, because we've seen how the meta has shifted from one map to another, especially with legend composition. Pathfinder can be very important, Octane can be very important, Loba was important in some but won't be used now, so it's going to be about finding a different alternative. Wraith, for example, great for getting in and out of fights, so all these different legends are going to be thrown in. Fuse was a very meta pick at certain points, especially with his new ability and the ultimate kind of changing, so it does show enemies within his ultimate. If we're banning Bloodhound, if we're banning Seer, then maybe Fuse is an option to try and get that extra information.
Well, one good thing is, everybody, you can see here, this isn't a flex, but I've got 2 phones in front of me, right? And that's my phone that I use. This is my phone. This is the Taishin hotline. I've made sure that he's awake today. So everybody, don't worry. Scars fans who are watching, I've been on the phone to Taishin. He's ready to go. We're not going to have that same thing. I think that's quite responsible for me. You can see the state of this phone, by the way. You see how many times I had to make sure that I got hold of him. But he's here, Dan, which I think is good for everyone.
Yeah, to put context into that.
I love you, by the way, Taishin. I'm sorry to throw you under the bus like that, but you know we got it right. We got to make a point of it.
He didn't turn up to the last Arenas event. See, he was sleeping. He was setting his alarm. And you know what? I'm a big fan of naps, so I can understand. And I will let him off, but it can only happen once. After that one, you don't get a second chance. So we need to see him just turn up now. And as I mentioned earlier in the bracket, I think Scars have a good chance of going a long way here in the winners bracket, but they need to demonstrate that they are one of the best teams that we should be talking about, because several arena tournaments now I've been like, oh yeah, you know, Scars, they look amazing, they're incredible at team fights, and then they don't seem to get there. Either they aren't performing as well, or Taishin is napping.
That's very, very true. I don't think that second thing will carry over too much to other teams. Hopefully, anyway. Hopefully, it doesn't become a consistent in the Apex Legends competitive scene. And do you know what, Taishin? I'm sorry, okay? I love you, and I'm not going to say it anymore. That's it. We're done. I've made my joke. We'll go back to talking about Dan not shaving his head as soon as possible. But I think the first game that we're going to be showing here on broadcast today, Dan, is a banger. It is a pay-per-view style event. It is Kungana versus Navi. And I think that is, you look at that bracket, you can pick pretty much any of the games out, to be honest with you, that are going to be standout games. But that one in particular jumped out to us as one that is going to be fast-paced, it's going to be intense, and it's going to come down to some really clutch moments.
Yeah, the big one for me is going to be who's playing for Navi, because we've seen a mix-up of who's been competing for them in these arena tournaments. Are we going to see Nesh? Are we going to see Claus? Is Kuya going to be there? Strafey, for example? Like, there's 4 people that we could choose from. There was even a 5th at some point, I think, that was thrown into the mix as a last-minute replacement. So the core of Navi is there, but there just always seems to be one extra player, and maybe that will hurt them a little bit going up against, in my opinion, the strongest team in this tournament in Kungana. Graceful, JMW, Medilol, they have looked a different class. They seem to have an idea for every single map. They seem to have an amazing game plan, and they react well to what other teams are doing. If plan A doesn't work, there is always a plan B that they can go to.
We're going to have to see how that does play out for me. My favourites, and you know, usually I don't get to talk about this too much. I'm looking at Kungana, quite rightly so. I think you know, their history is saying that they do pretty well in arenas, and Graceful has been a real standout player. But again, shout out to his 2 teammates who have been backing him up all the way. It's not just been the Graceful show. Even though he's had some crazy clutch moments, both of his teammates can say exactly the same. I think Major Pushers are a little bit of a quiet underdog here, but I mean, if we go down to the bottom there, Gambit versus Maestro, that is a banger for me. Maestro, very, very talented lineup, and Gambit Esports, we know all about them, Dan.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Hardeki compete in arenas, because I was asked recently kind of who's my top players, who do I think were the best performing players throughout year 1 of the ALGS, and I think Hardeki is always going to be up there with some of the clutch things he was able to pull off in Battle Royale. Stick him in an arena environment and he can just be let loose, and this could be very much destruction by him. However, maybe it's going to be too much free run for him, and he's going to have to be kind of disciplined a little bit. Otherwise, you can get caught out in a lot of 2v1s, 3v1s. But yeah, you're right. Both Gambit and Maestro could go on a fantastic run. But I mean, round 2, they face either Aqualix or New Esports. It's so difficult to try and predict who's going to be in those grand finals just looking at this round 1.
I think you look at this bracket right now, and anyone who manages to get through to that grand final, you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, which will be a best of 7, you can notice as well, is really going to have their work cut out. But one thing we should point out as well, it's not just an upper bracket down, there's a lower bracket as well. So even though we've got these, you know, these headline matchups in this upper bracket round 1, it isn't the end of the road for these teams. It's a case of, if you get through, that's great. But if not, you do have that little that comfort blanket of a lower bracket to try and fight your way back.
Yeah, a chance to experiment ever so slightly in an arenas tournament with a few rule changes, with a few legends banned that weren't banned in previous tournaments. So maybe that is going to have to be a late adjustment for a couple of teams to say, okay, well, we can't play Loba now. So where do we go with that? Are we going to have to go for a more aggressive comp? Do we feel like there is a legend who can directly replace her? Is there an ultimate we can maybe pop down that is almost as cheap and effective? Answer is probably no. That's one of the reasons why I think Loba was banned, is her ultimate is very cheap and is far too effective for its cost, and probably should be changed. But No Valkyrie is going to mean that some teams can't go for that early positioning that we've seen, especially on maps like Party Crasher, where you just dive straight into the middle, usually to counter a Loba team, if I'm completely honest. But the Octane bounce pads are going to be important. Pathfinder Zip's going to be very important, as we've seen previously. But then you also need your kind of Slayer legend, like a Wraith, for example.
Well, one thing that we can take a look at as well is North America's bracket, because we're talking all about EMEA. But as I said, this is going to be a long, long day. And as we move over to North America a little bit later on, these are some of the teams that we're going to see involved as well. You have Alpine Esports. You have the new team of Benchwarmers, which is Madness & Co. You have Complexity in the bracket as well. You have Star, Premier GG, Space Station, Mojo, which I'm very happy that I had to say as a huge Powerpuff Girls fan. My Little Phony, Aim Religion, Dude's Night Out in there, Mona's, Sentinels. Mona's back in there. That was the team that we saw recently that came in one of the top-ranked Predator team, or the first team to hit Predator in ranked Apex arenas. That was a mouthful to get out there. Going up against Sentinels, and again, a new Sentinels lineup as well, with Retzi recently announcing yesterday that he retired, and Lou will be coming in to fill that slot, I believe. Ghost Gaming, G2, Noble, Arena Demons 2. Very, very interesting to watch, Dan. And now I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, production, that Arena's Demon 2 is an imposter of Arena Demons. I think Arena Demons are known as Monas. And that is, I think they're throwing shade already from the 8th slot in our bracket towards slot 6. And they can match up, Dan. Look, upper bracket round 3, best of 3. We could see Arena Demons versus Arena Demons 2. We'll find out who the real imposter is.
And they were amazing, Arena Demons, or now Monas, as you say. In the previous Arena tournament that we did commentate, they got like way further than any of us expected them to. They were very much the dark horses, and now seem to have picked up an organization because of that. So very delighted for those three. Mojo Jojo, it does concern me, because that means we're going to have at least 6 hours of us with Powerpuff Girl references.
Apologies in advance, everyone.
Like that episode where Bubbles becomes Mojo Jojo and she's trying to convince everyone that she is Mojo Jojo, but in fact Mojo Jojo is Mojo Jojo. So there's all those things that we're going to go down the route of. So I just wanted to get that one out early, because there's a lot of Mojo Jojos to be spoken about. It's an interesting bracket. I feel like the EMEA bracket is slightly more stacked when it comes to top teams from Battle Royale, but there are definitely some surprises here that could turn those teams in North America who are usually good at BRs, maybe turn them around and say, hey, well, actually, we're arena teams. We're good at this. You might be good at BR, but let's see how you match up against us.
I kind of said it tongue-in-cheek, by the way, to everyone watching at home, that I was a huge Powerpuff Girls fan. I just knew that Mojo Jojo was a character out of it. But Dan, I think you've run with it. I think you've actually shown now that you are one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Powerpuff Girl fans that I know, because you've actually gone back and, you can remember episodes. I can't. I mean, Bubbles, though. I remember that. I remember Bubbles was a name.
Yep. So she was one of the Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah.
If I go back to my competitive days when I used to compete in video games, one of my team names was the Powerpuff Girls.
Wow.
So,
okay.
Yeah, that's how much of a
we're going full circle
fan I am. Yeah.
That's very impressive. Well, one thing I do love to see as well, and I saw Monsoon tweet out from Complexity, I think it was a couple of days ago now. He was saying that Complexity, they're back with a renewed energy ahead of ALGS Season 2, and they're just going to be playing at every single scrim, every competition that is available, which is a little bit of a shift in the mentality that we saw from them last year. I love that, Dan. Sometimes, you need that little step away, almost to be humbled a little bit. I think when they didn't make ALGS Championship Finals would have been a huge disappointment to that lineup and the amount of talent that was on it, especially with their previous tournament wins and the caliber of player that is on it, like I mentioned. So great to see that, they're getting their heads down now. They're getting stuck into everything and anything that they can, and they're going to be in that bracket, and they're going to be going hard.
Yeah, I think we need a wake-up call sometimes, and even though this isn't BR, it is still a chance for the team to really kind of test things. So I want to see Complexity make a little run here, gain some confidence going into that ALGS season, and ensure that everyone is firing correctly. A good opportunity to make sure that everyone's aim is on point. I mean, by this time in the game, most people's aim are on point, let's be completely honest. But, if you have been out for a little bit, if you haven't been playing and practicing as much, and this is an amazing warm-up, as it were, just get all that mechanical ability back on track so that you can then get into the tournaments and really fight for an amazing amount of prize money. Even today, like a decent amount of prize money that you could be taking home, and make sure that you can, pay the bills. If I'm completely honest,
got to pay the bills.
Players, this is their job.
Got to pay the bills. Got to pay the bills. I found that very, very important. Otherwise, I get knocks on my door from men who are bigger than I am. But let's, and there ain't many of them. That's a joke, everybody. Don't worry, I'm small. Let's talk about EMEA, again a little bit more, because that's where we're going to be starting off our day today. And let's talk about Kangana versus Navi, which I'm 99.99% recurring sure is going to be our first game of the day, Dan. Break it down for me. Well, obviously, we're not quite 100% sure on the Navi lineup. We'll find that out as soon as we get into the game. But let's presume that we do have a very, very strong Navi lineup here going up against Kangana. Who are your favorites and why, my friend?
I think Kangana will be my favorites because of their ability to kind of send Graceful out on his own into the wilderness and allow him to grow, to bloom, to blossom, and then he usually explodes onto another team, gets one knock, if not one knock plus damage, then gets out of the fight, and the rest of the team just dive, they get involved, or they get the one knock, they get the finish, and then they play it out patiently. They have several ways of trying to win the match. They don't always have to go for that dive method. Sometimes they like to play it a little bit more slow, wait for the other team to come towards them, deplete their resources. But Navi have been a team that are just absolute wingmen merchants. Like, the shots that they hit from distance are incredible. They very much can deplete your resources. They can just get rid of a couple of bats just in a few wingmen shots. So you've got to be careful not to peek too many angles. One thing we've seen throughout all these arena tournaments that have developed, the maps, people are used to seeing now where the peeking angles are. You know which position someone's going to be in, so you can pre-fire certain places and you can hit shots, you can do damage. So now you've got to try and be creative. You've got to try and find those off angles, but you need to make sure you're not in a position where you can be seen by the other team who have been positioning themselves in off angles as well. So you've got loads of little mini kind of games happening in each map. A lot of knowledge comes into it. Those teams who have practiced more are definitely going to be benefiting here, and we know Kangana and Navi have played in a lot of tournaments, so both of them should be up for this. Both of them should have the ability to win, but I think Kangana slightly edges it.
I have to agree with you. I think that Kangana looked really, really strong, and they had a very, solid and well thought out game plan on how they wanted to approach arenas, especially on different maps. One thing that we have seen develop, though, that we haven't talked about yet is how we're starting to see some more map-specific legends being picked. So, for example, when we go over to artillery, we are seeing the likes of Horizon come into play a little bit, being able to retake that high ground. So I want to see if that develops a little bit more. I think that I'm making an early shout here, and if any of the pros are watching right now and you think, get your notebooks out, because this is a lesson. School is in session with Onset right now. Gardens, Dan Gaskin's favorite maps. If you ain't playing Fuse and you ain't double stacking nades to clear out that high ground, you're making a mistake. Fuse needs to be picked, in my opinion. I think he's probably the strongest legend, map-specific legend that you could have on Gardens.
Yeah, we've seen how you get the two teams who compete for the top, don't they? Like, they compete, they get to the high ground, and in the first arenas tournament, it was just whoever got the high ground won. But then we saw that meta develop, and it was the grenades that came through, just waiting, sky nading, then pushing after those grenades, and that's why you're talking about Fuse being a real benefit. We saw a lot of Bangalore also being introduced on certain maps to try and cover those sight lines, allow you to pick up packages, allow you to pick up the pills as well, so you can get those resources, but also just make it very difficult for your enemy and make your enemy spend the extra resources on just getting a digi-threat, for example, because they know you're going to be smoking, so they have to spend that extra money upgrading a Mozam, which is what we see usually in round one. And that's another thing that's shifted throughout these tournaments. We've seen the change of weapons. We've seen new weapons be introduced in certain rounds. We saw like kind of a devotion meta. We saw the Mozambique meta in the early stages. We saw the 30-30 repeater come into the equation in the last tournament as well. Certainly people have found that it can hit a little bit harder than the wingman and be slightly more precise at certain times. So alongside the fact that you get the Shattercats with the 30-30, it can turn into a little bit of a shotgun when it's up close. So there's all these different things, and I wonder, are we going to see something new again in this arena tournament? As we keep going, all the players are slowly finding something else that works.
Well, let's have a look at the map picks then, because we'll get just moments away now. We are on the runway up to take off to our first game. And the first map is going to be, and I'm pretty sure the production have got something fancy, by the way, to show here. This is going to be a Kangana pick. Mojo Jojo was easier to say than that. And we're going over to Thermal Station first, Dan.
Yeah, and I like Kangana on Thermal Station. We saw Graceful on the Wraith, usually kind of hovering around the middle area, trying to get a pick early on, trying to get a little bit of damage, just being a real nuisance. Really very much playing the flanking style, like he did on every map, but I feel like Thermal Station was one of his best, because not only could he just go straight in the middle and almost just crouch by the door, also all the pillars you see on the outside of the ring, it gives you a lot of cover to go for a flank, to cut off that sight line.
Well, it's going to be Navi's pick next. They're going for Party Crashing, and that doesn't surprise me too much with the ability with the Wingman. Wingman already started. Do you know what? It's official now. It's Wingmen, okay?
Yep.
Wingmen is what it is.
Yep.
Put that one to bed. That range is going to be very good for them to use that weapon, as we know they like to. So that's going to be their pick. And as we move over to map 3, I like this, by the way. I get really excited by it. Do you know what I mean? The little reveal. It's like, oh, there we go, map 3. We're going to Gardens, Dan. Sad face for you, but I want to see a Fuse pick. I'm telling you, he is meta when it gets to Gardens. We'll have to see if there are some map-specific picks, though. But it is a best of 3. You might not see Gardens, Dan, so you might have a smile on your face.
I hope not. No, I can understand why Gardens have been picked. As we mentioned earlier, there's some new maps that have been added into this particular map pool in this tournament, but a lot of these teams would have practiced and tested a lot more on these 3 maps in particular, so you want to play what you're familiar with, right? You don't want to go for something that you've not really touched too much. So we've seen Party Crashers, we've seen Navi take down the previous Arena Demons on this map. If I remember correctly, they pulled out the charge rifle, played some distance, they did some damage, and then they would re-engage, and that really worked out for them. But then Gardens is going to be an absolute slobber knocker if we do get there, because even though I did dislike it at first, and that was mainly for its slight unfairness, depending on which side you spawn, I think that people have shifted in a way that now it is just such an exciting, explosive map that it just, everything happens in the first like 15 seconds. And if it doesn't happen in the first 15 seconds, everyone takes a breather, throws a few nades, and then it explodes into action again.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, to me, it's like, you know, the last 5 minutes of a football match. When one team's 1-0 down, it's throwing everyone forward. But both teams are 1-0 down, if that makes any sense whatsoever. So both teams are just flying at each other. I should not bring up football, by the way, just to get this out of the way very quickly. Me and Dan, both Arsenal Football Club fans, very much looking forward to the show getting started today so we could move our attention away from everything that is happening over there. But look at me. I still managed to talk about it just to remind myself of how terrible we are. But that's hopefully not the feeling these teams are going to have right now. I can't wait to get into this first game. I want to get into it. I want to get into it. Roll it if we can. We can't. We're not ready yet. But this is pretty much good as of an opening engagement that we could have between two teams that we could ask for, Dan. Absolute banger. And do you know what? I said roll it. Look at production go. They're on it. I love it. GLL once again stepping up when it matters. And we are getting straight into our first game here. I'm going to get this one out of the way. Still looks like a pizza to me. I'm just saying. I had pizza today for my first meal of the day as well. And it's going to be Nesh, Kuya, and Strafey for Navi. So a very, very strong Navi lineup here, Dan.
Yeah, glad to see Kuya competing. Very excited to see what he can do. So we've got slightly different compositions. We've got the Gibraltar composition for Navi, so they're going to be playing more around the bubble fights. And then, as expected from Kungana, you've got the Wraith on board. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this one goes down. If Navi can get round 1 here, maybe they can build on that. Their economy can be on top, and they might be able to get a quick 3-0. But at the same point, if you lose round 1 with a Gibby composition, then I feel like that puts you on very much the back foot against a more aggressive composition who are going to have probably better weapons going into round 2, better attachments to work with. They're going to be looking to try and capitalize with those extra attachments and better weaponry. And then again, it can snowball. This is one of those maps that it can be just a quick 3-0 for one of the teams.
I'm looking forward to getting into this. As you can tell, I've said it enough. I want to get into the game. You can see, look, we're being teased right now as we can see the players kind of being held back by that electronic grid, but no more waiting. We're underway here. Round 1 between Kungana and Navi. A banger to start off with, ladies and gents. And if you think that this one is going to be exciting, we've got plenty more to come as the days do roll on. Graceful going to get that first knock, and it's going to be Strafey who's going to be finished. So you can see already Ghana have an advantage.
And again, you can already see the Mozambique meta very much in full swing. The flatline being purchased on the other side, so that's going to be all of your resources used if you want to purchase a flatline in round number 1. So you're not going to have the ability to buy up any cells, any bats, or anything like that. That's why we do see teams go for the Mozambique and whatnot in the early stages, so you can spend your credits elsewhere. And those materials are very important. You, of course, can pick up materials. If you've never watched Arena before, there will be materials around the map that you can collect for the next round, and none of your weapons carry on to the next round as well. You're always going to be buying up. I know everyone by this point knows how arenas work, but just in case you don't, there you go.
Well, it's going to be up to Navi now to try and exchange that first kill, and they're going to have to try and isolate a player if they can. But as we know, Kungana's so good at playing together, and they're not going to give any free opportunities here to Nesh and Kuya to try and get that pick, especially with the first round. Only having the Mozambique and the P20 in the hands of Nesh can be very difficult. So you feel like a lot of responsibility might fall onto the hands of Kuya here to try and get a cheeky little knock and make this into a 2v2.
Yeah, you want to try and isolate someone, bubble down, finish that kill, and then go for the straight 2v2 fight. You're probably going to be weak, but if Kangana play this correctly, they shouldn't allow themselves to be isolated. You don't split up here. You might see like two of them maybe taking off angles so they can do some initial damage, but as long as they're all within a certain distance from one another, you've got very quick legends to use here. They can all engage very fast, so you just need to make sure you're all on each other's toes.
Well, here comes the push now from Kangana. Nesh is taking damage already, so Kuya is going to have to go up and try and help him. Graceful trying to take that height control. Mozambique and P20 in his hands, and it will be complete height control now. Going over to Kangana. Both of the players from Navi trapped inside of this dome at the moment. They will be safe, but with that front door being blown off already down, it's going to be a very, very difficult job for them here.
And this is a very patient Kangana as well, recognizing that they are going up against some very experienced players in Nash and Kuya. You don't want to unnecessarily push in and find yourself in a situation where you are going to throw away a almost guaranteed round, if I'm completely honest. So this is going to be taken very seriously by these players, even though Arena might not be their focus for the most part. They're all BR players. They want to play the BR, but there's prize money at stake. There's pride on the line, and you don't want to make anything too easy for your opposition.
When's the move going to come here? You can see they don't have a bubble here for Kangana, so there might be an opportunity for Navi to bubble out into that space and maybe catch a player off, but now it's actually going to be Graceful. He's doing a little bit of damage, managed to break the arm shield, and now the first knock will come in, or should I say the second knock. JMW taken down, and Kangana, the patience pays off for them. In our first round of the day here at the GLL Arena Summer, it will go up 1-0.
And it might be frustrating watching sometimes thinking, well, why don't they just push? They've got a 3 versus 2 advantage, and 90% of the time you're going to win that fight comfortably, but there is always that 10% chance, you know, where you're going up against Navi, 2 players who can hit those shots, and all it takes is 3 perfect shots with the wingman, and then suddenly you see one of your teammates fall, you panic a little bit, you start to miss shots, and then Navi win that second round. The economy is going to be better for Kangana now. They should have the advantage. But we're going to have to get back into the game. That might be an observer thing, or it might be one of the players. Who knows? But at the moment, it's certainly going to be a 1-0 lead for Kangana. There we go.
Back into it. It's just a little observer bug. Don't worry. We're just keeping you a little bit nervous as JMW makes Strafey feel extremely nervous and puts him on his back. But Navi doing a good job here to trade that one out. Kuya's going to be down to 1 HP, however. And as you can see from the kill feed, he'll be taken out by Graceful. So now 1 player left alive for Navi. 2v1 situation. Then he tries to move up to his teammate here, Graceful, to finish off this kill. 45 on the down player isn't going to be enough to get that knock, but it should be enough now as they go in on the Gibraltar, and that will be the end of the second round. Much more aggressive and fast-paced there from Kangana, really taking it to Navi.
Yeah, Kangana just had to push in and ensure that they really demonstrated what they were made of to go 2-0 up here and put themselves on map point. Very difficult for Navi when you've got 3 players on 3 aggressive legends just running at you like that. So difficult for Navi, but at least now going into this third round, they should have a little bit more materials to work with, and the weapons should be able to match that of Kangana slightly better.
Let's see if Navi can find their way back into this. It's not the first time that we've seen a team go up by 2 in arenas and then potentially throw things away. So for Navi, it is aggression by the looks of things. The name of the game here is Straight will fly straight in for those meds. As Kuya tries to give him a little bit of cover now with the 2 times flatline in between. And on the Octane. No damage being taken by any member of Navi at the moment. It looks like Kangana actually on the back foot at the start here now.
Yeah, Kangana just have to be a little bit careful. Don't get too carried away with the aggression that we've seen in the previous 2 rounds. We do see a lot of teams fighting for this middle section of Thermal, but then it's about when you push out, you really have to make as much as you can of the damage you can output on those who are sitting close. But for now, it looks like you can see the retreat from Navi. They were up close and personal, but then they decided you're going to have to back off here. We can't take the fight just yet.
He is going to have a couple of cells to play with, and there's going to be a grenade right down his feet as well, as Strafey is going to be the first to go. Mady with the wingman will get that first knock. And look at the damage now coming in as the swarm will now engage from Kangana. There's the second, and this looks like it could be a very, very quick job here from Kangana as the Gibraltar is the last player. He will go down, and Kangana will take home your first map here, the GLL Arena Summer.
Yeah, very quick and easy 3-0, simple as you like. Navi just not able to keep up with the pace of Kangana. Sometimes that can happen when you see a different legend composition. I was saying it it might just swing one way very comfortably. It does snowball out of control sometimes. As soon as that first fight was won from Kungana, it just got very difficult for Navi to get back into things, because with the extra materials they were able to get from the kills in round 1, it was a simple 3-0 sweep. They were just able to be confident. They just pushed in. They just asserted their dominance, and Navi just had no response, unfortunately.
Well, they're going to have to respond now, Dan, because it's a best of 3, and if they lose this one, then they'll fall down to the lower bracket. It's as simple as that. And this is a map that we have seen them have some success on those. We can see we're orbiting our way around Party Crasher. I must say, like, it does look nice, this map, doesn't it? Like, it looks like, do you know what? Party Crasher looks like a fun place to go out, you know, at night. That's what I think when I look at it. It's got that kind of neon vibe. Go down to the Riviera restaurant there, just in the, you know, overlook Mirage Voyage. It's just crashed into the background. You know, all those kind of things. You're looking at me weird, Dan, but it's, you know, lovely vistas.
It looks more like a place where you already have gone out and ruined everything. There was maybe just slightly one too many. Everyone got a little bit too rowdy. A couple of chairs and tables were thrown.
I could drive Mirage Voyage.
Yeah, and then Mirage Voyage was crashed into the map. But yeah, I've loved the design of a lot of these arena maps that have been released ever since, of course, Arenas was introduced into Apex Legends. You get those like Thermal, which is going to be based off, well, certain areas within World's Edge or whatnot, but the unique Arenas maps do have their own style, and yeah, this one's one of the prettier ones of the few.
Yeah, certainly. This is one of my favorite Arenas maps as well. I think that it's a good combination of range fights that you see. Sometimes it's the up close and personal ones where you see the times where teams are trying to collapse onto the space and close the space after getting a little bit of damage down. But then you see the poke fights, the likes of the 30-30 repeater we've seen being very effective on this map. You've seen the wingman being very, very effective as well. So it's very interesting to see how different teams approach this. And like you mentioned earlier, you know, Navi aren't adverse to bringing the charge rifle out either, which is something which is always going to microwave players. By the way, I call it the microwave gun now, just so you know. I know you haven't played ranked with me for a while, but it's officially now known as the microwave gun. Just saying.
Because it cooks people?
Because it cooks people from the inside out.
Right. Okay. Yep. Okay. I'm with you now. That was slightly more graphic than I thought, but you know, I understand. I'm completely understand. I'm with you. Yeah. I'm terrified, but I get it. And yeah, this was Navi's pick, wasn't it? Kungana should be winning Thermal Station because they chose Thermal Station. Navi now should be winning Party Crasher because they chose Party Crasher. That's how it should work in theory, but we know it doesn't always work like that. Sometimes you may pick a map because you think you're confident, but the other team just comes and slaps you around on it. And I think Kungana could do just that here to Navi if Navi aren't careful. The confidence that Kungana were outputting there, they were very much not afraid of pushing fights. They would back off at the right times, but the damage that they were putting in meant that they just had the freedom to run across the map. And if that happens again here on Party Crasher, then this could be another swift 3-0, and we could be looking at a 2-0 in winners bracket round 1.
I mean, it would be somewhat of a statement to the rest of the bracket if Kungana do manage to pull off a 2-0 sweep over Navi in the way that they have as well. It's not like it's been close, to be honest with you. Every single first blood has gone to Kungana. There hasn't been Navi really having a foothold so far, and I don't know if that's just a case of they're not warmed up, they're not quite on the ball yet, but they're going to have to be now. How could you not want? I'm sorry to go back. How could you not want a night out? By the way, on Party Crasher, like the name in itself, Party Crasher, Mirage Voyage. You've hit the button when it's been on World's Edge. You've hit the button when it's been on Kings Canyon. You know the kind of vibes. You can see the speaker systems. Right, you're the kind of guy who just wants to go home and have a hot chocolate, aren't you?
I want to see Party Crasher before it was crashed, and then yeah, maybe. But this right now, this
making the best of things.
Look at it. It looks
the best of things.
No, it doesn't. It looks basically like, you know, when you go to Glastonbury or Reading, when you go to a festival.
Exactly. You don't need to finish your sentence.
The first day it looks majestic. It looks like, you know, the Teletubby Hills. It's all green and kind of Dipsy and Poe are just down having a little fun time in the corner. And then by day 3, it looks like an apocalypse. Like the mud is out. It looks horrendous. I'd rather be there on day 1.
Done. Anyway, let's get into the game. Let's focus on some Apex now because Kungana do have the opportunity to close out the series. There's a little bit of chip damage going to be done with that Mozambique. And it's so frustrating, Dan, with that Mozambique hits you for 12, 13, 14 cross map because it forces you to use that shield cell or at least think about using it or getting into a position where you're not going to waste it and get the maximum usage out of a single shield.
Yeah, you don't need that much accuracy as well, if I'm completely honest. There's a lot of spray. One of those wandering bullets can suddenly find you and can do a lot of damage. And it doesn't feel like a lot when you're hitting it, but as you say, it slowly accumulates over time. But those hit hard, the 45 and the 76 from Kuya. That's what Navi do best. That's what Kuya does best.
By taking down to no shields, does manage to get the battery off just in time before Mozambique shells will do the damage to get that knock, but a real standoff here. You can see that Navi just trying to chip away with those Mozambique shots from distance, and Kagana trying to do the same on the other side, but it looks like there might be a little bit of a HP advantage going actually to Navi at the start here. As Graceful looks like he might be trying to make his move. 50 flesh damage is going to give them the opportunity to maybe push here, but I love this angle once again from Graceful, just catching players off guard.
Yeah, trying to do his damage, but not telling the team to push just yet, because you don't want to be rushing unnecessarily and putting yourself into a scenario where you're going to be absolutely obliterated when you try and cross the map. So instead, there's patience from both teams. Resources now are slowly getting depleted as well. You're going to see those shield cells really start to dissipate, probably on the last few, if not the last single shield cell for a couple of these players. So the next engagement, you'd imagine, will result in a fight, unless you go to the other side of the map and pick up even more resources.
Have moved over to the other side of the map here, and it will be Navi who have to make the move. So after an initial engagement between the two, where we were just moments away and a few HP away from getting that first blood and the first knock in the game, both teams now standing off from each other a little bit. Graceful will have the 301 in his hands, as well as a devotion, so care package has certainly got into the hands here of the gun.
Shots from the R301. Have to try and capitalize on these shots though, because you can't just go for too much poke damage now in the late stages of this round, because as I mentioned, those resources are not really going to be there. He has a nice flank throw, and there's going to be the shot from the Mozam, but Medilol has also taken a considerable amount of damage elsewhere.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the final few moments here, you would feel, between these two teams, but there is that first knock as Kuya will take down Medilol. And now Kangana on the back foot. Gibby get a poke round the corner. JNW do a decent amount of damage there, although a lot of it was absorbed by the gun shield. Graceful now down to very low HP as well. Strafey going to try and make the play to get that knock, but no! Graceful responds with the 301. And now it's a 2v2. Flesh damage on the Gibby as well, but Graceful down to 0 HP. But somehow, Kangana will manage to clutch up in a round that looked like it was Navi's to take.
Even though Navi got the first knock, they just didn't have the resources to re-heal once they got it. Even though it was a 2 versus 3, they were all down to health. They had no shield cells left, whereas Kangana, they had shields to work with. So a 2 versus 3, yes, but in terms of actual shield and health, it was pretty much an even playing field. And it was Kangana actually coming out with big shots. The R301 doing a lot of damage with the jump peak onto the bridge there. And Kangana take the lead once again. Navi will be kicking themselves a little bit. They didn't capitalize on the extra player, but Kangana are just demonstrating what terrifying players they are to go up against.
So Navi probably had the stuffing knocked out of them a little bit in that particular round, being in a position where they could have got their first round on the board. I have to remember that Navi are yet to actually get a round on the board so far against Kangana, and now they're just 2 away from falling down to that lower bracket. Q's got the 2 times on the wingman, something that always puts a smile on my face, as the man just seems to be able to use it better than anyone that I know. As Graceful now looking to line up a little bit of a GB nade here. Is that going to hit? 82, that's who it's going to hit. That is big damage, and that is a little bit of research going into that grenade there from Graceful.
Big damage, but I think Kangana did enough just to keep Navi at bay there. That's what's important in Arena. If one of your teammates does go low, you need to be positioning yourself where you can cover him so that he can heal back up, him or her, should I say. Otherwise, you're just going to see the other team absolutely fly at you, and you're really going to struggle to get anything done if you're going to have a teammate just not able to heal up at all times. So Kangana have got back up to a full set of health here, and again Kuya hitting those big headshots with the wingman, making it very difficult for Kangana to reposition.
I love what I'm seeing from Graceful with these grenades. The nerd nades really are something that are being practiced and certainly have had some time invested into them. There's a first knock once again, Graceful being the catalyst for his team, and now Navi really do find themselves on the back foot. Kuya's going to have to retreat to the cover of Nesh, and once again it's going to be a momentary 3v2, but Kuya's managed to get a knock now onto Graceful, so back to 2v2 on the map.
Yeah, 2 versus 2, Nesh is low, and this might be the call to push in now. The Gibby, the biggest target on the map, is going to be healing. Now they can take the chance to reposition and get into a spot, maybe with a little bit of high ground. But Kuya on the back foot, having to ensure that he covers every angle to try and support Nesh, but at the same time was getting railed to the side.
Well, Kangana have managed to get their player back up. However, Strafey has gone down again, so it's going to be another res coming in, and Navi now will have a 3v3. As we're back to every single player on the map. being back on their feet as two resis do come in, one for either side. Strafey's taking a little bit of damage, going to have to back up. Graceful trying to play this low ground, and once again trying to get a little bit aggressive and get that knock. And once again, it's Graceful, the initiator here. Another player going to be around the corner, 75, and a wiggle and a what will be these teammates can come in, close that gap, and Kagana now 1 round away from taking home our first match.
Oh, a little wiggle, a little boogie. He's having fun on Party Crasher. He's inviting Onset over, saying, let's get to the dance floor, sunshine. Let's finish up this series and move ourselves into round 2, because they only need 1 more round now. Navi just not able to keep up with Pingana again. They had the high ground, dude, Navi. They had the positioning. It was a 2 versus 2. Both players and both teams decided they were going to go for a res, but by doing so, Navi gave up that high ground. And Kingana very much took full advantage of it, pushed in at the right time. And Bob is your uncle. Well, he might not be your uncle. He's not my uncle. Maybe he's Mark's uncle. But either way, it's 2-0.
Cannot deny or confirm, I think is... Well, we'll leave the Bob situation where it is for now. We'll look into getting a private investigator on that to find out if that is true or not. But Kingana, it's 1 round now. They really have been completely and utterly dominant. There's no other word to really describe their performance so far, as Nesh will already be taking damage. And once again, it's these frag grenades that are coming in from Kingana. Although they take a little bit of damage themselves, JMW is going to have to back up for now, as Graceful's trying to get that off angle. Bubble already been used here by Navi as well. So good news for Kingana once more.
Yeah, trying to force that bubble out early means that they can't then be on the receiving end of a bubble push. You know full well that as long as your opponent hasn't bought several bubbles, which of course could be a situation, so you can't always go on the gospel of, yes, I know that we've got rid of that only bubble, there could be more, but you'd expect the resources, the materials to be spent elsewhere. The damage has been fantastic here from Kingana. Every single time they engage in a fight, they are ripping the shields apart from Navi. The Navi, they have at least found themselves in the high ground. They are in a position where they could win the fight. You gotta see the engagement, try to take the first knock.
Yeah, I love this from Strafey, recognizing there was 1 player left on his own behind, should get this knock and manages to do so. Medilo will be the first player to fall here, and a little foothold for Navi to try and get back into this series. It's a long road for them to do so. However, to confirm the kill, we'll make sure this is a definite 3v2 situation. They managed to do it. Medilo will be taken out as we swap over to the point of view now of JMW on the Pathfinder. But look at this, Graceful has managed to once again tie things up. It's now 2-2 as far as players on the map are left, as he manages to get the knock here to even things up once more.
Both Octanes going down. That's what you can sometimes suffer being the Octane player. You do try and play a little bit on the flank because you are one of the quickest legends to re-engage in the fight. If you do get caught out, if you do get isolated, sometimes you can just be obliterated and taken out of the game. Care package is going to be picked up. Maybe there's going to be something juicy in there as Nesh tries to get an angle to stop the care package from being taken, but it's not going to happen today. Now we're going to see a straight up fight. And whilst Gibby does have a big hit, of course you've got the shield, which can really help you just absorb some of that damage.
The gun shield's down for now. We pop it back up in a few seconds. Oh, 45, 71. Add them all up. It's going to counter. Graceful being forced to pop a battery. Will it be able to get this off in time? No, Navi swoop in and manage to get the knock on to Graceful, as Nesh will be doing that damage. And now the last player alive is going to be engaged in a fight down low. Nesh is trying to move in and finish this one in, but the Pathfinder can reposition. However, JMW will not have enough HP to get away from the follow-up player. And Navi finally will get their first round on the board.
Really important that they just got 1 here. I think even if they don't go on to get back into this series, at least that can give them some confidence going into the lower bracket if that's where they find themselves residing. But we have seen plenty of comebacks throughout the arena tournaments. Certainly a 2-0 can very easily turn into a 3-0, but the amount of times we've seen it go into a 2-2 and then we go all the way down to the wire is probably equal to that of the 3-0s that we've seen. So I wouldn't put it past Navi. They're going to have a decent amount of materials to work with here. The purchase is going to be there. You can see the Pathfinder Ultimate is ready to be used so they can gain map positioning nice and early.
Well, there is the zip line, like you mentioned. Navi trying to make sure that they're going to capitalize on a little bit of momentum going their way, and there hasn't been much to talk about so far for them. Here's the Sky Nades coming in as well, as Graceful trying to be really aggressive here. A couple of grenades up into the heavens for him. Are they going to come down and rain hell? That's the question. He's being forced to reposition down low here. Once again, trying to flank, but it looks like Navi kind of got wary of that position that Graceful is playing now and seems to have found a way to combat it.
several rounds now, we've seen Navi having the advantage in terms of their positioning, but Kangana have done very well to try and isolate one and then push onto this high ground, take it off them, and then have the advantage themselves. So Navi need to be doing a little bit better at covering those angles, watch every single sight line, but you can see there's 5, 6, maybe even 7 different entry points here to the high ground, so it's impossible to watch every single position, and Kangana just need to time this one perfectly, or play the patient game. Hope that someone from Navi actually makes a mistake.
A little bit of a standoff between the two teams. No surprise to see that Navi not wanting to give away anything. They can't afford to. It's still match point here to Kangana. However, if Navi do manage to take this round home, we would be having to go for at least 2 more rounds, as that 2-round advantage will have to be found. Kangana just happy to play this low ground at the moment, Dan, and not giving away any position whatsoever.
That's what I mean. If they're patient, and if they just say to Navi, look, you've got to make the move here. If you poke out a little bit too much, if you do damage, maybe we can push in, but Graceful's got to be careful. Isn't going to be able to queue out of that one, so has to now get support from the team. They always want to bait Navi into pushing this. Like, it's actually a good idea to take some damage and say, look, let's try and get them off that high ground, try and get them out of their comfort zone and force the fight here in the low ground. We might have the health disadvantage if we do that, but at least we're going to be on the same playing field. We're not going to be fighting from down low here. But they can at least wait for the circle. Ring 2 is going to be closing in 12 seconds so that they can then get a better idea of where this is going to be moving. Maybe the circle will naturally just move Navi on this high ground anyway.
Here comes the zone movement. Everyone will be pretty settled for now. As you can see, the Navi will still have this high ground advantage. And they really are spread out well. As you can see, the pings are going to be coming in as where they want to try and find themselves repositioning for where that next move does come. Graceful's going to make that move now, and now Graceful's going to be in all sorts of problems. They had to move out from that low ground, otherwise they would have been funneled through. Graceful gets taken down. Ness will move in to get the second as well. And Navi, who was staring down the barrel of defeat just a few moments ago, Dan, have managed to put themselves into a 2v1 situation to tie up our second map.
Yeah, 2v1, which they shouldn't lose here, but maybe Long, you never know. If he hits his shots, he could win this, and it would be a massive 1v2 if he does so. Navi are going to be reluctant to push in, mainly because in 12 seconds, I see that ring is closing, so Law has to move here. He's literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. That hard place is going to be the ring. Not going to be able to go for a res. Needs to think about it to try and hit these big shotguns with a gibby, which he cannot do. And Navi just about hold on. Law almost got the job done, but 2-2. We're going to go into tiebreaker rounds now.
Yeah, Mady did a huge amount of damage output with that 2 times wingman. However, the gun shield, you have to say, was a real advantage for the Gibraltar, that 1v1 fight towards the end, even though he probably had the HP advantage anyway. Shows how effective the 1v1 fighting ability of Gibraltar is. We all know it. We all know what he can bring to the table when you do get into those straight eyeball on eyeball kind of gunfights with both players just staring into each other's souls. And Navi, you have to give them a huge amount of credit here, Dan, because they looked down and out after that first round, even the second round, but they've managed to claw things back here.
Yeah, after losing 3-0 and then going 2-0 down, you'd probably be chalking it off. There's probably going to be a disturbed mood in the camp, as it were, probably all just kind of discussing what's going wrong, what should we be doing instead. Maybe a few arguments starting to creep in, but it seems like they've managed to keep their mentals on point. They focused up, they got back into this, and now we go to the tiebreaker rounds where you have to win by 2, or if it gets to 4-4, of course, it is first going to be 2-5, and that 9th round is always an exciting one. It's really down to 1. Ghana now maybe on a more comfortable side of the map. The other side of the map has definitely benefited Navi, but let's see whether Kangana can take advantage of this.
Our company, and they're not here to sell me chickens.
Graceful, you can see trying to push up a little bit. 45 and another one from Mady is going to get the crack onto the shields of the player who was up high. Graceful going to take that invitation to push over, and so is JW as well, moving up to join his teammate. However, they might have got a little bit early here as Ness is going to pop out with the Eva 8 and get that first knock. It will be traded out, however, by the Nate. Maybe now will be the last player alive, and it's not enough. That's will be Navi. They take home another round here and put themselves on match point. So from staring down the barrel of the gun, so to speak, down in the barrel of the losers bracket, Navi now have a chance to tie up the series at 1-1.
Yeah, and they should be performing a little bit better on this map. This was their selection. We have seen them beat some of the best arena teams in the region on this map previously. It was just a slow start, it would seem, but once they realized that if they play the map positioning, if they get that high ground first, and stop Kungana from being able to willingly push wherever they want, then they can win rounds. So Kungana now, they're the team who need to adjust. They're the team who need to look at things and say, look, we've lost 3 on the bounce after winning the first 2. What are we doing wrong? Are we engaging too quickly? Are we not engaging fast enough? Are we giving up priority spots? Are we not hitting our shots? As I say that, the wingman does damage, but it's not going to be enough to engage in a pop.
A couple of nades in response here to force Navi down off that high ground. Now the push is coming in. Look how quickly Kungana have moved up onto this. Mozambique 301, the choice of weapons here for JMW. However, he's going to be forced to back up here. A nice little slide out to get a position to get that bat off. However, he's been sniffed out here by Kuya. 2v2 on the map though as Graceful takes down Strafey. You can see Graceful still has that high ground position, mainly trying to do what he can to get in position to make this a situation where he can get damage down and Graceful might be able to move in to finish things off. As we find ourselves in a 1v1 now. Graceful versus Kuya. Navi on match point.
Kuya has been able to bat up. On the other side, does Graceful also have the resources? It looks like he does, and important to eliminate the other players at times. Not only does it guarantee resources next round if this does go to a next round, but also it stops the visibility, it stops the pings coming out from those players who are on the floor. So much information can be had by those who are just crawling around. You really have to relay that information to your teammate. But a little bit of a standoff either side. Kuya now has the height advantage.
Battery being popped, which means that both players will be full HP. The red's going to be baited here by Graceful once again. It's Wingman versus Flatline here in this battle. Big shots coming out from Kuya with the Wingman. The knockdown shields proving so vital here for the survivability of Graceful, who's managed to do so well to get into position to get his shields back, and now he charges back out with that Flatline up close and overly personal. If you're a Navi fan, as now Kungana will tie this up at 3-3.
Very well played though by Graceful, just recognizing that he's going up against a wingman, even though he got obliterated by the first 3 shots, utilizing those knockdown shields, knowing full well that as a wingman player, it is a slight risk to push a member of the other team who has an automatic rifle, like Flatline for example. Even if they're on low shields, if you miss one of those wingman shots, then you may just get absolutely melted. So instead, it was the decision to just kind of bide your time, allow the opposition to heal up. But by allowing him to bat up, he then decided he was going to bat himself and just gave the opposition the chance to push up on him. So a couple of questionable decisions, very difficult, tricky, minute decisions that really changed the round. But ultimately, Kungana will be delighted to tie this back up 3-3.
Very sticky situation. Graceful clutching up, which is been his mantra, to be honest with you. A few times that we saw the tournament they won recently where Graceful would pull off a huge 2v1 or 1v1 play to either keep them alive or win them a round or win them a match. And this time it's keeping them alive. As Kungana now
Contact with target.
playing quite far back here. Interesting to see how they're actually approaching this one down.
Well, I think they've realized that if they play too close to Navi when Navi have the side of the map with high ground, then the poke damage from these wingman shots are just so influential for the later stages of the round. So they need to be at a distance where the wingman shots are not going to be comfortable, but also they need to be watching every single push and playing circle a little bit better, because it's very clear that Navi are playing circle. They are playing the late game. As we are going to see the care package picked up, and a couple of gold weapons in there, a couple of juicy bits and bobs.
Yeah, it's going to be an alternator, and that could be game-changing here. The alternator, not only is it one of the most fun guns to use, it is one of the most devastating guns to use in the care package. That thing will rip through your shields quicker than I will rip through a freshly made pizza. It really is a sight to behold. And Strafey now going to be backing up with that Vault in his hand. So for me, Navi actually don't have ring advantage, but certainly do have weaponry advantage now.
Just to confirm, Mark does go through a fresh pizza quicker than a Tesla goes from 0 to 60. Honestly, it is a scary feat. It's impressive, but also terrifying at the same time. I do worry about his digestive system, but, you know, big man. He has to consume food and ensure that he is fed correctly.
A little bit of a standoff here between the two. As I mentioned previously, Kungana have map positioning. But it's only going to take one line of sight with that alternator in hand for Navi to really rip through his shields and maybe create that first blood opportunity. Graceful once again just playing away from his team a little bit. He'll be forced into the void to retreat. And Strafey's going to send that one skywards now and hope that he can get some big numbers pop his way. Has an Arcstar to work with as well, but he'll be forced to shield up for a moment. Now Navi in a little bit of a sticky spot, Dan. And they might have to play under this bridge, or they may try and make a 3-man push over this bridge towards where JMW is holding.
Yeah, they have got central circle here, and there isn't much time for Kangana to make their push. So Kangana need to do some damage now as this circle closes. The position going to be made by Graceful to try and get some grenades off, try and hit some shot. There is going to be a lot of damage done, but gets caught out. Isn't going to be able to jump into the void, and now that's going to be a huge knock up.
Nesh with that first knock onto Graceful. Hemlock getting the damage done, and now it's up to JMW and Mady as Graceful will be eliminated. So a 3v2 advantage to Navi here as the zone starts to close. They're going to all aim towards where JMW is. JMW taken down. Mady, last player alive, makes it a 1v1 though. But here comes Nesh on the flank, and there's not a lot of HP here, unfortunately, for the Kangana man to try and get out of trouble. Nesh will clutch, and that will be Navi getting the job done.
Yep, on to match point now. And again, another chance to try and win this map. Otherwise, we'll be going to sudden death. We'll be going to that dreaded round number 9. We haven't been able to close it out just yet, but Kangana weren't able to close it out after being 2 up either. But both teams now would have had 2 chances at winning this map. So the answer from Kangana originally to Navi was by just playing a little bit more patient, playing in, stalling it out, trying to avoid those wingman shots, trying to surround and collapse onto Navi, but it was just that knock onto Graceful, just slightly out of position, wasn't able to do as much damage as he would have liked. Went down, and then the 2 versus 3 was almost impossible. So Navi now with the opportunity to tie up the series 1-1.
Bubble already forced. And she's going to actually save the grenades here for Kangana. They won't waste them as they won't be able to do the damage they would have wanted to. Maybe taking a little bit of an off angle here. Made low with the 2 times wingman. Just trying to see if he can clip the head of one player. As Nesh now will roll a grenade up onto that high ground as JMW's going to take a huge amount of damage. Graceful's going to do that as well. So HP advantage on the map. Certainly going down to Navi. Graceful going to be batting as well as JMW. Both players seem to have got away with it for now without going down. Kuya going to be able to take a few seconds just to pop that cell to make sure it's a full HP equal across the board. Use that little angle through that crate as well, just trying to thread the needle with these wingman shots, but Kuya going to have to be forced to retreat. Pop once again, another battery.
Nesh does have a defensive bombardment to use as well. That could be very influential in the latter stages of this round. No bubble on the side of Kangana, no way to avoid all those missiles dropping from the sky. And the bubble has been really important, I'm going to be honest. Navi very much playing around that Gibby, getting central circle, and ensuring that they can just force the red against their opposition. And there is going to be defensive bombardment coming in, and Kangana are now to just move.
I mean, the first knock going down. JMW trying to hold, but doesn't have a lot of shields to do work with. Mainly looks like he's being aimed to the moment as well, so he's going to have to hold off 2 players. Graceful eliminated here, and Navi have a 3v2 advantage on the map. Not going to be able to quite hit those shots, Nesh, as the gun shield will once again be broken, but Mady Lol, unfortunately, the only view he's going to have is of his teammates falling, and then 2 Navi members finding their way towards him to take him down. Navi, from staring down the barrel of defeat and falling down to the losers bracket in a very unfashionable way, now tie up the series at 1-1.
Yeah, really impressed with how Navi responded. I thought that there was going to be another 3-0 sweep. Kangana were looking very confident, but Navi adjusted so quickly in that 3rd round to ensure that it wasn't going to be an easy one whatsoever for Kangana. They said, look, let's not go down without a fight. Let's start putting some rounds on the board. Let's start hitting our shots. But most importantly, let's take advantage of the positions that we found ourselves in on this map. We've had map advantage 2 or 3 times that we've given up for silly reasons, whether that be going for a res, whether that be getting overly aggressive on to trying to finish it down or try and go for another knock. And eventually they just seemed to crack the code a little bit. They found that right formula and they executed perfectly. It was frustrating at times, I think, for Kangana once the bubble came into play, because Kangana didn't have that option to kind of fall back, bubble, heal, and then re-engage in a fight. Instead, they had to go for the more aggressive composition, and it didn't work out for them in the latter stages of those rounds.
Well, now we move over to Gardens, which is the fastest paced map that we do have in arenas, in my opinion, anyway, from what we've seen over the last couple of months. And this is going to be a very interesting one, because Navi, all of a sudden, their confidence is going to be sky high, and it's a best of 3. So whoever takes this one home is going to take the series and continue to move forward in our upper bracket. And I mean, what are your feelings on this one, Dan? Because I think Kangana are going to be pretty down on themselves, having given away, the opportunities to tie this one up very quickly against such a talented Navi lineup.
Yeah, there's two ways to look at it, isn't it? Kungana will be saying, well, we were 1 round away from winning this series comfortably, but at the same time, it was Navi's pick. We have seen Navi perform well on Party Crasher before, so we just have to accept that at least we came close to beating them on their map, whereas they didn't come anywhere near close beating us on our map pick off Thermal Station. Now, this third map pick technically was Kungana's as well. We have seen them absolutely obliterate teams on Gardens. We know how fast-paced it can be, but at the same time, Navi had a lot of strategy in that round number 2. Some of those Sky Nades were perfect, and we know how influential Sky Nades can be on Gardens.
Well, Dan's licking his lips right now because he has got some statistics on his screen which make him smile every single time. You can see them. There he is. Look, he's a big smile. They're gone. It's just a little tease. Just we'll bring you those back towards the end of the series. But as we move our way through Gardens and we get the players into the game and ready to get into this, Dan, I mean, just taking a look at from what you've seen so far, I think one player who's been really influential in this game has actually been Nesh. He seems to be in a position to get a lot of damage with the Eva 8, and I think that when you're seeing the Eva 8 come into play, especially here on Gardens, those close range battles, he could be a player to watch it.
Yeah, the Eva 8, very important. You have to have a team who is prepared to help you in those positions, right? Help you get into those close range engagements, because otherwise, if you've got a team that isn't quite as coordinated and everyone's kind of scattered across the map, if you get pushed by 2 or 3 players and you've got an Eva 8 from a medium range distance, then yes, you might do a little bit of damage, but you're probably not going to be able to get it down, and you're probably not going to be able to stay alive. So the thing that Navi have been doing well is forcing their opposition into those close range engagements, right? By going circle, by going central zone, playing that bubble, waiting for the red to come in, and then saying, okay, well, now you have to push us, and if you don't do the damage whilst you're pushing, the red is going to tickle your backside. We're going to wait comfortably with a little bit of cover, and then we engage with the shotgun, then we engage with these close range weapons, and they've already done enough damage with the wingman from distance that they've been able to chip away a lot of those resources.
Well, you can see we're just waiting to get into this final map, and it's going to be I keep trying to think of the better analogies to use than 2 people just running at each other and headbutting.
Is that the ice cream man? Sorry, just cut you off. Is that the ice cream man at yours? Yeah,
there is an ice cream man.
I'll have a 99, please. That would be great.
Yeah, all right, everyone. See, anyone else in the chat want anything, by the way, while I'm going down? Or would you rather... Actually, I'm not going to ask if you'd rather me stay, because you don't really have an option, to be honest with you. And I'm sure that a few people would be... I'd rather the ice cream, but unfortunately we can't. I can't. My arms aren't long enough. Well, I do have long arms, but I have really weirdly long arms. But I can't reach the ice cream man. Is my point here? I'm going off on a tangent once again. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, Dan, that's your fault. You're not getting ice cream. All right. You're getting Gardens. You're getting Navi versus Kungana.
I was just trying to distract myself from the fact that we have to play Gardens. I explained it earlier, and I've explained it in detail in previous arena tournaments, that Gardens is an interesting map because there is one side that is considerably better than others for certain circles. You can get to the high ground quicker, whether it be via a Pathfinder zip or whether an Octane bounce pad. But we have found that as the meta has shifted, people have developed a way of stopping that high ground being an advantage, and that is just through grenades. We're seeing in round 2 and round 3 a lot of grenades being purchased, tossed up into the sky, and they land and explode so quickly it's very difficult to adjust to the pace of which they are firing at you. And as soon as they're at your feet, they're doing 70 plus damage at times, and then the other team, that's when they engage on the fight. Because one of 2 things happens, right? You either do all the damage with the grenades and people stay up top and then you jump on them, or they jump down low to avoid the grenades and then they're out of position and they're caught with the pants down, and then you engage. And it just means that we get this kind of constant back and forth of, should I go for the high ground and try and avoid the grenades, or should we try and play the low ground and go for grenades ourselves? And it became just this situation where both teams would then play the low ground and no one would go for the high ground because you didn't want to be grenaded.
My favorite thing about watching Gardens now is how nobody really looks at each other for the first 15 seconds. So the team down on the low ground will be looking up to the sky to get their nades, and then the team who's on the high ground will be looking up to the sky as well and trying to see if any grenades are about to fall on them. I think that all players on Gardens... Okay, once again, we've got a bit of time to fill here before we get into this final game, right? This is how my brain works. Apex developers, if you're watching right now, on Gardens in Arena, the team on the height should get a baseball bat, or an heirloom should work as a way to counteract sky nades. And if you hit it really well, you can you get like a second where you get a crosshair and you can fire it back at a player. Just saying, I think it's $1 million idea that I've just come up with and put absolutely no thought or research behind. I'm sure you agree, Dan. There's no way that could fail. Just on this map.
I'm going to quit. I mean, okay, for a frag grenade, maybe, but what if it's an arc star?
It gets stuck.
Yeah.
He just exploded anyway. It doesn't matter, does it?
The baseball bat just slowly explodes and
Yeah.
electrocutes you. That would be interesting. But we don't really see Arcstars necessarily the main choice. It is very much frag grenades, as we can stop with our ideas to try and combat the frag grenade meta that is here on Gardens and instead focus on who's going to actually win this series. In winners bracket round 1, by the way, Kangana versus Navi. This is definitely not a matchup that I thought I'd be seeing in the early stages, but alas, here we are. One of them has to fall to the lower bracket on set.
Well, hopefully we can navigate our way around this observer bug as quickly as possible and get into the game once more, as it looks like, yes, we can. Here we go. Not just one point of view, everybody. We've got 6 points of view here from every single player, and luckily you haven't managed to miss any of the action so far, because all 6 players are still alive, as you can see. It's not going to be a huge investment in grenades in this first round. It's going to be more about saving up towards those latter rounds, as now we can see Medilol is going to have an opportunity here to not only get a knock, but at least force the bubble onto Navi. So Kangana have the high ground. Navi really struggling, and JMW not going to have to be asked twice to move in to get that first knock.
Yeah, I wonder whether we're going to see now the super aggro. Very much we're going to push everything Kangana that we've seen in previous tournaments and at stages here in today's tournament as well in GLL. There's going to be round number 1 going to Kangana. Easy as you like. Navi, as soon as that first down was had, they were just very much stuck underneath a lot of Kangana members, firing Mozambique shots left, right, and center. And now Kangana are going to have the material advantage going into this round 2. Arguably could go for the zip and take the high ground off of Navi, but it's whether Navi try and invest in some grenades here.
Contact with target.
Well, looks like we're going towards the lower side this time, comparatively to where we just saw the first round's action. The second round's action take place, I should say. We did actually miss a round by the looks of things. It might be 1-1. We'll have to get that confirmed by production. Or it might just be 1-0 from what we have seen, but we'll go by the scoreboard at the top, as unfortunately we did have that little observer bug, but Navi going to immediately take that high ground. Now, will they look to the heavens down? Oh, Kuya's going to have to back down straight away, as Kangana actually swapped towards this high ground. So it looks like it might actually be a circle that finishes down by those 2 double doors underneath where Navi find themselves right now. So Kangana spreading themselves out and trying to cover the angles, as Navi will have to leave this building at some point.
Judging by the weapons, I still think this is probably round 2, but again, we'll be just focusing on the graphics until we are corrected. But all we need to know at the moment is that Navi very much on the back foot when it comes to the health that's available for them. As I say, that Graceful gets ripped apart by Sleepy. Kangana, they'll be on the back foot. Navi have the advantage. They managed to do an incredible amount of damage with the Mozambique from distance there. Kangana find themselves in a 2 versus 3.
Navi, having come back from the deaths in our last map, trying to do exactly the same thing here. Nesh with a couple of nice wingman shots. He's going to break the shields of the Pathfinder, who's trying to desperately escape over the horizon and down to that low ground. JMW going to have to look to use that battery and reface now in what is a very, very difficult situation for Kangana to try and turn around here. It looks like they might try and play this low ground and try and use these head glitches to just peel off a little bit of damage and see if they can burn away some of those resources. Still early rounds, but you can see from JMW, he's only got 2 cells to play with himself. He's going to have to ask Medilol for a little IOU, that battery being dropped off for now.
We have seen Medilol hit some very influential shots in scenarios like this, but how difficult these 2 versus 3s are, and even though sometimes they come mighty close, very rarely do you see them overturned in favor of the team who only does have 2 players. As I mentioned earlier, really just have to try and isolate one and try and both focus that one player to then turn it into a 2v2 and go into the next engagement with a little bit of a health deficit. Navi are going to be pushing in though, and they will find the one single player. JMW caught with trousers down. Now Navi 3 versus 1 should clean up the round comfortably, which they will. And it's either 1-1 or 2-1. I'm still unsure on the graphic, but if it's 2-1, Navi are on match point. And seriously,
Well, I'm pretty sure it's 1-1.
However, but you know,
it is 1-1. Everybody, don't worry, we've got confirmation from the back, and the people who are far more intelligent than us have told us it is 100% 1-1. So we haven't missed any of the action so far in this map 3, which means that Kangana are probably taking a deep breath and thinking, what are these commentators talking about? It's 1-1. We haven't put ourselves into a situation where we can lose the series from taking the first game and looking so strong. But for now, Kangana are going to have to answer back down, because Navi do have an opportunity to put themselves onto match point here. Kangana with that zip line, going to be skynading this time and then looking to meet Navi head on that high ground, forcing the bubble straight away, but hits the E-Ray and this is what I was talking about. The man seems to be finding these openings at close range, and that will be the first knock here for Navi.
One way to combat the grenades is a Gibby bubble. One player of Navi has gone down though, so it's a 2 versus 2. Make that a 2 versus 1, make that the round going in favor of Navi, as Navi will now go 2-1 up. And now they will put themselves onto match point and series point. So quite the turnaround after Kangana absolutely wiping the floor with Navi in our first map on Thermal Station, being 1 round away from winning the entire series, now find themselves 1 round away from losing the entire series, and Navi have just demonstrated an incredible fight back here.
Really, really good here from Navi. It's all about momentum sometimes, Arenas. It's about just hitting those shots, seeing that opening, and Kangana have really fallen off from what was a very, very strong start. But as we know, and as we've already seen in our first game of the day here, it isn't over until it's over in Arenas. And Kangana have a real opportunity to extend this series, or extend this game, I should say. The series is stay the same, but no, you don't want to let them do that, as Nesh won't be the one getting the E-break damage this time. It'll be Strafey who's flying in, gets the knock onto Mady Low, and that is really bad news here for Kangana.
Yeah, this could be lights out for Ghana now. The will be finished. The grenades will come through. The zip comes in. The aggression is there, and Navi make this a 3 versus 1. And it looks like Ghana are going to be heading to the lower bracket, because Navi have demonstrated something very different in these second 2 maps. An amazing display of confidence. They've really turned things around, and they say, "Hey, you think Ghana are the favourites, huh? Well, how about that?"
Really, really impressive there from Navi, and the EVA 8 having to say, I've got to say, it's so great to see Strafey back on Pathfinder. I love watching him on Pathfinder. He was one of my favorite Pathfinders from the EMEA region back when Pathfinder was, viable in Battle Royale, and unfortunately, buff Pathfinder, by the way, everyone who's watching, hasn't been able to play Pathfinder as much. He still tried to dabble in it, still thinks that, he can bring something to the table with it in Battle Royale, but when it is a meta pick character in somewhere like Arenas, you really do get to see how the good Pathfinder players kind of come back to the fore, and Strafey is one of those. And not speaking about coming back to the fore, speaking about comebacks, what a comeback that was from Navi.
I mean, they were dead. Like, they were dead in the water. They looked like they had no hope. It looked like it was going to be lower bracket. I was hoping they were just going to get 1 round on the board so they could get some confidence. But that 1 round turned into an amazing shift of momentum where their play style completely changed. They were far more confident in their shots. They weren't scared of the Kangana pushes, because I think in the early stages in Thermal Station, they were overwhelmed by Kangana's aggression. They weren't ready for it. They were caught off guard at times. They were almost backing away from fights, not taking those engagements because they didn't want to give up the first knock. But they soon realized, actually, we can go toe-to-toe with these guys. We are hitting our shots. These wingman shots we are outputting are doing an incredible amount of damage. And then they were getting the first knock round after round, and it was always Kangana on the back foot ever since that change on Party Crasher. And now Navi go through into winners bracket round 2, and Kangana, who we just saw win an arena tournament recently, they're gonna have to battle all the way through the lower bracket.
They certainly do, but it's good news at the same time. Even though it's not the ideal start here for Kangana, the fact that they aren't out of the tournament is good for Kangana fans who are watching, and certainly for the 3 players as well, who, like you said, just won the most recent tournament that we did see. But for Navi, massive confidence boost for them, not only being able to show the resilience, like you mentioned, but taking down a team who I probably would have picked as a favorite, arguably, to win this tournament. It has got to be absolutely huge for them, Dan.
Yeah, I think this is going to be now a real kind of message being sent to the rest of the lobby, the rest of the teams that are in this tournament, that Kangana were just shut down in a position where they were comfortably winning as well. They won 5 rounds on the bounce. They needed 1 more, and that would have been one of the quickest sweeps that we've seen in Arena. But instead, Navi, great resilience and a great demonstration of why we should be considering them as one of the favorites for this tournament. Would it have been different in a best of 5? Would we have then seen Kangana come back into things again? We know how momentum really can be a massive factor here in Arenas, especially with the snowballing effect, with how the materials work and how you can build up, you can get the better weapons. But the strategy was all there for Navi. The Gibraltar played a huge part in that, not just in the early rounds, but also in every single map. We saw how the benefit there, where the Skynades would protect the Gibby Bubble, would protect the team from the Skynades. So I'm very impressed with what Navi did. Maybe Kangana just weren't able to combat that Gibby after the first few rounds.
It was very interesting to see how this game kind of progressed. And I feel like Navi did a really good job of actually calling out where Graceful was. One thing that's always vital for teams is when there is an impactful player who's being the entry fragger, it's keeping your eyes on it, keeping tabs. Because one thing Graceful's so good at on Kungana is if he doesn't get that initial knock, it's getting out and staying alive and playing his life for long enough that, you know, he becomes a little bit of a hindrance. But they kept tabs on him. It was very often that you would see Graceful actually being the first knock for Navi, which meant that not only were they managing to hold off the initial damage that was being done, when he was trying to escape, they did a good enough job to just slow things down and actually get that knock onto Graceful, chase it down, and put them in that advantage position where they had the 3v2 on their side. Yeah,
Graceful getting caught out was a shame for them. I think that that's something that he will have to focus on going into the next matches. Needs to take a look around and either make sure he can jump into the void or be a little bit closer to the rest of the team so that he isn't isolated as often. But an amazing display from Navi. Very impressed with what they had to offer, and I hope that can carry on now going into the rest of these rounds.
And what needs to adjust for Kungana, because that was a little bit of a kind of difficult situation for them to find themselves in, for better or worse. You know, what has to change for them, because they kind of fell apart a little bit, especially there on Gardens.
I think Kungana will look at that as a missed opportunity, because it could have been 6-0. They could have been transitioning into winners bracket round 2 here with a 2-0 advantage. I think it's just that they didn't clutch up at the right time. They gave Navi the opportunity to get back into that game, whether that was overconfidence after winning 5 rounds in a row, or whether it was just a slip up, a mistake, maybe composition changes here or there. We saw how influential the Gibby was. They just need to reassess how they want to move forward here in the lower bracket.
Well, I think we've got an interview ready, Dan, and it's with one of the Navi players, which puts a big smile on my face because I love speaking to the players. I said it before, like, we haven't had the opportunity to speak to a lot of the players because we haven't had LANs. So I think we've got Kuya ready to join us. Hopefully he is there. Kuya, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what up, Kuya? How you doing, mate? A good comeback from you in that game. It wasn't looking good after the first map.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what my teammates did, but they did something right. Felt like I didn't do anything there.
Well, you got carried through the first map, which is really good to see. Very, very strong for Navi to know that you've got a performance in the bag as we get into those later rounds. What happened in that first map, though? Because it seemed like you guys really didn't have a footing whatsoever. You kept getting first blooded. Is it all your fault, or was there something just missing a little bit?
I feel like it was like just getting like warmed up, and we like have no clue. We actually didn't practice that map at all.
Okay.
So I think that was a big part. Yeah, it was first time playing against Kungana, so it was like learning a lot there.
And
ready for the next games, I guess.
When it does come to practice, then I mean, you picked Party Crasher. We've seen you guys perform well on Party Crasher, or several Navi players anyway, because I know you've had different lineups throughout different tournaments. Would you say Party Crasher is your strongest map? I know you don't want to give away too much going through this, but are there certain maps that you definitely favor in this map pool?
I mean, of course, like I feel like every team got like certain maps that they really like know how to play it and like good at it. So I mean, that's one of them for us. We're really confident on that map.
All right, I'm going to ask the other question now. What map don't you want to play? Straight. Actually, no. Do you know what?
I'm not telling that.
Don't worry about it. I tried to get it out of you. Trying to stitch up Navi fans. I'm only joking. Let's talk about the rest of the bracket, though. Who do you fear in the rest of the bracket? Because Kungana were arguably, in my opinion, probably the favourites with the win that they had in a recent tournament. But who else in the bracket do you think we'd rather avoid them until some later rounds?
To be honest with you, I don't think we like scared of anyone else, actually. Like me personally, I was a little bit scared with Kungana, but we like actually beat them, so dude, there's nothing else to fear anymore.
And Kuya, we've seen a big shift in meta throughout these tournaments with weapons and what to buy in the early rounds. We saw the Mozambique come into the equation. We've seen 30-30 repeaters appear, but the wingman seems to be very firmly in your hands. Are we ever going to see you change away from the wingman, or is that always going to be your go-to weapon?
I mean, you might see some R9, maybe. Okay. Maybe some Evas. It's mostly wingman though. I'm a one-trick pony, okay?
I was going to say, this man is the biggest one-trick pony you've ever seen in your life. He can only use one gun. It's as simple as that. Well, Kuya, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
We'll let you go and get ready for your next game. And once again, say congratulations to your teammates from us as well.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
Awesome stuff. Kuya, what a man. What a human. The one-trick pony, Mr. Wingman. If you're going to be a one-trick on anything then, Dad, it might as well be the wingman, right?
My chair. What?
Where are you going?
I don't know if my chair's just broken.
Oh, no.
We're okay.
Dan's true size is being shown here, everybody. Finally, it's been broken. The camera trickery has been ruined.
Yeah, I'm actually 3'6", and this chair is boosted. I've got not just the chair at its highest, but I've got 6 booster seats and 4 pillows to ensure I'm at Mark's size. But yeah, that was an amazing performance from Navi. Kuya seems in good spirits. Apparently, he did nothing. It was all his teammates, so that's always good. Claiming that he hasn't helped, even though we know very much he did.
Well, that interview was, of course, brought to you by the HyperX Quadcast, which you can see right over my shoulder there. Beautiful little thing. And it's time for us to jump into a quick break before we get back for our next game. In the meantime, head over to gloot.com and sign up for a free account so you can start competing and tracking your stats in Apex Legends. But when we get back, we've already seen Navi go through. Who's going to join them? We'll find out. Welcome back, everybody, to the GLL Arena Summer. Dan ran back. He thought he wasn't going to make it. He had to nip to the little boy's room, you know, but you can see why his cheeks are a little bit flushed, but he's made it back. Don't worry. We do have our next game coming up just around the corner, though, and that is going to be Navi. Once again, we're going to see them on stream going up against Major Pushers. So Major Pushers making their way through the bracket. And speaking of the bracket, we'll take a look at that as soon as possible to keep you all up to date at home on exactly who managed to go through and who has fallen down to our lower bracket. Looking at the top there, you can see the NCD have gone through. Scars Europe have fallen down to that lower bracket. Taishin was awake. So that is just a good performance from Aim Assist Daddies. And then you can see Major Pushers took down 4 gang down at the bottom there. You can see Underrated actually falling to Future Perfect, and VSA taking out Reply Totem, as I remember how to read things. There's New Esports also taking down Aqualix, so some surprises here.
It almost seems like the majority of favourites did fall after seeing Kangana go down to Navi. I mean, Amos's Daddy's beating Scars. I mean, I was saying how Scars, they have a nice, path into potentially the upper bracket round 3 here, and the Amos's Daddies came along and said, not today, sunshine. We want to make Onset smile some more with our team name. NCD going through. Good to see Dolphins team progress. I always enjoy watching Dolphins, so hopefully get to see some of their gameplay on our screens a little bit later. Still waiting to find out the result from Gambit and Maestro, but New Esports, I mean, yeah, okay, Aqualix, they are one of the favourite teams. We've seen them perform very well in arena tournaments, but we know what New Esports are capable of. We know that they have that ability to just really push in and destroy anyone in a team fight.
Well, look at that lower bracket. That is stacked, and unfortunately, we are going to have some teams falling out now that we would expect to go a little bit further than maybe they will in this particular tournament. But focusing now onto our upcoming match, which is going to be Navi once again taking on Major Pushers. And we heard from Kuya saying, Navi don't fear anyone, but Major Pushers, a scary team to go up against here, Dan. Yeah,
they are. They are one of these teams that are there or thereabouts in the majority of BR tournaments. We haven't seen loads of them throughout arenas, so that's why I'm particularly interested in seeing how they progress and transition from BR into arena. But yeah, this isn't going to be an easy game for Navi whatsoever. Even though Navi were able to have an amazing comeback there against Kangana, suddenly they're going to go up against a Major Pushers team who are going to be equally as fearless as Kangana, and if not playing even more aggressive. We know what Major Pushers are like. They're called Major Pushers for a reason.
Well, let's take a look at the maps that teams are going to be playing on them, because that has been very influential, as we first know. And we get to play our mini game here. First one's going to be Party Crashers. I don't know what it is. I'm so entertained by simple things like pictures being revealed down. Party Crasher is where we are going to first, and that's a big pick there for Navi.
Yeah, this is where I should say something
important. Very interesting.
There we go. We've got Phase Runner coming into things again. One of my favourite maps. Great to see how teams try and position themselves for one of the larger maps that we have in Arena. And rather than go into more analysis, instead I'm just going to go,
ooh. What's our next map? Is Overflow. Okay, so we got a very close quarters map for our final one, and that is going to be the pick of Major Pushers, I believe. So a very, very nice map pool. I would say arguably my favorite 3 maps that we do have in arenas. Who do you give the advantage to, though? Because we have seen Navi getting out to that good start on Party Crashers already today.
Considering the interview where Navi and Kuya were saying they don't really fear anyone, they played on Gardens, which is a map they haven't really practiced. That means they have been practicing maps. And as you mentioned, these, in my opinion, are also probably 3 of the most popular maps that we have. So you'd expect Navi to have put time into all 3 of these, at least to a point where they're comfortable with which legends they want to play, and if they are switching compositions. If they're not switching compositions, then which areas of the map they want to play, how they want to be aggressive, or whether they want to hold down and play for circle, because as we know where the circles are going to be transitioning depending on where it starts. But starting here on Party Crasher, it was a map that we've seen Navi perform extremely well on, not just in this tournament, but previous tournaments as well. So if they can open things up here with a 1-0 lead, maybe they can go into map number 2, which was their pick, and they can just dominate their way through to upper bracket round 3.
We're going to have to see if that happens. However, I get to the point now in arenas where I feel almost like I'm setting myself up for failure if I give predictions, because in the last game, it's like, oh, this just looks like all Kungana. You know, Navi haven't even started. They haven't got anything going whatsoever. And then they turn it around and all of a sudden it's Kungana who are down in the lower bracket, and Navi have managed to work their way in. So I feel like maps is really a big thing. Like you said, Kuya said they haven't practiced certain maps. They have practiced other maps. And I feel like these are 3 maps, like you mentioned quite rightly, that all of the teams will be more familiar with than some of the others that might be in the map pool. But for now, it's going to be up to Navi to see if they can continue from where they left off against Kungana, and it's up to Major Pushers now to see if they can put the fear that Navi say they don't have about any other teams in the bracket into them in this first round.
I think the difficulty with predictions with these arena tournaments is that it doesn't necessarily correlate from Battle Royale to arena, even though there is a transition there which you can compare, right? You've got your just gun skill in general. We know which players are amazing. We know which players can perform well. We know which teams are good in team fights, but it's not just one single team fight round. It's a team fight that's also based around economy. It's based around map positioning. It's based around trying to take advantage of certain scenarios where you might not find yourself in BRs. But we're going to get this one underway, and we will see whether we can see our favourites for this series being Navi actually close things out, or whether we're going to see today go the same way as Winners Bracket Round 1 did, where the team who wasn't the favourite just managed to turn up on the day.
Well, it's going to be Navi with the Mozambique fully decked out as well, purple bolt and the digi threat to go alongside. It always throws me off a little bit when I see the purple on the digi threat and the little icon next to the gun. But for now, it's going to be a little bit of standoff between the two after that initial damage was done by Cleve with that grenade that just rolled towards that storage pill where the meds were taken by Navi. Care package is going to come down again, and you see Fitu now moving across with the flatline in his hands. That's going to be his gun of choice here. A few shots into the distance, see if he can get a little bit of chip damage. But now it's going to be the break coming in as Fitu will finally get the first real damage of the game and follow it up with some more to the Gibraltar.
Yeah, it's very important that you are comfortable with the guns, especially the iron sights in these opening rounds if you aren't spending the extra money, as well, it's going to be another wingman that's found in the care package, which is great news if you're Kuya, and being a one-trick pony, maybe Strafey will hand off another wingman and just hand off some of those bullets, or he'll just hit the bullets himself.
He's got 776 bullets, which is the most bullets I've ever seen in a gun on Apex Legends. We are breaking records here today, ladies and gents. It is impressive to see, but yeah, you're quite right. Kuya could be not just a one-trick pony, but a two-trick pony if he manages to pick up 2 wingmen, but it will be Strafey here who has both of those guns in his possession. Taking a little bit of damage once again from that Mozambique, and you can see from his point of view how frustrating it is to take that chip damage. You're barely showing anything but a little bit of shoulder to your opponent, and already you're being forced to use meds, which is such a premium in these early rounds.
A little bit of shoulder, a little bit of leg. You've got to be careful with what you're showing to your opposition, because otherwise they'll suddenly die when you do the damage, and then you'll be knocked, and the rest of the team has to try and recover. But Navi down to a little bit of health there on Strafey, and he will fall. So now, even though the positioning wasn't bad from Nesh and Kuya, they find themselves in a 2 versus 3. Make that a 2 versus 2 now, sorry. Make that a 2 versus 1 as Kuya with the wingman has managed to absolutely destroy 2 members of Major Pushers.
Yeah, it looks like Navi were kind of forced into a position where they had to fight as their meds were slowly taken away from them and used and burned, and it will be them who finally burn Major Pushers down to the ground as they will get the first round on the board. And let's say that Major Pushers, there wasn't much of a push from them whatsoever in that they were looking for that initial tap damage, and it was actually the zone that kind of forced them out down from that high ground and inside and just into the crosshairs of Navi, who are waiting quite happily just to do that damage.
Yeah, this one's going to be a little bit more of a slow burner, because you've got both Gibraltars on either side, so it's going to be a trade-off for damage, trying to deplete those resources and then deciding if and when you're going to jump on the other team. If not, you're just going to be slowly creeping up and trying to take map advantage, utilizing that bubble when the right time appears, whether that be defensively or offensively, or sometimes just for positioning at times, just try and get a better angle. But it's going to be another fight on the top of the sunken Mirage Voyage, the crashed Mirage Voyage. Is it sunken? If it flies, does it sink to the ground? Or does it need to be submerged in water to sink? Maybe that's a question for later.
That's a question for later. We'll get that one answered by the chat because they are the most intelligent people here. As Major Pushers now will move away a little bit, maybe thinking about some material resources, maybe thinking about some med resources. It is going to be meds being picked up by ranches. They will have to move towards that zone, though. As you can see, Navi all posted up on top of their side of Mirage Voyage here on Party Crasher. One player playing out wide on that angle towards the health pills again. Navi shots coming in from Kuya. Is going to get the break onto the player who did momentarily cross in front of his crosshairs. Major Pushers now once again just playing the back of this, and it seems like they're more than happy just to sit back, do this poke damage down, and then wait until they have a significant HP advantage before they try and make any moves themselves.
And there's a lot of responsibility on that one player who goes for the wide angle as well, because if your teammates get pushed whilst you're out there, you have to hit the shots as they cross to ensure that you give your teammates the best possibility of actually equalizing that fight and having some sort of chance of winning a 2 versus 3. If you miss those shots, it suddenly gets very, very difficult for your team. But Navi, they're at a full complement of health. They are feeling confident. They're in a decent position. You can see that circle is moving over towards their west, so they will have to transition ever so slightly. They have already sent one man over there, one player. Major Pushers maybe try and jump onto this, but there's a bit of hesitancy as I say that. Ranches dives in.
Yeah, I think that Major Pushers are at a real serious health disadvantage here on this round. You see that Cleve and Fito haven't popped any cells or batteries, and that's because they don't have any. So Major Pushers being forced to try and close ground and forced to try and do damage before they get dropped onto their backs permanently here, as Navi are just holding down this high ground and looking to take advantage of the damage they've already done. And now they're actually going to be relocating a little bit, swapping sides of the map, and Major Pushers really a little bit of a shambles here as Cleve tries to get out, do a little bit more damage, but look at his teammates, they're falling all around him. Navi just holding the line, and they'll pick up the second round here and put themselves on match point.
Really comfortable from Navi, again, just picking their time perfectly, picking apart their opposition, if I'm completely honest. The wingman shot is just an absolute thorn in the side of Major Pushers. The composition, very similar, the only difference being the Octane instead of the Wraith, and the Octane just allows for that quick movement, very difficult to hit when you get into those close range engagements, slightly smaller hitbox than the Wraith as well. And even though the Wraith will have the advantage of being able to dive into the void and not be able to hit whatsoever, that doesn't really matter if you're just getting tagged from the wingman from distance and then you're the last player alive, or if you're trying to engage in a fight a little bit too late. So Navi with a chance to close out map number 1 in a very quick and emphatic fashion.
Well, don't write anyone else out yet, as we've seen multiple times. That frag grenade is gonna just tickle. Yeah, that one's gonna prod a little bit harder, and the third one was almost gonna make him feel extremely tired for a few moments here. Ranch is being aggressive this time, and it will be the first knock this time going to Major Pushers. A little bit more aggression coming out from them, Dan. Deciding to challenge much earlier. Bubble fight going on here between Kuya and the Gibraltar player. There's a right hook. He's looking for a second as well. This is a little bit of a mess, this one. Major Pushers have made it messy, and more importantly, made it work here, as they will get their first round on the board.
As a terrible football team once said, to dare is to do, and that was very much the decision there by Major Pushers. They had to go for a little bit of a risk. They had to get aggressive. They pushed it on Navi. They did not give Navi the chance to deliberate and decide on what they wanted to do. Very difficult when a team just really suffocates you in that way, and Navi just didn't have the response on that occasion. But now they'll be a little bit more wise to it. They'll be prepared, and they won't allow Major Pushers to have as quick a way of jumping in their face.
Well, here is the point of view of all 6 players as we head into what could be map point here for Navi. And a chance to go up by 1 in the series, and they have looked very impressive, but Major Pushers found something that works, something that sometimes that aggression is all you really need just to catch a team off guard who do like to post up, like Navi have been in those first couple of rounds where they had that success. You have to change the pace a little bit, and there's some more grenades, and so every time on board with Kuya at the moment, he's feeling the wrath of those grenades as Ranches now moves up, and once again we're seeing Major Pushers try and repeat the dosage and find the success that they had. The same recipe. The defensive bombardment now is going to come in and force Navi down off this height.
Yeah, Strophy just needs to get this Phoenix kit off, which it looks like he's going to be able to. Kuya takes a little bit of damage, now needs to back off, and this is where the defensive bubble has to come in, and they have to fight together. But Major Pushers have taken the high ground off them now, and if they push in at the right time here, they can make this very difficult for Navi. in a 3v3 engagement where they're very much on the back foot purely because of map positioning.
Navi playing inside of this building. Strafey's going to be taken down. He tried to make the play, and now it's a 3v2. A major pushers, like I said, never predict anything in arenas because it can turn around so quickly. It was map point. But now we're moving into our tiebreaker. 2 clear rounds needed by one of these teams to take home Party Crasher.
And this is what I was talking about earlier, the economy management and how snowbally the game can be. Just that one extra round by having that 3-kill advantage going into the next, giving you those extra materials over your opponent can be the difference in an extra grenade, an extra bat or something that can really change the round for you. And the aggression from major pushers really was basically because of the ultimate. The defensive bombardment forced Navi down low. They then got on top of them, and as soon as Navi were on that low side, it was extremely difficult for them to watch all of the angles, and major pushers surrounded them, pushed at the correct time, majorly, may I say. And now we're tied up at 2-2, and Navi miss out on their chance to take map number 1, and it means we are going first to 4 here in map number 1.
Got an enemy out there.
Let's go here.
Navi holding down this high ground. I think the secret for them is just avoiding that early frag grenade damage that's coming in, and you can see that they've decided to match aggression with aggression. Kuya moving up with the R99. That was his trump card. The wingman doesn't work. He's got the R9 to work with, and you can see Strafey has managed to get the first knockdown. Skyne coming in once more. Pathfinder inviting himself into the bubble, but the party is only for Kuya here as he's playing doorman hit with the R99.
You don't really want to play a doorman against major pushers though, because they will show you their ID and they'll force their way in, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the squad were there to back him up. And now Navi again put themselves onto match point. A slight hesitation in rounds 3 and 4, but no hesitation in round number 5. Back to their winning ways.
A chance for Navi to tie this one up again. Major pushers already held off 2 map points and will have to do so once more if they want to take home Party Crasher here in our first map of this winners round, I should say, winners bracket round 2 match. But for Navi, I like how they mix things up a little bit there, Dan. And then one thing we've always said in arenas is the speed at which you can adapt to how a team is playing is so vital for your success over a series.
It's all about adaptation. It's all about learning the patterns of your opposition, whether that be the positions they're taking, whether it be the utility they're buying, where they're throwing grenades, angles they're taking. It can all be read, and you've got to try and be unpredictable. That's why we see rounds change so quickly, where it goes from 2-0 to 2-2, suddenly then to 4-2. It's all teams adjusting to how their oppositions are playing and ensuring that they're being as unpredictable as possible.
Looks like the grenades have been avoided here. Kuya with the R99 in hand is going to be forced to use another battery, and that'll be 2 of the 4 that he did have at the start of this round already. Maybe put into the trash can.
Hostile close.
Not any more charge in them. It's Navi now trying to get some more shots with that wingman. You can see the cleavers in a little bit of bother here on the Gibraltar. Going to have to move back as Nesh was trying to hold some angles. Strafey trying to move up onto the Pathfinder. A little bit of Pathfinder on Pathfinder action going on that far side. Fitzy's going to jump into the void as well, and there's a lot of action going on here, Dan. A lot of damage being exchanged. Nobody getting that first knock as Ranches will get that first one, combining with Fitzy, who will get the final damage onto Kuya. That will be major pushing with the first knock. However, here comes Navi once more. Fitzy, last player alive here. Get some shots onto the Gibraltar, but it's not enough, and Navi will close things out here on our map number 1, 4-2 on Party Crasher.
That could have been so different, and Ranches was able to bat there, got the knock, tried to bat, but I think he was just milliseconds away from being able to pop it off. And if that had been able to come off, maybe it could have been an entirely different round. But Navi doing well not to fall victim to something they were able to execute onto Kungana in the previous game, where once you go 2-0 up and you suddenly lose it and go 2-2, it's very easy to get down on yourselves and find yourself losing the map. But instead, they were able to refocus, revisit how they wanted to approach the game, and they adjusted, just as their opposition did as well. Just as we saw major pushers adjust, Navi readjusted to their game plan, and they were reactive to the aggression of major pushers from rounds 3 and 4. So they will take the first map, they will take the advantage going into map number 2, and I think Navi do look the better team, if I'm honest, when it comes down to the 3v3 fights, when it comes down to the positioning, when it comes down to resources as well. They have it all there. but we know how quickly things can change. Major Pushers have shown elements of where they could be the better team, where their team fights, if they are quick, if they are effective and smooth, they do come out on top. So I think they need to take that away from this map, number one, that maybe playing slow and patient doesn't benefit them as much as it benefits Navi.
Yeah, I think it's one thing I certainly took away from that map is Navi aren't willing to let the pace of games be dictated to them. I think they want to dictate the pace. As soon as Major Pushers tried to speed things up again a bit, Navi were just like, okay, like, we can match you on that. We'll do a little bit of damage and we'll close the ground. We'll put the pressure back onto you and see how you deal with that. And it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out now as we move on to Phase Runner, because this is a map where aggression maybe isn't quite as obtainable, if you like, unless you have a jump pad maybe to try and really surprise your opponents. But it's more about peak damage here. It's more about slowly whittling away your opponent's shields, and I feel like that might actually work out in the way of Navi a little bit more, because I feel like that's the way they're more comfortable playing. That's kind of their default setup, so to speak.
Unless we see Major Pushers go for the Arena Demons approach, the 30-30 repeater coming into the equation, I think that Navi should have the upper hand, as you say. Their wingman shots have been on point. They know the angles. Their pre-fire shots are probably going to be there. There could be the aggression. You're right. The jump pad could come in. We've seen the Devotion jump pad strats come in from other teams in previous Arena tournaments, really trying to surprise your opposition. But you can only usually do that for one round, maybe two. There can be that adjustment period where you just either sit back or you push up a little bit further to try and combat that. There is always going to be a response for pretty much anything that you try and offer in these arena games. There is always going to be the strategy and the counter strategy. And for the most part, there is always a counter strategy to some way of play. Some would suggest that maybe certain legends there aren't counter strategies to. That's why we've seen some bans in this tournament. But at least we're getting some very interesting engagements with the legend selection we've got.
That's very, very true. I do wonder if we'll see the 30-30 come out here, and if we're going to see Rampart as well, because that was something that was very influential, having the walls to put down and use a little bit of cover, the amp cover being so vital to just get that little bit more damage as well as being able to hold down a few angles, a few extra, it's there's a few extra inches, on those angles, just to make the difference stand is what it is with Rampart. That's what she offers, but. For now, we're going to have to see if that is the case. I don't think we're going to see much of a composition change, though. I think they're so comfortable playing these compositions, not only from arenas, but BR as well. I think that something like Rampart is something you have to put a lot of time into, especially in arenas. And I feel like you have to kind of specialize, so to speak, in arenas to know those little nuances that she can bring to the table here.
Yeah, we saw that. I think the teams who are Battle Royale teams like to stick with their traditional composition, what they're comfortable on, whereas we saw teams in previous arena tournaments who weren't necessarily teams we're used to seeing in BRs, but they suddenly exploded onto the scene in arenas, and that is because of their knowledge of which legends to play, their experimentation on certain maps to ensure they get the best possible advantage, whether that be through a Rampart, whether that be through Bangalore, through Horizon, because these legends can make the difference. They really can offer that little bit of extra something that you need against some teams who arguably might have better aim than you. So you need to find legends who can give you those abilities to give you a little bit of an advantage, because it isn't just a straight 3v3 gunfight. Legend abilities come into the equation as they do in Battle Royale, but even more so here in arenas, because there is no other teams that are going to be third party. You don't have to worry about who else is going to be pushing you. It's just that straight gunfight with those abilities making the difference, and the abilities cost money as well. So you need to be thinking about which legends are better spent in terms of the materials that you're able to pick up, who has the ultimate abilities that are a little bit cheaper than others, who has the kind of Q abilities that are cheaper than others. Gibraltar, for example, very good legend to play. The fact that you've got the bubble, you can buy several bubbles, really influential. We saw how influential the likes of Loba was with how just cheap her ultimate ability was. Banned in this tournament, mainly that's the reason why her ultimate was far too cheap. But there's all these different things that come into question, but I think you're right. We're seeing teams who are more traditionally Battle Royale teams that are saying, we don't need to change our legends. We are confident in our ability in actually just team fights, cutting out any kind of gimmicky legend abilities that you want to see on certain maps, and we'll just win it in a straight, fair gunfight.
I think it's something that's certainly going to help Navi out as well, because I feel like the wingman plays that they can make, all three of those players, are some of the best aims that you have in the business, and it's showing already. So the less variables, if you like, is certainly going to play into the hands of Navi. And I've got to be honest, I wish I would have got an ice cream from that ice cream van, because it is boiling in here. I feel like a nice 99 ice lolly would have just brought down the internal temperature.
Wait.
I would have had, you know what I mean?
Wait. Did you say 99 ice lolly?
I said 99 or an ice.
Oh, okay, there was an or. Okay, I take it back.
What do you think I am? Some sort of Philistine?
You scared for a second. Scared, but less about ice creams. We can touch on that again later because I have some in the freezer and I'm going to look forward to them in my break. But Navi are getting very aggressive already. The Bob major push to steer and opposite. They are major retreaters right.
A little bit of damage being done here by Cleve. He's going to have a bit done to him as well. A couple of sky nades though, and there are the 30-30 repeaters like you mentioned. It's going to be Nesh who's picking this one up. And it looks like nobody's quite sure what's going on at the moment, Dan, because there's desperation bubbles going down. There's Pathfinders with slow grapples, but one thing we can confirm is the first knock will be going down to Navi, the second one as well. And Navi will come in to clean up business. They will take a 1-0 lead here on our second map of the series.
I love how we were like, yeah, you know, this map, you don't see the aggression. You don't see teams just running at one another because there's so much open areas. It's going to be slow. It's going to be standoff. They both went, screw that. Let's just run at one another and let's shut this game down instantly. Navi with more aggression, and I love it. They've done exactly what Major Pushers did to them in some rounds in the previous map. They said, let's catch them by surprise. They did so. They forced the bubble out of them. They were able to surround them. The damage was there. The 30-30 repeater wasn't hitting that hard, if I'm honest, but in the close range, it still can hit shots even without the shattered caps. But now we'll see Navi take the 1-0 advantage and be 2 rounds away from winning this entire series. That's how close things can get here in these arenas matches, that you're only just a slither away from winning the entire thing.
You're not being able to connect until that final bullet, which is just going to hit the gun shield, so it's not going to do any shield or HP damage. But look at this, Navi, aggression, the name of the game. They do not have to be asked twice as they try and move in. 76, and on my word, the hip fire with the wingman was about as good as you can get. Strafey and Nesh try and finish this thing off. And I mean, Kuya, once again, making the difference with those wingman shots. And Navi, they look like they're on a mission here, Dan.
Most importantly, they've won 2 rounds here with all 3 knocks and all 3 finishes without going down themselves, so those extra materials aren't going to be added to their opponents here in round 3. There's going to be a massive economic advantage for Navi, and they very much are in a great position to close this one out 3-0 and win the entire series 2-0 in our best of 3 here in winners bracket round 2. It does go to a best of 5 once we get to winners bracket round 3, but for now Navi will try and take advantage of just this best of 3 and a shorter series to work with. But remember, Kungana were up in this exact same position against Navi, but they had 2 match points and they threw it away, and Navi turned the series around. So let's not count Major Pushers out just yet, but Navi very much look like they do have the upper hand.
Well, Major Pushers are going to be happy that there is a bit of a change of scenery for them here. They're moving over to the other side of Phase Runner, moving towards the construction side of things, away from the Phase Portal. Maybe that could be a little bit of a change of momentum for them. Sometimes it's just, that's all it takes, Dan. Just a little change of scenery. Just get away from things. As Cleve is doing some good damage there with the Hemlock and almost managing to get that first knock going in their favor.
Just like real life. Things are getting you down. Just go out for a breather, change the scenery a little bit, try and find where the negative is in your life, and then you remove that negativity. In this instance, it's Major Pushers saying we want to get away from that side of the map.
But here's Major Pushers trying to get a little bit of aggression going in their favor. There's a little zip line that might give them an ability to jump peak actually above this. Instead, it's going to be a slow climb here from Ranches. It is going to be a slow climb, but it's going to be quick damage as the Pathfinder tries to escape and manages to do so. And that is Pathfinder's grapple ability once again on display. Strafey, a real master of that legend, and showing you can't just be anyone on a Pathfinder, you have to be a special kind of player. But finally he's going to be taken down, and Major Pushers looking to really put the pressure on to their opponent.
Yeah, this is better positioning from Major Pushers. It's 2 versus 1, and you'd imagine they should close this out, which they will, coming in with the final damage to at least put 1 round on the board here. And even though all the materials would have been in favor of Navi going into that round, now Major Pushers will have plenty of materials to work with going into round number 4. I do feel like as well players play better once they've got the purple shields. Once you get into round number 3, right? When you're just working with the blue shields in the early rounds, it's not necessarily what you're used to in BR, because most teams, when you get to those late game fights, should have purple shields by the time you're actually getting into proper 3v3 engagements, because they're very good at kind of transitioning through the map, doing that poke damage and not engaging into a fight until they are on purple. So maybe some teams just are a little bit more comfortable once they're at full health.
Let's go this way.
So Navi still on match point here. But as you say, history repeating itself this time on the side against Navi would not be good news, as Strafey's going to have to try and escape here and will manage to do so, but he's got to be very, very careful with that frag grenade, which is going to be chasing his tail as he manages to just about get around that corner. We'll be able to pop the battery, and now you can see Kuya taking a little bit of wide angle, might actually be able to sneak behind a couple of players, but he's been spotted out now by the Pathfinder. He'll now have to retreat himself, and a real split across the map here, Dan. You can see how separated some of these players are, and Hutu is the player who's looking for a little bit of a flank here. We're going to have to slow down, but Gibby's flying through the sky. It's something you don't want to see coming your way. Bubble will go down for him as well. Cleve comes in to help, and I tell you what, there's nothing scarier than a Gibby flying at you unless you've got a Gibby to fly at you as well.
How has that actually happened? The 1 versus 2. Nesh has just gone absolutely Super Saiyan to win that engagement against 2 players. Managed to knock for 2, and now Navi will have a 3 versus 2 here. They have the chance to win this series right here, right now.
Cleve trying to peel this player off of the head glitch. Manages to hit one headshot there. The 71 damage will pop up on his screen and at least give them some sort of hope, but the hope had to turn into a knock, and at the moment that's not coming. The only thing that's disappearing is his gun shield. And maybe a grenade at his feet is going to do even more damage. Nesh now, he's up his 2 teammates. Ranches is going to go down, and Navi look like they're starting the procession here towards calling this series their own. Strafey and Nesh, the last 2 players, to move in to fight the final one. It will be Navi who close things out here in winners bracket round 2, and they will keep moving through this winners bracket.
GG's in the chat, and a GG indeed. Very well played by Navi. We spoke to Kuya earlier. They said they don't really fear anyone, and you can see why. They look extremely confident. They seem to have the map knowledge. They seem to have their composition choice down to a T as well, and they very much are looking like one of the favorites already in this competition in the EMEA region. And I think that will be their last game of the day as well. I think we only watch round 1 and 2 of the upper bracket before we focus on the lower bracket, so they'll now be able to be big chilling before tomorrow, and they can just focus on watching, researching, and preparing for tomorrow's games.
Yeah, very, very good performance from Navi, and as I say, that round 1 performance, you really feel just completely filled them with confidence, taking down Kangana. Like we heard it from themselves. We know that it gave them the confidence. You know, they're not scared of anyone at the moment, and you can see this play from Nesh. I'm not quite sure why Cleve didn't try and get a little bit more aggressive, and maybe there was a few shots coming over Nesh's shoulder they were worried about hitting. Maybe they saw those grenades flying through the air, but Nesh really did make the big play in that final round to turn things in their favor. But Navi just looked pretty much flawless, to be honest with you. They seemed to change their pace when it needed to be down. They seemed to be able to adjust on the fly, and most importantly, when it came down to those gunfights, they were hitting most of their shots. I just think it was an all-round very impressive performance from them.
Yeah, they may have been a little bit worried when major pushers were able to pick apart 2 rounds in a very aggressive manner, but it's about being able to react to what your opposition does, right? You need to have an answer for everything, and Navi just seemed to have the playbook right there. They dove into it and they said, hey, okay, well, they're being a little bit more aggressive. How do we counter that? Maybe with some aggression of our own. Maybe we just back off. We buy some grenades. We buy some ultimates. We force them out of their comfort zone instead of them doing it to us. And Navi just wanted to dictate the pace of the play. As soon as major pushers got the position where they could then dictate the pace, that's when they looked more comfortable, and it makes sense, right? As soon as you know when you're the team being the pushers, major pushers, then you are going to be in a spot where you can just say, okay, well, let's all push from this angle, this angle, this angle. Let's make sure we do these damage. Let's throw the grenades here. Whereas when you're just waiting, especially in a building, it becomes very difficult because you don't know where to actually expect things to come from. Suddenly the anxiety starts to kick in. Are we going to get a grenade through this door? Do I watch this angle? And all it takes is one tiny mistake and the other team is suddenly on top of you.
Yeah, really good analysis. I completely agree with everything you've said. I think Navi just looked the complete package, and I always say the one thing that is most impressive for me is the ability to change on the fly. When you see a team being aggressive, you can match that aggression, and it shows that even though, you know, we joke and we say Kuya was saying he's a one trick with the wingman, and Navi certainly aren't a one trick when it comes to strategy and how they try and adjust, and they're really good at playing and kind of sensing, you know, the pace at which a round is going to be going and playing off of that. So congratulations to Navi. Really impressive performance from them. And, you know, as we move through our bracket, they're certainly going to be probably the favorites now after day 1's performance. But who knows? We're going to have to see how Navi perform tomorrow when we do get back into the action. They move towards hopefully what they will hope is a grand final opportunity now.
What I wonder is, how do Navi react when they're going up against a team, let's say like the original Arena Demons, or a team like that, for example, someone who is kind of just built for Arena, right? Someone who has done all that research, someone who changed legend composition, someone who keeps you on your toes. Will they still be able to find that same success against a team like that? I know they're not going to be playing that particular team, but it gets very difficult when you have to change your strategy for every single map, and you're going up against a team who has a far more decisive plan on how they want to approach things, whereas Navi just kind of focus really on their core gameplay, their core team fighting, rather so than how the map plays out itself and how different legends can alter how you should approach things.
I wonder if we're going to see any teams throw some curveballs in as well with map picks, because so far, we do have a bigger pool available than we've seen in previous Arena tournaments, but we haven't seen any of the curveball maps so far. I wonder if anyone's looking at Navi right now and they're thinking, well, the one map they said they hadn't practiced, they got wiped on. Let's throw in a couple of other maps that we haven't seen them practice on, because even though they're crazy gun skill, there's more strategy to it. And if they've got just a few hours under their belt, it could be the difference in actually taking home the series against them, especially if it's a best of 3 or a best of 5.
I think that's a good decision leading up to the tournament as well, as practicing maps that other people don't like. Because if it's not a pick and ban system, instead it's just a pick system at the moment, especially with the best of 3s, you're just picking which map you want to go for. It means that you can then pick those maps that your opposition doesn't like. So if, for example, like you say, Gardens isn't practiced, if you want to go for one of the newer maps, the only scary thing about that is if you suddenly start thinking about your opponent's picks rather than your own, and you focus on their weaknesses rather than your strengths, you may put them in a position where actually they're just a better team at team fighting, and then your practice doesn't really come into the equation. They're just going to be comfortable in any map. Navi just seem like a good squad in general. They're a core 3. They know how each other play. They're very good at covering each other's angles, very good at peeking when the other people are shielding, for example. So I think you can put them on any map and they'll still be able to be comfortable. So it's very hard to find their weaknesses, especially when Kuya's not giving us anything in interviews to suggest what maps they have been practicing on.
I tried, by the way. I did try everybody, but then I thought this is an awful question to ask, and I'm not going to put it on him to give us those decisions, because everyone's going to be watching, everyone's going to know, and that could affect their tournament. But Navi, very, very impressive so far. We're going to take a break, but in the meantime, while you're waiting, go and sign up over at gloot.com and check out today's challenges, because there's some awesome stuff over there for you to get involved with. When we get back, plenty more Apex Legends Arenas action coming your way. Welcome back, everybody, to the GLL Arenas Summer. And Dan, it's not just you who's joining me. We're starting off with a bang here, because Navi have done exactly the same today. And we've already heard from one of their players, Kuya. Well, we've got someone else on right now. We've got Strafey joining us. I said I'd introduce him as Big Boy Strafey. So, Strafey, it's great to have you joining us, friend. Congratulations. You guys have looked amazing today.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that you invite me. I'm really apologize that I'm without camera right now. I really sick. And I was sick for the whole week. I don't know where I found the energy and forced myself to play this tourney, but somehow I'm doing good right now.
That's what
so just like my team.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe you need to get sick more often, because you guys are playing unbelievably at the moment. Especially you. You seem to be very comfortable back on Pathfinder. I know you love Pathfinder yourself. It was kind of the legend that you played originally and had a lot of success with. How good is it to be back on Pathfinder and consistently playing arenas? Because we all know that Pathfinder's kind of fallen out of meta a little bit in Battle Royale, even though yourself, you try and bring him back from time to time. How good does it feel, though? Does it feel like natural just to be back on Path and having some fun?
Yes, I just having fun, from playing the game, finally. Because meta in Battle Royale a little bit shifted, and I cannot play on Pathfinder, but on arenas it's still there, and I'm really happy to play on that again. And I feel really confident when I play on Pathfinder, and that's why I guess I managed to make a lot of openings and managed to make a lot of good angles and stuff. So yeah, I'm really happy that meta looking like that for us, and it's working well for us. So yeah.
It is working well, but in other tournaments, we've seen teams kind of go for different legend compositions depending on the map, but you guys seem to be sticking with a pretty core 3 throughout the majority. Is there a chance you guys will change over for certain maps, or is this just going to be the legends you focus on?
Yeah, we always... it's like these champions, what we play in Octane, Pathfinder, and Gibby, is the best what fit into our game plan right now. In every single map, it gives you mobility to get into the best position you want, because you can buy like ultimate only once. So first round you buy on zipline, another round you buy on jump pad, and you like swapping with your teammates ultimates to buy it and to manage to get a better spot. And Gibby gives you safety. Sorry. Yeah, for us it's really working well on every single map. We didn't practice that much with this lineup before. Like the previous tourneys, we played with sub, we played with Klaus, and with Kohe we playing maybe like 1 week maximum. But as I told, we were sick, so we didn't find out a different legends what could work for us. But we are kind of happy what we have right now. So yeah, we're gonna stick to these legends, and yeah, I just hope that it's gonna work against next opponents, because next opponents gonna be really, really tough for us, since it's controllers and it's like what's the right word? It's we can't predict how game will work for us with our passive gameplay. So I just hope it's going to work out, but we'll see.
Okay, well, my question for you, and this is an honest question, because, I've been watching you guys for a long, long time now, and this is a difficult question to ask, and I hope you understand where I'm coming from with it as well, is Navi always get very, very close to winning tournaments, right? But you seem to stumble at the final hurdle a few times. Why do you think that is? Do you think that's something that's just going to take a little bit of time for you to get that first win under the belt? Is it just that there's such a high level of competition, or do you think it's just kind of a mental block that maybe you guys have, that maybe this arenas tournament could be the end of, and you could finally pick up that big win that you're looking for?
I really hope so, and yeah, I definitely consider us as one of the most consistent teams in not even EMEA, it's in a whole world. In my opinion, since we're a flex team, we always find solutions how to play a tourney is best for us. So yeah, I definitely consider my team as one of the best. But I will say a little bit different thing, like. We always close now to win, but we how like correctly to say, we usually on Battle Royale losing the patience when we have a big lead.
Yeah.
And this patience is the only one thing we need to fix in our team right now to actually win first places. Right now we're like just a team who definitely gonna be in finals, who definitely gonna show up a power and show up that we are good. But so far we have things to work on to be even more stronger. So yeah.
Amazing stuff. I think that's a great answer, and I can't believe that you're playing this well, by the way, when you're not feeling great yourself. So hopefully you feel a little bit better after today. You get some good rest. But thank you for joining us, mate. It's great to speak to you, and hopefully you guys keep performing.
Thank you. I appreciate that you guys call me.
Awesome. All right. Well, that is Strafey, everybody. A wonderful person, great player, and amazing that he's doing these kind of things when he's not feeling very well, Dan.
Sick out of the game and sick in the game as well. Navi look different gravy. I'm going to be completely honest. They look like a team that can very much go on to win this tournament, but we know how quickly things can change and how metas can adjust. And I like what he touched upon about going up against controller players. We know how heavily impacted games can be by controller players being involved, because there is a lot of up close and personal battles. Navi do like to keep their distance with wingman shots though, so perhaps that's something they can take advantage of against controller players, but maybe they will struggle as they get to the later stages, because we have seen controller players dominate these tournaments, and for good reason. I mean, the EM assist is a little bit stronger, they are going to be a little bit better in these up close and personal fights, but as with any other game, you have to find a way to kind of take advantage of what you have as a mouse and keyboard player. You've got the movement capabilities, you've got the distance, you can kind of aim a little bit better from afar with those wingman shots and whatnot. So we'll see how things pan out as we get further into this tournament.
Yeah, really good. Really happy I got to ask him what is a difficult question to put to any team, right? Is you guys are great, but you're not quite managing to get over that final hurdle at the moment. But you can hear, Strafey was saying that they feel really confident. It's just that little bit of patience, and maybe that is an experience thing for this lineup. It has been chopping and changing this Navi lineup, as we know, but it seems like now they've got that established lineup. But for now, we're going to leave Navi to the side because they've been playing amazingly. We'll take a look at our bracket in just a few moments to get you up to date with how everything is going in our other games as well. You can see Navi at the top there. They're going to play NCD next, to have managed to make their way through, taking down aim assist daddies. So it looks like they might not be playing some controller players, because NCD have managed to work their way through now, Dan.
Yeah, and I take back what I said when I said that the teams who won in winners bracket round 2 wouldn't be playing today; they'd be playing tomorrow. Instead, we said, you know what, screw the schedule. We're going to play winners bracket round 3. We want to show you the best games as possible today. So we are going to be getting the semi-finals underway, and it means that we get to see some of the biggest and best teams going at it. But it also means that we have to look at who went out of the tournament without being on broadcast. So what is it? Lost to Scars Europe, 4 Gang. It's a shame they've gone out to Kangana. Reply Totem beat Underrated, and Aquilix took down Maestro. So some big hitters being taken out. Thankfully, I don't have to shave my head because 4 Gang haven't won the tournament. But it does mean we've got some juicy losers bracket round 2 matchups, which I hope we get to watch later as well.
Yeah, Dan, before the tournament kicked off, was like, oh yeah, let's make a bet. I just like, there's no point, Dan, because whatever the bet was made, like, you won't do it. So it, you know, I'm not getting duped into doing something where I know you wouldn't do it yourself, because I'm a man of honor, Dan. You know, I'd follow through with it. If I'd shave my head, more than happy to. But the game we're going to be focusing on is VSA versus Gambit Esports in our upper bracket round 3, and it's going to be a best of 3 once more before we think about looking towards that best of 5 in the next round. And Gambit kind of worked their way through 2 incredibly tough teams here. In Maestro and New Esports. And the last time we saw Gambit, Dan, we kind of spoke to Artico very quickly, and you know, we had an interview, and he said that, you know, Gambit took a little bit of time off after ALGS Championship, and you know, it wasn't the performance that they wanted, and they took a little bit of a break. They've come back now, they're finding their groove, and taking down 2 teams like Maestro and New has got to be showing that they're not only finding their groove, they found their groove, and they're playing at a very high level we expect.
I'm really excited to see Gambit play. I think they're going to be one of these teams that's just going to run a train if they start to kind of gain that momentum. They're going to run a train through their opponents, and it's going to be very difficult to come back from the grave. So if they do play like the Gambit that we've seen in Battle Royale tournaments, when they get in those 3v3 engagements, when they get into those late game scenarios where they're just individually so talented, but as a core team also just manipulating the field into a way that it always has them at an advantage, then we could be seeing them getting to the grand finals of this tournament if they can play that way. But I haven't seen enough of them in arena. We can only go off what we've seen in the actual bracket and the results, and they seem to be doing well so far. So we'll have to see whether that actually shows up on screen when we get to commentate over them.
It's going to be interesting to see how they go and how their opponents also go. It's going to be interesting to see how this match actually turns out, because as I say, best of 3 seem to fly by at the moment, and you don't have any room for mistakes. We're going to see what map picks are going to be coming in as well, see if there's any hiccups which might throw Gambit off a little bit. I know they're going to be very comfortable fighting on some of the more established maps that we see on the likes of World's Edge and King's Canyon, because, you know, this team's been together for so long now that it seems like every single position and situation they would have found themselves in. But for Gambit, I think it's a really big season coming up in ALGS Season 2, because we always talk about Gambit, right? We're always like, Gambit one of the best teams, Gambit one of the best teams, and quite rightly so. They've had a lot of historical performance, but I really feel like the LGS Championship performance just kind of, it was a little bit, I don't want to say a letdown. Letdown's a little bit harsh, because we expect such high things of them, but I just expected a little bit more from them, and I want to see them start to pick up a bit of momentum towards ALGS Season 2 here, with maybe, you know, getting into that final here in this arenas, finding and just dominating and showing everybody that after their break, they're back and they're really sort of hungry for what's around the corner. Yeah,
it was a little bit lackluster, but admittedly, it's easy to say that about any team that didn't win, because with Battle Royale, it's all about winning, right? And it's not necessarily, we don't focus on who finished top 3, who finished top 5, even though it should be a fantastic achievement to do so throughout the ALGS. Whereas here in arenas, it's about who is the winner, right? It's about just being the best fighting team, and I think Gambit are going to be one of those 3v3 teams who should be able to wipe the floor. We can have a look at the map picks as well and see who's going to be playing where, and of course it's going to be a chance now for both of these teams to really push themselves on and get to those finals, those winners bracket finals.
Well, let's see what map 1 is then. Reveal yourself. It's Thermal Station, so both teams going to be very happy with that. That's going to be the map pick here for VSA. Gambit's map pick will be map number 2, and there's the anticipation is building. We will find out what that is in just a few moments. We're going to Hillside Outpost, so a bit of King's Canyon love coming in. That's something that we haven't seen too much of, and interesting to see that's actually a pick for Gambit. And our final map of the series will be Phase Runner, so we do have that wild card in the middle now, Dan.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head as well, just about Gambit being more comfortable on the non-arena maps and the map-focused maps, if that makes any sense, the BR map-focused maps. So Hillside Outpost does make sense for their pick, and if they can take VSA down on Thermal Station, another BR map focused map. That didn't really work, but we'll go with it anyway. So Thermal Station and Hillside Outpost, that's a fantastic opening too for Gambit, and they could really find themselves in a great spot. But Phase Runner maybe would lean towards the likes of VSA. Maybe Gambit won't be as comfortable, perhaps not as practiced, and perhaps don't know the map as well.
Say it to me, Dan. I want you to tell me, and anyone in the chat as well, that this looks like a pizza. Come on, you get what I mean by now, right? Like, you got the cheese and the sauce, like, going around the edge. How does it not look like that? Doesn't look like a pizza. That looks like a drill. High tier analysis coming in from me, as always. But do you not get what I mean? Do you know what? You stop putting faces out.
This is literally like the 6th time you've said, Dan, I think this looks like a pizza.
I just want someone to back me up with it. I just want someone to back me up with it. That's all. I just want someone to validate my ridiculous mind and how it works.
You know, you get those optical illusions where you have to like go cross-eyed to try and see how it looks. I'm at that point now where I'm trying everything. Yeah, I'm trying everything, squinting, cross-eyes and all. I still can't see a pizza. I just see lava and I just see Thermal Station. I get there's like segregations and sections. Like, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pizza. I mean, it's a pizza.
If it's like a 3-slice pizza and someone who's really lazy at your pizza company has cut it, I'm struggling to see it.
You're looking at. I can see it. I could hear it in your voice there. You were about to say, "Yeah, I can kind of get where you're coming from." And you know, I could hear it in your voice. Now you're on board, Dan. Now it's in your head. It is officially. This is now renamed as pizza. This map, but I'm looking forward to getting into it. We know what this is all about. It's all about getting control of that dome. If we're pulling over the dome side, and if we're going to the other side, that platform is the power position to play from. But we do also see teams playing from that central structure and playing around it. It always feels a bit risky though, because if you get caught inside of that central structure, especially multiple players, you leave yourself so vulnerable to grenades, and there's only 2 ways to exit. So it really does become a case of the other team can kind of focus in on those 2 doors and do a lot of damage before you cross. So it's going to be an interesting one for sure. And this was a map which I felt wasn't one of my favorites early on when we saw arenas coming in. But the more that we see it, I feel like there is actually quite a lot to it. There's more than meets the eye initially.
It does, yeah. I mean, there's several different ways to play it. I think in the early stages of people trying out this map, it was very much just playing for like kind of the high ground, playing for the circle, and just waiting out on the other team. And then we realized that players could be particularly aggressive because there's so much cover around the edges of the map that you can go for flanks. You try and go for those off angles, do some damage, and then give the call for the rest of your team to initiate and jump in on that fight. So there's various different ways to try and play this one. I'm excited to see how VSA go down here against Gambit. Gambit, I would argue, are the favourites, but certainly VSA, with their performances so far to get to this stage of the tournament, we cannot count them out. And maybe that's something Gambit have to be fully aware of, that this is not going to be an easy ride whatsoever.
Yeah, you get this far in a tournament, you're obviously going to match very, very tough opponents, and certainly players that are starting to play at the top of their game as well. So a lot of work for Gambit to do. Looking across the composition here, very, very aggressive composition from Gambit. You see Pathfinder, you're seeing Wraith, and you're seeing Octane, all mobility legends for Gambit. On the other sides, we are seeing Gibraltar for VSA, so a little bit of a defensive option for them. But I kind of like this from Gambit, just kind of letting themselves off the reins and deciding that mobility is the key.
Here's one for you as well. I mean, going down the pizza theme, Gibraltar's heirloom does look a little bit like a pizza cutter.
Exactly. You're on board. You get what
it does look like a pizza cutter a little bit. Maybe he's here to slice things up on Thermal Station, aka the pizza map. Look at it. Doesn't that look like a pizza cutter?
Doesn't look like a pizza is what you're trying to say. Slayer's now just trying to show his shoulder, but he's got to be very careful. That grenade's actually going to give away that player's position. 2 Skydeads going up, but giving away the position is one thing. However, that Mozambique is hitting extremely hard onto Hardeki. Is going to be forced to jump back into the void and keep himself alive for now. Manages to do so, but that's going to create an opening here, you would imagine, for VSA to move up, as both Artico, Leogri and Hardeki are having to shield, but they're not taking that opportunity to do so. And now Artico is going to try and retreat. Can't quite hit the shots he needs to. First knock will go into VSA, as VJX will get that knock. Traded out. And now Hardeki and Gambit trying to do something magical, playing around this knockdown shield as he almost manages to get the job done. And it will be VSA who actually take home the first round here then. Very impressive from them.
30-30 repeater just doing the damage at the end, even though it was a 2 versus 1 in the later stages of that fight. Gambit just so low on health. One thing you've got to say about arenas in general, and in comparison to battle royales, is the Mozambique is not something you use in a battle royale very often. Let's be completely honest. People don't really pick that gun up. It doesn't do the damage that you want to be doing in all the engagements you get in. There are far more better weapons to be using. However, in Arena, we have seen how influential the Mozambique can be in the opening rounds. And it is not an easy weapon to use if you haven't used it very often. Certainly with the fire rate and the positioning of your reticule, you need to be familiar with it. And I do think those teams who practice more arenas are going to have the advantage in the early stages with this Mozambique.
Well, VSA is certainly going to have a positional advantage here. As you see, they're using the jump pad to immediately take control of Dome. And now it's going to be up to Gambit to make a slow, methodical move up and try and pick away at the players who have taken that high ground. Speaking of high ground, you can see Artico's trying to use that P2020 to just chip away and rearrange the haircut maybe of the player up on the high ground on that column. That will be the Pathfinder who is up there. And Gambit got a very difficult retake here, Dan.
Just with the low ground, having to try and assess how they want to approach this one. Of course, you have got legends like Pathfinder who can zip up and get in the face of your opponents, but Hard has been nailed down. And now we're going to see Liogri try and dive in, but you've got to be careful. You can't push it on your own, otherwise this might happen. You just get isolated, and that's going to be the first pick going towards VSA. And Gambit, they're down bad. It's down to just 2. Make that 1, and it's going to be a 2-0 lead if that Hard pops off. But he has done in the past, but he's not going to do so just yet. VSA, 2-0 up.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Hardeki, it was VSA who just said, "You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. You're not going to 3v1 us today." Even though he has done it multiple times in the past, today is not that day. As VSA put themselves on match point here, Dan, and it's been really, really impressive from them as well. You have to give them a lot of props for the way that they've approached this, and Gambit really haven't had a foothold so far. First blood in both of these rounds has gone to VSA, and Gambit have been on the back foot almost immediately, and it was from the first moment there. That jump pad was the difference maker. They got to Dome so quickly that they were able to isolate and take all those lines of sight away from Gambit, and really did have an advantage. And here, this time, is the Pathfinder zipline to give them that accessibility to Dome.
A little bit of high ground, try and get a couple of shots off, only tagged once. But this is something we saw in Navi versus Kangana, by the way. Kangana, who weren't running the Gibby, really dominated Thermal Station, but then they weren't able to close out the series. As Gambit goes down again, they lose 1, but here comes the response from Hardeki. But VSA, they have more health, they have more shields, and they might be able to close this one out.
Ooh, grenade goes down. A shield crack going to come in as well, as Slayers and Atrocity combine, and now once again it's Hardeki left in a very difficult situation. 2 grenades at the feet of these 2 players. Hardeki manages to get out of dodge and manages to get the finish, so at least there won't be an opportunity here for a res to come in for VSA. It's a 1v2 for Gambit. Hardeki, you want that guy in the last round. Can you get this guy this time? He's to jump down, it's 1 HP, he's got more to play with, he's got 2 players flying at him, and it's going to be VSA who close things out, and it's 3-0, and it's in dominant fashion, Dan.
Yeah, so it's the other way around, excuse me, from what we saw in Navi versus Kangana earlier, where the Gibraltar composition really has dominated and not allowed the aggressive composition to get as much freedom as you might want when you're playing 3 legends like that. And, well, that is quite the statement from VSA, especially in a best of 3 as well here in these semi-finals. I'll excuse myself from what I said earlier. I thought it was a best of 5, but it will still be best of 3 between these 2 teams. Gambit just not able to get that first knock. And despite having some of the best players in the EMEA region in terms of Apex Legend ability, just the 3v3 fights went in favor of VSA, and it was a lot of the Mozambique shots that really did the damage.
It certainly was, and it was that first knock every time. The VSA seemed to get the upper hand onto Gambit. But now we move over to Hillside, and this is going to be a very interesting map for me. This is something that we haven't seen so far in competitive arenas, so it's a little bit of a learning curve for everyone. And I wonder if VSA have played this, and I wonder if VSA are going to be interested in, going up against Gambit with the opportunity to close this one out in a 2-0 fashion. But Gambit did pick this. We have to remember, Gambit, we know all about their history in competitive. They would know this area of the map incredibly well. And watching this here, it takes me back to when Navi actually won a last chance qualifying. We saw an end circle which finished right in this exact space, and it was one of the craziest end zones we've ever seen. A crazy comeback from Navi, but it's good to roll ourselves the memories back a little bit and find ourselves here on Kings Canyon. And as I say, it's going to be a little bit of a change of pace here, a little bit of a change of map, and a little bit of a change of opportunity for us to call some different action.
But I do wonder whether this is purely down to how you speculated it, in that Gambit, they know how to play BR, so they're going to go for maps which are what they've been more familiar with on BR. But Thermal Station, they would have been familiar with that. They will know where to play. They'll know how to fight as a team, but it didn't really work out. There was a little bit more strategy for VSA. They certainly knew which angles to be taking, which weapons to be buying, which utility to be purchasing at the same time, whereas Gambit just seemed to be slightly off the ball in map number 1. That doesn't mean they're going to be out of this series. Maybe Thermal Station just is a massive map pick for VSA. It's one of their more confident ones. VSA certainly look like a stronger arena team right now from what we've seen, but it can all turn around so quickly, especially in a best of 3 where it only takes a few rounds and suddenly then you're back on track and you're having a chance to maybe win the entire thing.
Yeah, it's very, very true. It really isn't much room for mistake here for either of these teams. I do have the lower bracket, of course, as the security blanket, so to speak, but when you do go into a best of 3, with especially how quickly arenas rounds can go past, you know, it could only be 3 rounds like we've just seen. That's map 1 done. Gambit can't get that back. It is over before you even know it, and its series could be over before you even know it. And it's surprised to not see Gambit get any kind of footing, to be honest with you, in that map. But as I say, opportunity to do so now as we wait for the players to get into the lobby to get into our second game. I'm not even sure how this one's going to play. You know, I haven't played this map in ranked arenas at all. I'm not sure where this map's come from.
Well,
tell me.
There's a couple of like
secret ones,
areas for close engagements, and obviously just trying to isolate people that are hiding in buildings. You can go for like some cheeky positions here or there. There is ultimate high ground with certain circles as well. So all these factors are going to play a part, as they do in any arenas map. But Gambit should be a little bit more comfortable. But at the same time, you have to imagine that in BRs, when you are fighting in these areas, it's either in one of the 2 situations. It's either where there are no restrictions whatsoever because you're either fighting out of circle or within a large circle, or it's final circle. And the final circles are not going to be the same here as they were in BR. They're going to be more strict. They're going to be absolutely predictable. They're going to be the same each round. Like you know what's going to come as soon as you see that first circle. So people can plan and they can strategize very differently to what you do in BR, where a lot of your BR decision making is by percentage judgment, about just knowing how to play certain circles or familiar circles and being able to adapt on the fly to where other teams were. Whereas in a straight 3v3 fight, you know the power position, you know the god spot, so you're going for that god spot. A lot of it is about speed. That's why we see a lot of the legends like Octane, like Pathfinder being used, their ultimates, to get you to those high ground positions. So it's about who's played the map more, who's put more practice in, who knows those god positions. Yes, okay, the fighting ability and the aim is going to come into it as well, but the first point of contact is going to be just getting to those best points in the map.
Well, we are going to see the care package potentially have that impact as well, and I just wonder what weapons might actually pop out of that as well. We have seen some crazy package weapons as well. We've already seen an alternator today, which, if anyone's used it so far in this season, it is the most fun weapon in the game, unless you're on the receiving end of it. But, you know, we've seen Cravers come down in those later rounds as well, but it seems to be in the opening rounds, if you can pick up something like an R9 or even a Hemlock, when you see that kind of pop up early on, it really can do a lot of damage at range. And in comparison to what some other players might have in their hands, you have that extra scope, you have a little bit of extra bullets, I should say, with the mag alongside it as well. So care package weapons in those first couple of rounds certainly can impact things. But I'm just interested to see what side we start off here. If there's going to be any advantage for any team, if it's going to be a height advantage for one team, if it's going to be a race to height again, if the towers is going to be the tower to the left of where we're currently looking is going to be involved. It's certainly. I'm just looking forward to watching this one, to be honest with you, and seeing how teams approach it.
Yeah, we were both excited when we saw the map pool, when we saw there was going to be a few extra maps different from what we saw in the previous Arenas tournament that we commentated, because we want to keep it fresh. We want to keep it exciting. That's the point of Arenas. It's fast-paced action for the most part. I know sometimes we see teams that play a little bit slower, and then it does get a little bit frustrating as a viewing experience at times, but the circle does pull in quick enough that it at least closes teams in, especially on smaller maps. This is a small-ish map, especially when you compare it to likes of maybe Phase Runner, which is a lot larger. But the packages is something you touched upon. I think that's going to be very important in the early rounds. With the economy that I've spoken about a few times, you're going to be using your materials to sometimes purchase abilities rather than weapons. So you find a couple of your players, or maybe one or two of your players, on just P2020 and Mozam. So if you can turn that P2020 into, I don't know, an R301 or a flatline or anything that comes out of that package that is an automatic weapon instead, that can really set you up for a snowball effect where you win round 2 and 3 afterwards, because you've got the economic advantage. And we've seen so many 3-0s, but at the same time, all it takes is winning that one round after the two, and then it gets back to a 2-2, and these games, they can elongate. You can get a really quick 3-0, or you can get a really standoffy 4-4, and it all comes down sometimes to just one wingman shot or just one clip of the flatline.
Well, here we go then. We're into our second map of the day after VSA went up by 1. So Gambit have to answer back here, and they will get some early meds in the hands here of Artico, but without taking a little bit of damage themselves. Gambit already on the back foot. However, you can say the same about VSA, as a few grenades are going to be hitting, and there's another one for Slayers, as he's going to be forced to drop yet another battery from the inventory into the shield slots to get himself back up to full HP. You can see Horizon on the map here as well for VSA, so a little bit of change up for them. Atrocity's going to be taking some damage. He's going to be forced to try and escape for now, as Hardeki and Artico now taking that high ground. This can where things can be very, very dangerous for VSA. Gambit up on that high ground, going to have lots of angles to work with, and Artico is going to do a lot of damage with that Mozart.
Not pushing in too aggressively though, just giving that information to the rest of the team that the damage is done, force those resources out, and now you can reposition as the bow check is found for Hardeki, and if anyone can go full Katniss Everdeen, I'm sure Hardeki is the person who can do so.
Misses that shot. He's going to ping him. Misses the second as well. This is Robin Hood, but after a heavy night out by the looks of things from Hardeki. Not going to be able to get damage done. His teammate's going to be taken down to low shields as well, and now the push is going to be coming in from VSA, and that is a quick as squad wipe as you could want. A couple of missed shots with that bow check cost Gambit. VSA, one up already here.
And is this just, again, arena knowledge going against Gambit? Is picking up the bow check the right decision there? If he hits those shots, we're probably praising and saying, oh, well, you know what, fantastic from Gambit. Hardeki's done the right thing. He's picking up the bow check. He's getting the damage done. But the missed shots allowed VSA to press on what was a disadvantage, where they were actually quite down on their shields. And Gambit maybe could have pushed up on things, but instead VSA turned things around. The Horizon really making the difference, being able to transition from low ground to high ground as well. And this is something I touched upon earlier, is just knowing arenas a little bit better, being an arena team, I say with air quotes. Like, I think VSA are more of an arena team than Gambit are going to benefit from changing those legends depending on the map. Just the comfort picks, knowing which is good, knowing when you need different abilities.
Gambit really don't have too much of an answer to the moment to what VSA have brought. It seems like VSA are quite happy to push as soon as they get any kind of advantage, and there it is. They've singled out one player. Leogri is going to fall. VSA once again with an advantage. There's a couple of grenades for Atrocity to try and navigate it. It goes up into the skies on the grab fifth to pop the battery. Will he be able to get it off before he lands? No, Artico will tie things up here in the numbers department at 1-1 now.
Really important that you got that final kill, and he actually gets the knock again, so now Gambit will find themselves in an advantage. Artico's starting to pop up. Hardeki just has to sneeze onto Slayers and he will go down, but it looks like Slayers going to get away and get a bat off here, so maybe still a chance for VSA.
1v1, Hardeki versus Slayers. Slayers going to have to pop a syringe here. We'll have that passive of Octane, of course, with that HP slowly healing, but he's managed to get into a position here where he does have the high ground. The only question is, can Hardeki get into a position where he can actually do something, maybe get a res? But for now, Slayers has turned the situation on its head, and Hardeki is struggling now. The Mozam is going to hit, and that will be a clutch from Slayers as he takes down Hardeki, and that will be match point now for VSA.
Match point and series point for VSA, and there is no way that Slayers should have got away with that slither of health. I know that Octane is very quick indeed, but I think if you're Hardeki, you have to chase, or at least get the res off. It just seemed like there was hesitation, unsure of where that Octane was, maybe unsure of how much damage had been done to the Octane, so the information not quite there for Gambit. And VSA now, 1 point away from getting themselves into the winners bracket finals of this tournament in a very easy way, if I'm completely honest.
It has been easy. Yeah, I think easy is the word. It hasn't really been a struggle for them. They've got the first pick most of the time. That was probably the first round where they didn't get first blood, but even then, they managed to clutch up. But look at this aggression from Slayers. He does not care who is flying towards him. VJX is going to be there to get the first knock, but it will be traded out as Artico is going to hit some nice shots through the skies. But this is just carnage. Hardeki's left on his own once more. Not sure how many players are alive on the other side of things. Hardeki misses one, hits the second, and oh my, Hardeki will clutch up this time. Gambit stay alive, but it took a clutch moment from Mr. Clutch himself to put them into at least one more round of action.
Well, at least there is a demonstration of what Gambit can do, right? What Hardeki can do when he clutches up, when their backs are against the wall. You need your kind of star player to step up in those scenarios. Didn't step up in the previous 1v1, but in that one, certainly hit his shots and, well, needed to. Otherwise, they were going to be down, and they would be down bad. They would have been down into that lower bracket. But VSA, they've got one more point to play with here. They could go aggressive again, but it didn't necessarily work out for them in that one. Maybe slight overconfidence. Underestimating Gambit a little bit too much, but here we go. Here's a bit of previous planning. Here comes the zip. Here comes the high ground being gained, or at least it would be if you can get to the top without being shot. But this is a scary position to be in if you're Gambit, because this is the ultimate high ground on the map.
Hardeki's going to throw a couple of grenades. They are going to be on the screen here.
Dang.
Slayers, and not only that, they're going to be hitting the shields pretty hard as well. He's going to be using a battery here, but got plenty to work with. So 30-30 repeater and the high ground. This is going to be very difficult to Gambit to try and force any kind of situation for a first blood. So we might see a little bit of a slower pace here.
Gambit just waiting to see if they can get any sort of angle to try and do some damage, and then maybe can engage in a fight. But with this high ground, it's very unlikely to happen. So you're probably going to have to wait for the next circle to close in, and then both teams will transition towards it. Technically, Gambit can get in a position where they are closer to the center circle and just shoot them out of the sky as VSA dip and try and get towards the center themselves. Still a couple of nades to work with for VSA here, though. The arc star in Slayer's back pocket could be very important as long as he stays alive. Yes.
The Ogre now for Gambit is going to have a player flying at him. That is aggression of the highest caliber, and Atrocity is fears no one. There's the ultimate as well from Horizon, which might really upset things here for Gambit, but Hardeki managing to use his Wraith Q to stay alive for now, but he'll be taken down. Atrocity's going to get that first one. Slayers will finish the kill, and even if PSA don't have much to work with, my word. One player managed to whip down to get the knock. It all falls down to Slayers now. Arco trying to do some damage, but now Leogri has to move in. It's a straight 1v1 hit between the two players. Slayers is going to be hitting the shots. He has to hit one more to win the round, and he will do so for VSA. Match point, clutch point, and series point for VSA.
Oh, it was so close for Gambit to tie that up 2-2, and then suddenly it's going to be different as Hardeki with the BM in the chat. That's what you love to see, but you can see they're impressed with how VSA have just played. They're saying, well, they think that VSA are going to win this tournament with how they're playing, and you know what? I think they were surprised. Surprised by the aggression, surprised by the shots they were hitting. VSA turning up in the winners bracket semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, Hardeki said it better than me. What else do you want me to say to add to that? Hardeki's just given away who's going to win this tournament by the looks of things. But very impressive from VSA. The shots they were hitting, very, very impressive. And also the clutch factor that they had. That final battle, the 1v1, it didn't even seem close. Every single wingman shot was hitting. I think if it's one shot from a difficult angle in those final moments. And here at the stats down, I'll let you talk through them because it's very one-sided, as you can see here.
Yeah, I mean, the damage output, great from both teams, but it was just down to those 1v1s. It was down to the Mozambique shots. I can be completely honest. In both maps, in the early rounds, it was the Mozambique shots that were winning the clutch moments and also doing the damage to get the initial knocks. But also in those late game scenarios where you run out of wingman shots and you have to switch to that Mozambique, it's about having that confidence to hit that final shot, whether it be for 14 damage or not. You know they're on a slither of health. And if you try and go for the constant wingman shots or you try and dive in for a melee, then maybe it's not going to work out. But knowing that you have the ability to hit Mozambique shots is going to be very important in arenas, as we have seen demonstrated just there. VSA wiping the floor with Gambit, and I was not expecting that. I mean, we knew that Gambit were going to be a bit hit or miss, considering they wouldn't have played necessarily as many arenas as other teams, but not that much of a disparity between two teams. That was crazy.
Yeah, I love that, by the way, from Hardeki at the end. He's like, this team's won the tournament.
This team's won the tournament, by the way.
Nobody else tried. Doesn't matter. They've won it. They've won it. So, I mean, that is praise indeed from Hardeki, although I feel like maybe the tongue was in the cheek a little bit because we know Hardeki doesn't like to lose. Nobody likes to lose if they're playing at the top level of Apex Legends. But as I say, very, very impressive from them. I mean, there's not much more to say, to be honest with you. When you go up against a team like Gambit and you take them down in that format, it doesn't matter what we say about it. It doesn't matter what the players say about it. The score speaks for itself. It was dominant. There's not much more to say, Dan. Hardeki said it best, as I said.
confidence is going to be flowing through VSA. They'll move into the winners bracket finals, so they're guaranteed top 3 at this point, and they'll play the winner of Navi or or NCD, excuse me. Dolphins team are there in that winners bracket semi-final. Excited to see who has progressed from that position, but certainly some surprises already in this tournament. Ever since winners bracket round 1, when we saw some of the favourites drop down to the lower bracket right from the get-go, we knew there would be some teams here just shaking things up a little bit. And it seems like VSA might just be the team to really shake things up and say, you know what, we're going to see something a little bit different.
Well, we'll have to see if VSA are here to stay, Dan. But before we do that, we're going to head to a break while everybody can cringe their way through the next few minutes after what I've just said. But in the meantime, don't forget to head over to gloot.com. You can sign up for a free account. You can start competing and tracking all your stats in Apex Legends. It's really, really cool. So just head over to gloot.com in this break. But when we get back, we'll have to see if VSA can continue their dominant form. Welcome back, everybody, to GLL Arenas Summers. And Dan, we've got another special guest joining us, and I'm very pleased that we get a special guest joining us because this man just dominated in our previous game. His name is Slayers. You can see him. It's not Max Strafey from Navi. Don't worry about that. The lower third is wrong. It's Slayers from VSA. Welcome to the show. Congratulations on what was a dominant performance over Gambit. The floor is yours, because I'm going to be honest, I don't know too much about you guys. What can you tell us about your team and your specialist in Arena, BR? Tell us about your team.
We just got together for this tournament, really. We played a few times at Arena ranks and then just started practicing a lot. And we're all controller, so we've got that advantage in arenas and 3v3 fights. So
certainly,
that's pretty much it.
I mean, you guys just tore apart the likes of Gambit, who we've seen dominate Battle Royale tournaments, and individually, like, Hardeki for me is one of the best players in Apex Legends. Like, do you follow the kind of Apex Battle Royale scene a lot? Do you know the kind of players you just tore apart? And if you do, like, what does it feel like to be kind of dumping on the likes of Hardeki?
I felt great, especially with the wingman. He's a wingman god.
Now, I'm gonna use Hardeki's words against him here, because you saw in the in-game chat at the end of things, he said, "GG, this team's won it." About you guys. I mean, what's your reaction to that response from Hardeki?
It's great. I think the same as well. I think we are going to win it, so just gives us more confidence.
Yeah, I mean, the confidence is there not only, I mean, in your interview right now, but in your gameplay. Like, you guys were just running at them. You knew exactly how you wanted to proceed in every single round. Yeah. Is there an element of practice where you will be changing kind of legends depending on the map? Like, do you have a game plan for the majority of maps here?
Yeah, we've got a game plan for all the maps. Been keeping it on the low, so not many people know about it.
That was going to be my question. I was like, what's the game plan? But then I realized again, what I'm doing is giving away some strategies. I mean, what's your favorite map to play as a team? I mean, that's one thing that you obviously isn't giving too much away.
Thermal station.
Thermal stations. That's just because of the close quarters on the controller, so that you can get those 1v1s.
Yeah.
I presume that's Dad, by the way. Welcome to the show, Dad. I might be wrong there. I mean, you said you guys are going to win this today. Where's that confidence come from? Is it just from that last performance against Gambit and performing in such a dominant way?
Performance in general. Like, we're rare to lose. We're good as a team. A lot of practice.
Awesome stuff. Well, Slayers, I tell you what, we'll let you get on, because I know you got busy, you got things to do. I'm sure that Dad's got some questions for you as well. He's going to wonder where the potential prize money is going to be going as well. Yeah. So we'll let you go for now, but congratulations on the performance so far.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Well, ladies and gents, we've just met Slayers for the first time, and now BSA are going to be looking to move forward. I love the confidence, Dan. We're going to win the whole thing. Don't care who we're playing against. Hardeki, I respect him, but I'm better than you.
Yeah, just easy.
I might have put those words in his mouth a little bit, by the way. He didn't say exactly that, but you know.
He may as well have just said, I don't care what achievements anyone's got in the ALGS and Battle Royale. Arenas is our stomping ground. And they move on to the winners bracket final, and I'd be terrified to go up against them. He did mention they are controller players. We know the advantages of controller players going into the close engagements, and that's why they were aggressive. That's why they're just jumping at the other team, trying to take out all of the mechanical skill from keyboard and mouse players. Don't allow that movement to come into it too much. Instead, just get raw aim, raw gunpowder on the go, and they looked a different kind of class. Will it transition into best of 5? I mean, from what I've seen, yes, it probably will. And it seems like they are well practiced on the majority of maps. They seemed very comfortable on maps that maybe other teams haven't played as much. So VSA, I mean, they may have just taken the favourite spot off for the likes of Navi, who earlier looked like the dominant force. But I don't know, I wouldn't want to go up against VSA right now.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be wanting to go up against VSA. And I'm sure that Gambit won't want to for quite some time. We'll show the bracket now, just so we can get you up to date with everything that's going on outside of the game that we just watched, which is, of course, Gambit moving through to that upper bracket round 4, best of 5. So they're in the winners bracket semi-final now, waiting for the winner of Navi and NCD. Looking down at our lower bracket, though, because that's where we're going to be moving our attention to next. You can see New Esports versus Kungana. Aqualix have worked their way through as well, Dan. They're going to take on the winners of Major Pushers versus Totem. I mean, that lower bracket's horrible to look at. I mean, any team who's going through it right now is going to be thinking, oh, we got to play Gambit. Oh, we got to play New. We got to play Kungana. It's going to be very tough.
It's horrible to look at when you think of BR teams, but I'm starting to think that, you know, some of these teams just aren't that good at Arena. Well, they are. They'd probably destroy me and a couple of buddies, right? But they're not as good as they have been in Battle Royale tournaments. I mean, Scars, for example, European champions, EMEA champions, knocked out in losers bracket round 2. It doesn't matter if Taishin is awake or not. It just seems like that Arenas isn't their playing ground. Instead, New Esports were able to take them down, and they go up against Kungana. Now, Kungana, we know, are champions of Arena. They have won an Arena tournament, but they're going to have to beat Navi again if they get that far. They're going to have to beat the likes of VSA if they get that far. Like, it just seems like every tournament we find out something new. We find another team who has pushed that meta a little bit further, that have got a little bit more improvement with their skills and their tactics when it comes to arenas, whether that be a lot of strategy on poke damage or whether it just be raw aggression like we just saw from VSA. But it's about knowing your opponents as well, knowing what you can get away with. VSA maybe felt the lack of confidence from Gambit in certain areas of the map and said, you know what, let's just run at them and see how they deal with it. And they couldn't deal with it.
Well, Gambit are going to stay alive, though. They are in the lower bracket. Maybe there might be an opportunity for a little bit of revenge if they do manage to keep their way going forward. But our next match we're going to be focusing on, as I say, we're going to be going down to the lower bracket now. And how's this one for you? New Esports versus Kungana. I mean, what else is there to say? New Esports is one of my favorite team fighting teams to watch in Battle Royale. We've seen them really dominate some games with huge kill point games, which have pushed them up towards the top of the tables. And they're going up against former champions in Kungana, who we did see lose a little bit earlier to Navi, but they're going to want to bounce back here, Kungana. They're going to want to defend the throne, so to speak, in arenas.
And I remember it was a couple of Arena tournaments ago, probably the first Arena tournament I commentated on. New Esports were kind of in the mix, but no one was really predicting them to do well. And then they just suddenly pulled out victories out of nowhere. And they were saying on social media, you know, don't sleep on us. We know how to fight in 3v3s. We know how to win these Arena engagements. We might not be as well practiced as other teams, but we certainly can compete with them. Well, now they've had that practice, whether that just be from the tournaments, they certainly will be more familiar with a lot of these maps, and maybe they can make up for it now and take down a Kungana who have looked weak in certain areas. But did we just see Kungana in the early stages of this tournament just throw away what could have been a guaranteed victory? Like, were they just a little bit overconfident? They didn't quite knuckle down in the right areas. Then suddenly the momentum's not in your way. You start to be thinking about throwing away that game rather than focusing on the next round or the next map. And maybe Kungana are going to go on an absolute steam run here in the lower bracket and come make us all kind of swallow our words here a little bit and say, you know, Kungana are tournament winners, and they did just have a little blip, and that's the benefit of having a lower bracket, is that it's a chance to fight back through, and they need to prove to us that they're champions for a reason. I think it's a great point. You've just kind of brought back to the forefront of people's minds. They're one round away from beating Navi, not just one round once, but one round twice. They were on match point to send Navi out of the upper bracket down to the lower bracket and to just storm through. So for Kungana, as you say, maybe just a case of taking the eye off the ball, but a lot of credit has to, of course, go to Navi as well for the way they managed to turn that around. But Kungana going to be looking to roar back into action. They have been through the lower bracket so far to find themselves in this position. But New Esports, I always think they're one of those teams that can cause some serious surprises, whether it be in BR, whether it be in arenas. And this will be another one for them to chalk up on the board. And it's a best of 5 now as well. So there's a time for teams to adapt a little bit. It's not just a best of 3. As I say, we'll look at the maps now so we can see where we are going to be playing these games. But you can make a little mistake, maybe something can't go your way, and then all of a sudden you get a map that's more in your favor. The first map is going to be New Esports Picks, and we're going over to Hillside Outpost. And we saw how kind of close quarters Hillside Outpost was, especially if you play it the way BSA did anyway. Just kind of bounce pad at your opposition, use the objects that are and the buildings that are there to give you cover, so you can just dive on one player who's maybe not expecting you to arrive in those early stages. Hard to decide which one this is going to benefit. Thermal Station, though, we've already seen Kangana dominate Navi 3-0 on today, so you can understand why that's their pick, and you'd expect them to take that when we get to map number 2, but it's going to be down to who wins map number 1 as to where the series is going to go. If Kangana get to Thermal after winning Hillside Outpost, then they've got a fantastic opportunity of taking this entire series 3-0, depending on what the third is. Phase Runner, again, I think this will be a good map for Kangana. I don't think they'll be too disheartened that this is picked by New Esports. The only thing I'll say about Kangana is they very much enjoyed playing a little bit of Loba here or there in previous tournaments. Loba being banned now from this tournament means that they have had to adjust, and had to adjust very quickly since those changes. So perhaps we are going to see them slowly but surely get used to not playing Loba throughout this tournament.
It's going to be interesting. We then head over to Gardens, which, as we know, is 1,000 miles an hour and can be over before it's even started. And then our final map of the series will be, drum roll please, Overflow. So that we might see Overflow for the first time today if we do get that far. But I feel like you're right. Map 1 is very important for both of these teams. If either team take it, for New Esports, I feel like Thermal Station is a favorite for Kangana. So they will at least send it to, potentially a map 4, and Gardens we know is high paced, and that's where I think the New Esports will really have an advantage. And if we go to Overflow again, it's quite high paced after that first kind of initial standoff. So map 1, I think, vital for both these teams here, Dan.
Yeah, I think that New Esports have one in the bank where they can just say, look, we're probably going to lose Thermal Station based on how Kangana have played, so let's just ensure we get our first one done and dusted. We're going on to Gardens in map number 4, which we've already seen Kangana throw away in this tournament as well. So if New Esports were watching, if they've been doing their research, they'll know that Kangana are very much beatable there on Gardens. There is sometimes not too much strategy aside from throwing grenades and trying to get high ground, and some teams like that. Some teams like just the straight up fights that you can have on maps, and it seems like it's very similar here on Hillside Outpost. You do just get those engagements. There isn't too much room, it isn't too much map to work with, to go for positioning, to go for flanks and whatnot, to start thinking about poke damage. There is a lot of closed engagements, not very much open areas to be having long range battles, except for when that circle goes to the high ground and you see one team take the god spot, as it were, depending on where you spawn.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this one does play out. I feel like aggression is the name of the game, like you said on this map, Hillside Outpost. If you can get a couple of grenades to hit, I like the teams that are trying to really push the pace, trying to get inside of those buildings, not let teams get the time to recover and get those shield batteries off or cells, whatever it may be. And I think that's going to be the secret to success here. But as I say, I think we're going to see a longer series here. I don't know what your opinions are on it. Who do you think is going to come out on top here?
I think Kangana will come out on top, but I also thought that Kangana would still be in the winners bracket at this point. So I'm prepared to be wrong here, and I'm prepared for New Esports to come out on top. I've already shaved my head. We've already been through this. That it happened. It grew back. It grows back very fast, and I just had a very sad couple of days. I just made sure I went to my doctors and said, hey, have you got any hair growth serum? He was like, yeah, here you go. Do you want to lend any to your body onset? I said, no. Yes. He's happy.
Hair growth serum, that thing that totally exists. Yeah, so what I did is I went to Hogwarts, and nonsense, Dan, absolute nonsense. But I think, do you know what? I'm going to throw a little bit of spanner in the works here. I'm actually going to go with New Esports. I think they're slept on as a team, not only in BR but also in arenas and as a 3v3 fighting team. I think they're very, very talented, and I want to see them come out on top here. Kangana are crazy good, don't get me wrong, and it wouldn't surprise me. And I do feel like, even though you probably would say that New Esports are the underdogs historically in this game, I just think they've got something about them, and I think they might take this one home.
Even though I like to kind of talk about strategy and tactics and everything in arena, let's be completely honest, sometimes aggression is the name of the game, and just winning a 3v3 fight outright and being better than your opponents at shooting is also very important. We have to look at how many controller players are in the mix when it comes to things as well, because those close range battles, the same in Battle Royale, can very much favor those who do have the controller in their hands. For Kangana, they do like to play with a little bit of strategy at times, but they're also not scared of pushing their opponents and being aggressive. And it comes down to who's been playing what, who knows where the materials are, who knows where the resources are, who knows where the loot bins are, for example, where those pills are to pick things up, where the care package is going to be dropping. Yes, okay, it's all indicated on your map, but just a second or two advantage of knowing where things are going to be could be the difference maker, as New Esports will get the care package. They pick themselves up a 30-30 repeater.
Yeah, not only that, but also a Peacekeeper as well. So that you can have your Mozambique, and I'm going to hit you with a Peacekeeper if we get nice and close enough to cuddle. And the Peacekeeper is something that certainly something that you don't want to be on the receiving end of, as New Esports just trying to do a bit more poke damage with that Mozambique. Post-skill's taking a little bit of damage, can be forced to back down. Now it becomes a little bit of a med battle, as you can see. New Esports already having to disperse some meds between the team, and that's usually an indication that Kangana do have the HP advantage and the inventory advantage with meds.
So these Mozambique shots are going to be absolutely crucial. Really have to hit them. Also have to make your jumps if you're medieval as well. Try and get into a position where you can at least do some damage with the Mozambique. There's a nice 34. That is going to put a lot of pressure onto New Esports. Kangana doing the damage from the distance, complete those resources, and then as the circle comes in, naturally both teams will have to close in together, and we will get the engagement that we are so desperately wanting to see. Until then, we have to wait. Just have a little bit of a poke off here in round one, which don't have the ultimates and the abilities to get you into the close range engagement.
And Logan going to have to be batting here. However, he's getting chased down, and that's going to be the first knock actually going to New Esports, who did have the advantage of being in that zone a little bit longer than their opponents. Now they'll be playing on that truck, and this is where the 30-30 could really be important. It's a 2v3 on the map, as Postkill will finish off down of Bailey Low to make sure that he can't get back up on his feet, but he has to scarp her back, and he'll have to use his Phoenix kit. The question is now, can Kashira land a few of these 30-30 shots and really deplete those resources now?
That's the shame about a 2 versus 3, right? Is they got one player down to just a slither of health, but you can't push up on it because you don't have that extra player. They're also at the low ground now. New Esports are very much center circle, and this ring 3 is closing. So Ghana have to move, and they have to move now. You've only got E2020 and a Mozam to work with. Graceful is probably going to fall. There he goes. Kashira comes in to clean things up, and New Esports are in a decent position to close out this round, albeit down to something special. Nothing special just yet. New Esports 1-0 up here in map number 1 in this best of 5, and it was just a case of that poke damage was a little bit too much in the early stages. Map positioning slightly favoured New Esports right from the get-go, and Kangana just couldn't get any sort of advantage.
Yeah, I think Kangana just really, it was the positioning. They had to move a little bit earlier, left themselves open, and that was the difficulty for them, and I'm sure they'll try and adjust as we get into our round 2 now. But it was a very, very close round. It was just unfortunate that Maney was kind of caught off guard, and again, credit to New Esports for pushing that advantage when they did see they had the damage done and they could kind of commit to get that first knock and turn it into a 2v3. So a good job from them, but now we're seeing a little bit of a buy coming in from both sides, and you look across, you can see some flat lines with the 2 times on it. You can see New Esports with some upgraded wingman as well, and that kind of stuff really does start to hurt if you aren't the team who does have that advantage as far as materials in the round and in that buy phase is concerned. So you can see that Kangana having to favor those materials now, looking to see if they can pick some up to at least manage to get on an even kill, even if they do manage to unfortunately find themselves down by 2 in this round.
Well, neither team going for the VSA strategy of just dropping the Octane pad and diving on their opposition, but that's because we only see the Octane on one of our teams, and it's not going to be New Esports who are leading, who will have the economic advantage. It's a slightly off-meta pick going for the Bangalore, but the smokes certainly could be very influential as we get to the later rounds, cutting off those sight lines, allowing you to pick up the loot pills and also the care packages as one drops to the ground. As I mentioned it, there comes the bubble. That's also another reason why you play the Gibraltar. It allows you to get free access to these weapons.
It's something that New Esports has certainly been prioritizing in these first 2 rounds. Both times they've been getting that bubble down, and now there's going to be Graceful being pushed by one player, manages to get the crack onto the Gibraltar. The Gibraltar will fall down. However, Graceful does have the ability to jump into the void, so he'll escape for now. Postkill and Denze in position to get bats off, but Kashira is going to be taken down, and here is the flank coming in from JMW as well. They've got to be careful here, as Denze will fly through the skies and land a right boot, turns it into a 1v1, and Denze will manage to win things as well. A 1v1 now, excuse me. I thought that was the last player alive. But Denze, from a position where he really wasn't, they really weren't in a position where things were looking good, he turned it around.
Didn't really know what to do there on the door. There was a couple of opening and closing from the boys who were on the floor. And Denze now will be able to Phoenix up, and it looks like we're just going to get a slow burner here as both players assess how they want to approach it. Could Graceful go for a res here, or is it a little bit too risky with these doors just opening and closing?
Well, Denze 10 seconds till he has that grapple back. Not sure he's going to engage too much until he has an escape route. However, he's going to be re-challenging. Then they have to hit every bullet, but he can't hit every bullet, and the Mozam will get the final say as Kangana will tie things up. Graceful with the clutch and vital for his team. They didn't throw that round away.
Yeah, I mean, Denze almost was the ultimate clutch after the karate kick to the face and almost 1v3ing the entirety of Kangana. But it was Graceful who initiated things right from the get-go by doing a little bit of damage and then being able to queue out into the void. So important. If he wasn't able to do that, that probably would have been the round going in favor of New Esports anyway. That's really where the benefit of Wraith comes in. Do the damage, get out, get to a position where you can heal up, get the support from your teammates, then re-engage. Know when to re-engage as well. Sometimes you don't even need to heal up. As long as you can have some presence, you can do some damage alongside your team. You can be such a massive advantage by going into the void first. And I think New Esports will be a little bit upset they weren't able to clutch that one out 1v1 after being in a somewhat advantageous position with the high ground, but Kangana will be delighted to top this up.
You just have to hope that Kangana aren't going to rely on clutches. That's the one thing that can get a little bit stressful if you're a player who's constantly left in a position where you're having a clutch a 1v1 to tie up a series and can't get that initial advantage. But Kangana find themselves at 1-1. Graceful kind of quite out of position here. It looks like Kangana aren't quite sure how they want to approach this map at the moment. It looks like it's a little bit all over the place as Denze has to hop over that fence using the grapple and pop the Phoenix kit. But you can kind of see that the comparative comfortability for these teams and these players on these different maps as JMW now finds himself in a little bit of bother and has to retreat.
Oh, we're definitely seeing how practice really pays off when it comes to working out where to play on the map, where are the priority positions, where are the high ground, where does the circle move to and whatnot. It's not quite as easy as the Battle Royale scenarios where you just kind of have to adjust the things on the fly and adjust to how the circle can randomly move. It's all very fixed when it comes to arenas. Fixed positions, fixed rotations, fixed circles. There's going to be another drop location. Just going in favor of Kashira, gets a Peacekeeper in his back pocket and is going to try and look to take advantage of it. Graceful's gone down, so has JMW.
Last player alive is up on the height. 99 with the Peacekeeper is going to be huge, and that will be New Esports going up 2-1 now. Once again, the first blood beating everything. Graceful was the first player to go down. As we know, Graceful is such an impactful player, but sometimes he can swing both ways here for Kangana. If he goes down first, trying to get that alpha angle, trying to get that first blood, and it can sometimes leave them in those 2v3s. But that's been a care package every single round for New Esports so far, and it has made a difference.
Yeah, Kangana just don't have the freedom to play around that care package because they don't have the defensive abilities to protect it. They are very much playing a composition full of 3 aggressive legends, whereas New Esports have got both Bangalore and Gibraltar, who can both play around the packages and the pills to give them all the loot that they so desperately desire. And now New Esports are in the best position, you would say, for this side of the map, where they can take the high ground off of their opponents. And now Kangana are going to have to play from the low ground to try and utilize some grenades here to at least get some positioning. See whether it works out. One player maybe just a little bit away from the rest of the team, but it doesn't matter too much because he scarpers away.
Esports going to have to be careful. Graceful's going to be caught out, jumps into the void to get back to his team, but once again, it was Graceful for Kangana trying to make a play and trying to take a little bit of responsibility on his shoulders to get that first blood, or at least cause enough of a distraction to do so. Being able to jump in the void gives him the ability to escape when things don't quite go right. But Kangana now trying to move up a little bit on the map, but it looks like they've decided just to retreat again and play back from the positions they did originally.
I wonder if Kangana are being hurt here by just their composition. Like, are other teams and other players in this tournament just being a little bit smarter when it comes to playing certain legends? Thinking a little bit more outside the box, or certainly within limits anyway, just knowing that, for example, Gibraltar can help you with those drops, or Bangalore can cut off those sight lines, whereas Kangana just relying on their gun skill by playing these aggressive legends, looking to get map positioning as another drop goes to New Esports here.
Yep, that's 4 out of 4 so far for New Esports, and the difference between a Peacekeeper and a Mozambique can certainly be felt, as we saw in that last round. The New did a really good job of controlling the map. Flatline with the 3 times on it this time for Denze, trying to do a little bit of damage from range. Isn't going to find the target for now, but you will see that New Esports kind of in a difficult position here, where they will have to move possibly under where New Esports find themselves at the moment. So the smoke going out is going to block those lines of sight for just a moment, which might give New Esports that time that they need to make a play and move across the map.
Yeah, Kungana are in a slightly better position in terms of where the circle is right now. Material still being grabbed, so even though New Esports are on match point, they're still thinking about the potential next round. Certainly very intelligent, as the defensive bombardment now will come down. And sorry, not the defensive bombardment, excuse me, that's Bangalore's ultimate coming down. And Kungana just having to hold out for this one, trying to do the damage, but the bubble is there. And now in New Esports, they're pushing in.
99 with the Peacekeeper is going to be forcing that player back, though. And when you get into that bubble and you get in position to survive, you can reset, and that looks like what New Esports have managed to do here. Kungana trying to get that first knock, and they actually managed to, if you keep your eyes on that kill feed. JMW took down post-kill. Denze now in a difficult position, and it will be Graceful on the hunt, trying to turn this into a 1v3 for New Esports. Manages to get around that corner, just blind firing into the smoke, but not connecting as yet, as Kashira with the digi threat is going to give them a little bit of a chance. 45, but a 71 as well. Digi-threat having an impact here, Dan. This is not looking as easy for Kungana as it might.
Yeah, but it should be a comfortable cleanup, which it will be. New Esports just tried to scarper away, tried to play the circle there at the end, but got caught in their mini rotation. And things are tied up 2-2. Kungana not going down without a fight here, not allowing New Esports to steal that match point away from them. And it means now we'll go down to the wire, and it will be first to 4 instead of first to 3, and potentially first to 5 if teams tie up here in the next couple of rounds. But now Kungana are going to have a lot of more materials to work with, but New Esports were still thinking about materials in that round as well, so there's going to be plenty to be on either side at this point. You'd imagine the guns that you are comfortable with are going to be purchased, as well as enough grenades and enough utility to ensure that you can elongate these fights to a point where then you push in and get aggressive when you need to.
This is the kind of series I wanted to see between these two. Really tight. Players clutching. Players trying to make plays. JMW going to get a couple of shots down himself, but without receiving an RSVP through the post from the opponent that he was trying to locate those bullets onto. Denze will get a few extra materials to work with towards those later rounds, which could be the difference like we've seen so far. Now, the question for me is, where's that care package going to be dropping, and who can get control this time?
Yeah, we'll see whether maybe Kungana can finally get a care package. And I mean, have we seen New Esports get unlucky with their care package drops? Could we have seen something different that really could have influenced the round, considering how much they've dominated the possession of it? They've been rewarded with Peacekeepers for the majority, but perhaps an automatic weapon could have really changed things up. Maybe an alternator in this next one could be a difference maker. But now New Esports just holding off a little bit, going for some ranged battles, trying to get some poke damage here with the and flat lines.
Graceful once again trying to get that off angle. Denze was kind of holding him behind that materials tip. Now Denze's going to take some damage himself and be forced to back up and grapple out of danger. JMW doing a good job to hit those wingman shots to force him back. He's going to have to use some meds though, which is going to take him out of the battle for just a few moments here, as the teams will be forced to move in around 30 seconds or so to get a little bit closer. And hey, look at this, Denze straight in once again. That is every single care package going to New Esports again, and this time it's a rampage, and this thing looks juiced.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Is it going to be different now? You've got an automatic weapon to work with. A rampage certainly can hit hard. Only the 24, but there's a 73. There's the crack as well, and that crack might just be an indication to take map control here, get height advantage. That's exactly what Denze is doing. He needs to communicate with the rest of the team that he has to be joined, can't do it alone, almost gets knocked, but manages to just dive away. Very important to bat up.
Yeah, defensively, Yafte Kungana did a really good job there. Although the zone coming in is going to force them forward. JMW going to try and take that height to cover his teammate. Graceful is taking a 1v1, and he's going to actually trade out a fight. So JMW now looking for this final shot onto the player behind the truck, but look at these shots up close. They're not quite good enough, but it will leave Postkill with a chance to clutch. However, he will go down. I'm not sure if that was his own defensive bombardment, if it was his opponent's defensive bombardment, or if it was a combination of the ring closing, but all that matters is New Esports will fall behind. Or was that New Esports actually taking that one home?
No, Kungana took that round.
Yeah,
New Esports just falling right at the end, but I mean, I don't know if it was his own defensive bombardment that killed him off in the end, but certainly was a tough one, a very messy fight to close things out in that round, but it does put Kungana up 3-2. And they now have the chance to close out map number 1, which at one point was looking very firmly in the hands of New Esports. Even with all the domination of the care packages, Kungana still find themselves ahead here.
The match point here for Kungana. We talked about how this could be a really, really important map in the context of the series and the maps that we have to play next. Denze going to throw that nade up to the skies. No big numbers dropping for him, though. As we're back to a situation we saw a little bit earlier on. It was actually New Esports who had this same position. Kungana who were trying to hold back and just force them into positions where they could bide their time for a little bit. However, Postkill trying to take a little bit of an off angle here, trying to play things a little bit different as CG threat on the wingman might be the difference maker for Kashira as we get towards those later moments, and that smoke from Bangalore becomes more influential in those close quarter battles. So we're going to have to see how this one rolls out.
This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier about, though, you force your opposition to actually have to play and go for those edgy threats. But now we're going to see a different approach from Kungana. They're trying to be a bit more aggressive on this package, but still the package was grabbed, but not the ultimator though. That's the hands of graceful. Absolutely.
They are going to be the best care package weapon so far. Falls to Kungana. They finally managed to get hold of one, and it's a beautiful little red drop for them. So the first time you would say weapon advantage. Kungana on a match point, that's exactly what you need. However, sometimes you don't need something special, you just need a headshot to crack the skull of a player, and Postkill doing exactly that. 71 damage for him. Not sure if he's going to be safe in this position for when that circle does close. Kungana, you have to say, map position-wise, have control of this building that you can see. And players who are on that tower may be forced to move soon here for New Esports.
It seems like both teams are happy with how this game is playing out as well. They both have an agreement that you kind of play the poke damage for the first couple of circles, wait for the red to force you in, and then you get involved in the engagement. But actually, a change of plan ever so slightly here. Kungana on the back foot because New Esports going for a little bit of aggression before this ring closes.
Certainly are. He's going to have to be very, very careful here. He's got the Mozambique out, which is going to give the indication his team are getting pushed. Graceful will go down, and now Mady is going to try and take down the Gibraltar, who's climbing up on him. He's not going to be able to do so. JMW, left as the last player alive, does have shields to work with. Postskill's low. And Denze is as well. Denze flies in and will finally get that kill. So New Esports tie things up. And now we're going to be going all the way down, all the way to that final round.
Yep, we're going to have to see one of these teams really step things up as we move to more tiebreakers, 3-3. So instead we go first to 5 here. And, well, New Esports, they had the opportunity. They threw it away. Kungana, they had the opportunity. They've thrown it away. We need to see one of these teams just show a little bit more solid approach when it comes to these rounds, have a little bit more strategy about it. But as I was saying, I just think that there's almost a gentleman's agreement of how this game's going to go out. Neither team wanting to throw this first map away with any silly ideas or any overly aggressive pushes. So instead, they're just waiting for the game to kind of play out itself and relying on their shots to be hit when they do get to those final circles. But at 3-3 in round number 1, this is the series that you wanted on set, and I think that we knew both of these teams would put on a show. And if you are just joining us, this is a lower bracket matchup as well. This is not the winner's bracket. This could be a winner's bracket semi.
To be a final.
The teams that you're looking at, it could be a grand final, you're right. It's in fact loser's bracket round 3.
It's a best of 5 as well, so a long way to go for both of these teams. And if it's going to be this tight, it's going to be very, very exciting to watch. Mady's going to line up a grenade and see if he can get some damage, and it's going to be an exchange of positions to what we saw last time in the previous round. New Esports will be playing this slightly lower ground, where as Kungana will have the advantage on the height. That snap coming in from Denze though. And there's an alternator this time for New Esports. So it was in the hands of Kungana for the first time, and look at the aggression. Denze fancies things now because he has that alternator. Look how quickly it shreds, but not as quick as JMW does. Kashira will get the trade, however. Kashira now the last player on that, but oh my word, it's not looking good for them. I like the idea of the aggression, but Kungana were ready for it.
I mean, I rate the aggression, and I'm always a big fan for anyone being confident, but my did JMW just shut down that alternator push so comfortably with the wingman. Kungana just
different then.
laughed in the face of danger. New Esports find themselves on the back foot again. Kangana now on match point. Otherwise, we could be going to sudden death. But both these teams very confident in their individual fights. We've got 3 players on both sides who can clutch up when you need to, and that just creates for a very exciting matchup.
Well, match point here for Kangana. Have really had to fight and scrape to get into this position. Devo with a turbo on it in the hands of Graceful, so he's going to be spitting bullets and spitting high DPS for any kind of position he finds himself in. Ishira's going to go with the wingman once more, and the Eva 8 in the back pocket, but this is a little bit more of an even ground, so to speak, as both teams won't have a extreme play advantage. Here's Graceful though in that corner. He gets the first knock. Kashira, goodbye. Maybe we'll see you on the next map on this, or teammates can clutch up here. Denze and Postkill left in a 2v3.
Last thing you want to do is push into a devotion. Absolutely ripped to shreds. Kangana have the player advantage now, and they'll be looking to try and up the ante a little bit, speed things up, and try and close this round out, close this map number 1 out, which has been a real struggle for them, if I'm completely honest. Neither team has looked comfortable, even though New Esports have had a little bit more pattern of strategy in terms of being able to get that care package round after round. Kangana still find themselves on top, and it's going to be one final bubble fight. The defensive bombardment comes down just to allow Dente to heal up. It all comes down to a 2 versus 3, and New Esports clutch up and take us to sudden death.
Here goes Mady. He's trying to get an angle. So is Graceful as well. He has the Devo, and New Esports are just caught in a corner. It's not a nice place to be. Mady's trying to move in. If he holds this door, his teammates will be able to move in, but he's doing damage on his way through. Graceful gets one. Kangana will close things out here on map 1 on Hillside Outpost, and they will go up by 1 in the series, but it was a scrap between these two now, and it was a dogfight.
Yeah, it was very scrappy, very messy fights indeed. You had to think on your feet quite often. The strategy might have been there from the start, but as soon as the circle started to move in, it all became a little bit panicked from both teams. And even though the weapons were probably in favor of New Esports for the majority, Kangana certainly took full advantage of the positions that they found themselves in, and a couple of clutch moments that allowed them to take map number 1 here. And we said map number 1 was going to be very important, because going into map number 2 was the pick of Kangana. It is Thermal Station, something that they looked very impressive on earlier on today when they played against Navi. So if they can carry on that form into map number 2 here, then maybe they can take a 2-0 advantage in this best of 5. But it is a best of 5. It means it won't be closed out, and there will still be chances for New Esports to get back into things. And that's me just going off presumption, right? New Esports could still win Thermal Station. Both of these teams are very evenly matched, very little to separate them.
I'd love to see that play that we just saw from the point of view of J&W as well, getting pushed by an alternator and somehow or other managing to just fry with the wingman. There must have been a couple of headshots in there to match the DPS that does come out of that alternator. But now, as you say, we move on to Thermal Station. This is the pick of Kangana, which is great for them. If they go 2 up in this best of 5, it will give them that little cushion. But I think one thing to take away here for Kangana is just look back on that Navi series. When they managed to get that win, managed to get a little bit of an advantage, maybe they took their foot off the gas. Maybe they threw away a couple of rounds. You can't afford to do that here against New Esports, because they've shown that they will make you pay if you give them any kind of opportunity to do so.
Also funny that one map was probably longer than the majority of series we've already had today in the best of 3s. But that shows how difficult it can be when it is that close, right? When it goes back and forth, when it goes all the way, 8 or 9 round matchup, can be very different to just the 3-round matchups that we've seen previously when they do snowball out of control. But your favorite pizza map is going to be here now, Thermal Station. Kangana look comfortable in this one, and for the majority, it's because of Graceful. It's because of the way that that he plays, and he positions himself separate from his team, does the damage, gets out of the fight, or wins his engagement and then gets out of the fight. And it is very difficult to try and keep tabs of Wraith on Thermal Station with all the different objects you can hide behind on the edges of this map. You can certainly make it very difficult with those sight lines, but I'm not counting out New Esports here. With how they played and how they knew how to dominate the care packages, for example, in that one, maybe they feel like they should have taken map 1, but they're going to have to transition that into map number 2. If they can find themselves with weapon advantage, maybe get a little bit more fortunate with the weapons that do come down in the care packages in the early stages, then they could still tie up this series.
I think you made a great point there. That's also the anomaly in the series as far as maps that we talk about is done and dusted now, because that's a map that both teams wouldn't have played too much, and the fact that it was so close between the two kind of, shows how tightly contested these two teams will be. So maybe it's going to come down to, like you say, a little bit more favoritism on map, maybe a little bit more strategy, but At the same time, both of them have played a lot of these maps now, so there's not really that argument to be had as well. I think it's going to come down to just who executes on that first blood, who's going to be getting in position. And once again, all eyes are going to be on Graceful. I hate to keep saying it, but he puts himself in that position for Kungana. If he gets shut down, then all of a sudden, New Esports have a way back into things. But if he can find that first blood, like he does so many times, then he could be the key once again here for Kungana.
Yeah, even though he's going to be the focus because he is the player with the legend that can either win or lose you the round, of course, the teammates are going to be very important, and if they're hitting their shots, they can clutch up at the same time. But your entry character is very important. It is someone who has to do that damage. If they don't do that damage, or if they get caught out, then you find yourselves in a 2 versus 3, and you don't want to be putting your support characters into a 2 versus 3. But if you're playing that support character, you need to be supporting. You need to be in a position where at least you can either give information, or you can do damage, or your abilities can help out in some way. And that's why legend composition is very much important as we go from map to map. But also you need that communication with your team. You need everyone to be on the same page, because if one player is off on their own thing and the other two aren't really watching, they're just focusing on their own engagement, you can't take advantage of what this entry character is doing.
Well, already action going down here. As you can see, Denze having to pop a few cells early on, which is not good for the inventory and for the economy of a team. The P2020 just tickling away at the shields and causing a little bit of damage. There's a few shots in response, though, from Denze. And now you can see 5 seconds till he has that grapple available, and he's going to have to move towards his teammates after a couple of meds to work with.
Mozambique shots going to be very important, as they were in not just the previous map, the previous series that we've seen. The distance that this thing can actually manage to connect with is, I'm not going to be honest, pretty stupid. But, you know, some of those stray bullets can hit a little bit harder than you'd expect. And again, there's that attempt from Graceful here, get to 15. And even though it's just a 15, it's enough just to maybe bring out one shield cell. Here's the attempt to try and get the care package. The bubble is down there for a reason. And New Esports, again, will have the advantage when it comes to weapons. The R99 is going to be picked up for post-kill here. But you have to take advantage of these weapons now. You need to be able to be in a position where you can actually win rounds because of your aggression onto that package.
JMW, something you don't see too much, is a 1 to 2 times on a wingman. It just looks so weird to me to see it, to be honest with you. Something it just throws me off completely. However, he knows how to hit shots with it. 45 damage is going to be done, and economy-wise, you have to feel with the amount of damage that has been output from the guns of Kungana. They are in a position where if they get a couple more cracks, they will know that they have the opportunity to close that ground. Battery's been used. We've seen shield cells being used on every single member of New Esports now. So this is kind of last stand for them, and they might actually have to move in a few seconds as well once that circle does start to close. So all the advantages at the moment in the advantage of Kungana. But for New Esports, it only takes one big damage output from one player, and they can focus, and all of a sudden the round turns in their favor.
Both teams sticking with their legend compositions from the previous as well. Nothing really too special on Thermal Station. The Bangalore could certainly come into the mix, and we've already seen how the Gibraltar bubble can affect things with at least gaining the care package anyway. But that's going to be the only bubble purchase for this round, so it's not going to be able to be used for any sort of defensive threat or also for an offensive way of trying to transition into a fight. But you can see New Esports at the moment, they're kind of scattered across in a line, reluctant to push up because there's angles being covered by Kungana, but they need to move soon, and this is where the Bangalore smoke is going to be very important. Just allow you to move through, try and get a better map position, and there's the shot from the Mozambique.
Digi threat, that's one thing that we didn't account for, and now Kungana find themselves in a difficult position. Graceful slides out, manages to find one. He's kind of working his way through the smoke at the moment. He manages to get 2. He snaps onto the 3rd. Woo, Graceful. That was naughty.
Man's just really tore them a new hole. I'm going to be completely honest. That was disgusting. Through the smoke as well, just being able to reposition and make it very awkward for New Esports. New Esports were on the back foot already, being in a position where they had to push up, where they had to utilize those smokes to try and gain map advantage, but the map advantage was never really there for them despite the first knock. And Graceful, we said he's the man who had to make a difference. Well, he made a difference there. Hit all of his shots. Great aim. Fantastic. And well, I mean, very impressed with what I've seen.
Crazy, crazy play coming out from Graceful, just snapping onto those different targets. And for Kungana, it was still a battle. You know, they did get that first knock against them, so good job from them as Madelol gets greeted into round number 2 with a grenade at his feet. Manages to not take a lot of damage, to be honest with you. It looked like he might have done a little bit more, but there's one player on the flank here that New Esports have got to be aware of, who manages to get away. No, he doesn't. Madelol is going to be taken down. New Esports with the perfect start here to round number 2.
Yeah, now you just need to capitalize off this 3 versus 2. Don't allow there to be any res. Just make sure you position yourself so you can watch that body, but also don't allow anyone to get isolated and 1v2'd here. Or 1v3'd, of course. Ghana, they need to try and take a 2v3 fight in an intelligent manner. Maybe you've got some grenades to work with, some utility to try and engage in a fight, but JMW kind of playing behind Graceful at the moment. Graceful almost being used as bait right now, which is what he's done so many times on this map. Will back off, will be able to bat up, but now they get into more of a vulnerable position where slowly but surely New Esports are starting to surround them.
And Graceful had to pull off something magical in the last round to put Kangana into a position to win things. Well, he's going to have to do something again alongside JMW. JMW just kind of playing bait at the moment as Graceful's looking to just kind of sneak out and see if he can find an off angle, or maybe they can laser one player together and create a 2v2 scenario. Reminded the last round, though, it was a 2v3, although it was only momentarily. Kangana did manage to take the round home with. There's some big shots coming out from JMW, though. One more might have been enough to get that knock. Now he has to hold his ground. And he knows he's not going to have the time maybe to get that battery off without taking a bit of pressure himself. But Bubble going to be forced here by the 2 members of Kangana. So you have to say defensively, they're playing really well here, Dan. They're doing a lot of damage output without managing to take a knock themselves.
Are they just delaying the inevitable, though? That's the real question. There should not be a real chance for New Esports to throw this one away. Kangana, when you're a player down, you shouldn't be able to win fights, but they are hitting shots. But now JMW is going to be in a sticky situation where he might not have time to get this bat off. Needs support from Graceful. Does manage to pop it off, but I think it might be just a little bit too late. Damage does come through, but it's going to be so much so that one player gets blasted across the entire map there. Landed right in the center of World's Edge.
So New Esports seeing the advantage and taking it. As soon as they got that initial damage done, they knew that JMW would be out of the fight as he would be forced to use that battery. And you can, even though you're going to take a little bit of damage maybe from Graceful on the cross, all 3 of you aren't going to go down. So they did a good job of recognizing this situation, recognizing the advantage that we always talk about, and tying things up at 1-to-1. This really has been back and forth.
So difficult to call it between these 2 teams, isn't it? When we've had very one-sided games in the arena tournaments we've commentated. I mean, VSA blowing Gambit completely out of the water in the winners bracket semi-final, and then you get to a losers bracket matchup where you could not call it whatsoever. I mean, Kangana favourites, especially after winning map number 1 and this being one of their more comfortable maps, but New Esports round after round, they just show something a little bit different. They show that they know how to hang with these big boys, and if they can get early picks like that and just slowly play the patient game, then there's no reason why they can't win this map and tie the series up 1-to-1.
Denze trying to be that player to find an off angle here. He's been spotted out by JMW, though. He's going to try and hit some wingman shots, but can't quite connect.
I saw someone, and I don't think they're selling cookies.
No damage really being exchanged between the 2 teams as yet. Let's see where that circle's going to be going. There's a little bit of damage done, though. Graceful couldn't convert the damage into a knock, though. Now Graceful trying to move up, whereas you can see there's going to be a couple of players, and he's going to burst through that door. 48 damage is going to be exchanged, though, so pretty much similar damage exchange between the 2 players, even though the gun shield took a little bit of it. We're moving towards that platform, maybe. Kangana trying to play a couple of off angles here. Maybe going to be the scout for them, as the smoke does come in now to try and block that line of sight.
A lot of Pathfinder zips being thrown around and Octane's jumping all over the place, just players trying to reposition to gain as much advantage as possible, but not really being able to do so. Both teams rotating around one another and around the map just to keep it at a distance, holding them at arm's length almost, saying, you know what, let's wait for that circle to come in. Again, just with the gentleman's agreement, they don't need to engage into a fight unless someone takes a considerable amount of damage. Graceful is almost cracked, but should be able to get away. A package is still there for the taking, but I think the bubble may have been used a little bit earlier, so it's not going to be as easy for it to be grabbed. You might have to use the smoke to get so. The smoke connection does some damage, and the flat line will be found, and New Esports continue with their tradition of getting the care package itself.
Look at this push coming in now. The care package is going to be effective as the flat line will finish off the kill onto Graceful, which kind of been trying to patrol and own this central structure, the low ground at least. Battery going to be pushed here as Graceful will be finished off, so Denze is going to be the player to convert that knock into a kill. And now, once again, Kangana on the back foot here, and they've been struggling the last couple of rounds. New Esports have been very, very methodical with the way that they've worked towards getting those knocks and really holding down positions as Matey kind of knows he's in a bad spot, tries to do something crazy to get out of it, but this looks like another round maybe going to New Esports here as post-kill will move in to get that final knock, and New Esports put themselves up 2-1 and put themselves onto match point.
I think this is what New Esports have to do, right? They have to take Kangana out of their comfort zone. If it's just that straight fight where both teams are just waiting for the circle to come in, it's poke, 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 and then wait for one team to do more damage, and then you jump on the other. Kangana seem to have that advantage. They seem to do a little bit more poke damage. They seem to hit their shots a little bit more often. But New Esports is trying to eliminate that by saying, look, let's try and delay things. Let's try and play for the package, whether that be early, whether that be late. We just take advantage of whenever we can actually grab it. Just ensure we're always keeping eyes on it and not allowing Kangana to get it. Once we do have that package, then let's push up on them. We have the weapons, we have the damage output there, depending on what we pick up. And the flatline really made the difference, allowed them to get that first pick. And we know how different it can be when it's 3 versus 2 rather than a 3 versus 3.
Kangana, they need to find this round. JMW being taken down to almost half health is not going to be good for them, and this is not the perfect start. It's almost a nightmare start as they will fall or lose that first player. Graceful, though, manages to get one to tie it back up to a 2v2. Not only that, he's able to get out of dodge momentarily. Kashira's trying to push up with that Havoc in his hand. There's the bubble forward, and they're going to be caught out here, and now it all will fall onto Graceful. One player is extremely low in the bubble, but Bubble's going to give them the cover they need. So Graceful is going to have to put the magic, otherwise New Esports. We timed up the series.
Missiles will arrive. I think this is probably going to be all she wrote unless we see something crazy, but we will not. New Esports take map number 2, and they take one of Kangana's better maps off them. So the map picks have gone against the team that has chosen them. We're tied up 1-1, and this very much is a series. I think we knew that already, but this could have quite easily gone 2-0 to Kangana if they had played the way they did against Navi a little bit earlier, but nope, New Esports with a little bit more strategy behind things. The legend picks really coming into the equation. Bangalore and Gibraltar doing absolute bits.
Yeah, I think Bangalore did a lot of work for them, especially when they're in positions where you felt like, Kangana probably felt, you know, we're in a really good spot here. We're covering a lot of angles, but it's one thing to cover angles. The other thing to do, by the way, just to hold my thought as we watch that spray transfer coming in from a Graceful for what was a crazy 3-piece. You know, you put yourself in a position where you feel like you're covering angles, but as soon as you lose one and you have one player who's kind of isolated on that angle from the smoke, it becomes so difficult to play against. And again, just shows every legend can be played in a different way, and Bangalore certainly has value here on Thermal Station, especially when it's a map without a huge amount of elevation. I think that's the difference here with, you know, if you've got a player up on high ground and the smoke goes down, it's so easy just to reposition and find another angle to essentially watch the same places. But when you're on the same platform, when there's no real undulations to speak of, it becomes so difficult because the smoke covers so much of your line of sight.
It's just another way to reset as well. We saw several times where Kangana would lose a player, or they'd have a player cracked it and lose some shields, and they weren't able to reset because they didn't have those defensive legends to put a bubble down or put some smoke down. Instead, you're just hiding behind pillars or objects that often leave you vulnerable from certain angles, and all it takes is one player to push up just enough to shoot you in your little tiny toe, and then you're taken down. You're going to be out of the equation, whereas a bubble gives you that protection, that ability to just be confident that you can all get up to a full complement of health. And maybe Kangana just a little bit behind the meta here. Slightly different to what they played in a previous tournament where maybe they could play these aggressive legends. They could just take these straight fights, but I think now you really need to be focusing on some of these abilities and how they can help you in fights, because the Gibraltar made the massive difference for getting those care packages, the Bangalore for covering the sight lines, and just in general, defensive legends just seem to be a little bit more important in this matchup in particular.
Yeah, I think especially on the closer quarter maps, when you get a little bit of damage done and you have the ability to reset is absolutely vital. And I think the Thermal Station is certainly one where we're just seeing that in effect for New Esports to get back into it. But now we're going over to a map which offers a little bit more range. I wonder if we're going to see some 30-30s or if it's just going to be Wingman once again alongside some flatlines. I know that, you know, Kangana would favor flatlines, it looks like, alongside Wingman. I don't know what New Esports are going to bring out of the bag here, but it certainly gives a little bit more variation, I would say, in weaponry choices, because you have those different range battles that you're going to have to take. And I don't know. I love watching this map because it does have that variance in different gameplay. It gives players the chance to flank as well because you have those different routes you can take. So this could be the difference maker between these teams. And I think that New Esports are going to be very happy that they've managed to fight their way back into the series. And also the way that they managed to win that was not just by just a straight 3v3 fight. They were very methodical and they were kind of outthinking Kungana in a lot of those battles.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a very different situation going into this series, 2-0 down into this map, and then you play a little bit more nervous, you play a little bit more scared, but now you can play with a little bit more freedom, like usually when you're in a winner's bracket and you have the lower bracket to back you up. When it's 1-1 and it's the best of 5, you know you've always got that map number 4 regardless of what happens here, so you can afford to play a little bit more risky, or you can get a little bit more aggressive than you usually would, or maybe go for something unconventional, like you say. We might see snipers come into the equation. The 30-30 repeater is something we've spoken about, but we haven't seen much sniping at all. We haven't seen the charge rifle come into things. I'd like to see some sentinel ability come in. Like, we've seen some massive shots be hit by players, but maybe that's just not the style of either of these teams at the same time. But there has been a lack of aggression at times from Kungana, especially considering the legend composition they're going for. I would have expected them to push in and rush a little bit more, but it just hasn't happened. They're going to stick, though, with the same comp, and as are New Esports. The Bangalore and the Gibby very much still apparent.
We're going to see an early dash for those meds. Denze will do a good job on the Pathfinders to hit that grapple. You can see the Kungana actually going to play more zone. You can see JMW was actually given some responsibility to see if he could get into a position to steal away some meds. But this time he's going to be backing up to his teammates and going to have to pop some meds once he gets into a safer position. So Kungana look like they have zone advantage for now. And it will be their opponents, New Esports, who have to traverse across this rocky area. Covered dusted, I would say, with snow, to try and get into a position to engage.
Lightly dusted, like a cupcake almost.
Very
As Kungana looked to try and explode. That was AIDS and bang bang! Shot me down. I mean, that was some big old damage numbers that came out, and got a push on that. Surely New Esports on the back foot, having to back down all 3 of them behind the rocks here, giving up any sort of high ground. But Kungana, not yet. Instead, they just position to try and get angles.
Yeah, Kungana doing a lot of damage. However, no knocks, which is going to be pretty frustrating for them. However, managed to get hold of the hemlock from the care package, so that's going to give them a little bit of a chance to do some damage from range. Graceful just trying to be sneaky once again, but the longer this round goes on, the more maybe you're going to start to feel that this favours New Esports. Here's a flank coming in from Kushira, big damage again, manages to escape, and that's something we don't really talk about is the double time. The passive of Bangalore being able to get in and out of fights after doing that damage can give you the half a second advantage that you do need. So Bangalore, not just the smokes, not just the ult, but also the passive, very, very effective here in arenas.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's thought process behind all of this. It's not like you just chuck a random legend and just think that it's only going to work for one reason. There's got to be several to try and make it a massive factor to picking it over some of the more usual legends that you'll see. For example, like a Wraith. You can get in and out of a fight with a Wraith, you can get in and out of a fight with Bang, but the smoke is addition to getting in and out. You need to have multiple factors to the decision making. Genze is very low here, needs a little bit of support. Does he even have any meds though? Kungana will now probably push in with the amount of damage that they've been able to put out here.
Graceful's going to go down, and there once again is the difference. Bangalore, the smoke went down, it disorientated all of the Kungana players trying to push, and now from a situation where New Esports were on the back foot and things were looking very, very awful for them, they managed to somehow win that round, and that was, you have to say, all down to that Bangalore smoke.
Yeah, the smoke and then hitting the shots through the smoke as well, just catching Kungana off guard. As you said, they were disorientated, they didn't really know what they were doing, didn't know where to look. Even with the digi threat, sometimes you just find yourself a little bit lost, not knowing where to go. Didn't have their bearings whatsoever, and New Esports take the lead. And if New Esports can go 2-1 up in this series, then there's going to be a lot of questions to be asked from this Kungana roster. I think they'll be a little bit disheartened after some of the rounds they have had in the previous 2 maps. Especially considering they have won an Arenas tournament in recent times, recent weeks. Only a few weeks ago, in fact. But the meta is constantly evolving and constantly shifting from one tournament to another. So even though we see one team perform well in a previous tournament, very quickly be on the receiving end of another team showing them how it's done.
Important for Kungana who wants to back after that little bit of a disappointment, you have to say, at the previous round, where they seemed to output so much damage, but just that last-second decision that played against them. Big footsteps above Graceful. He'll know that people are going to be looking for him, and that smoke is going to slow down his flank, which once again just makes it a little bit less effective. It means that his teammates are going to have to expose themselves for a little bit longer, and it's going to give someone else a chance to sneak up on him. However, Graceful does good damage. Kashira's going to have to back down. And that's the difference here for Graceful. He has maybe a few more seconds to sneak up. He gets the jump on that player. It's not just a straight you versus me, and he maybe can do that extra 50 damage to get the knock.
Yeah, and you can't just walk through smoke as well. You know the opposition is probably going to have digi threats. Kashana, though, has taken a considerable amount of damage, but it's Esports trying to get the care package and trying to dash away, and they do dash away. Denze, just a slither of health here to work with, but can he be given the support to try and heal up? He's going to pop a Phoenix, so it seems like New Esports are confident they can protect him for quite some time.
There's a little smoke down once again. Major Low will be taken down, and once again, not for the first time, it looks like it's a round that should be almost guaranteed to go to Kungana with a damage output, but no! Once again, the Pathfinder boot picks up the kill, and somehow, once again, New Esports, in the midst of the smoke, come up with some magic.
The Legends are making a difference. I mean, of course, there's the ability of getting your aim on and actually hitting your shots, but certainly the smokes have made a difference. The bubble has really helped out here as well. I mean, the Pathfinders on both teams, but we see how the zip has been very important just to grapple away and try and survive. But package changed things a little bit there for New Esports, just having that extra weapon to work with, that extra damage output from what they found. And now they're one round away from going ahead in this series and winning 3-0, which really would be a very commanding way to win this map going into map number 4, which is Gardens, which we've already seen Kungana struggle on already today.
A real opportunity here for New Esports. One more round. That's all they're going to be thinking. Kungana, they're thinking aggression. They don't want to let this be a comfortable round where their opponents can just pick away at them. They've managed to get a lot of damage down. Graceful's going to have to be incredibly careful, but JMW is going to be first down. And once again, New Esports with that first blood. They'll get the finish as well, so now it's a very interesting situation. Maidilo will get a kill, though, onto Kashira, so it looks like it might be 2v2 on the map. 45 damage and a crack coming in from post-kill again. The wingman really starting to hit hard for him.
A crack from the cracked player. That was insane, the shots there coming out of him. Kashira unfortunately went down, wasn't able to heal up, was probably seconds away, if not milliseconds away, from being able to pop off his Battle Phoenix, whichever he was trying. I couldn't see at the time. But Kashira will be picked up, so 3 versus 2 once again for New Esports, and Kungana not able to capitalize on that res happening and not being able to do so, and Denze gets behind, Graceful gets a try.
Pathfinder, that is why we love you, and that is going to be New Esports closing things out on map number 2, and that's a tough pill to swallow for Kungana, because there was a couple of rounds there where they had huge damage advantage, but New Esports managed to clutch up and make some incredible defensive plays, and now they get that map on the board. And it was very, very interesting, Dan, to be honest with you, to see how that one kind of ended up turning out, because New Esports, I just felt like I'm not quite sure how they've won that in such a convincing fashion, that match. It just felt like a lot of the time it was Kungana who had advantages and really should have been better at closing things out.
Kungana had the damage, they had the advantage, but it was New Esports who just had the better legends, the better composition, if I'm completely honest. The smokes were everything, hitting the shots through the smokes as well, being able to switch up their pace of play when they needed to. They got really aggressive on that last round, and they take map number 3. They take a 2-1 advantage now in this series. As we move to map number 4, we move to Gardens, and a chance for New Esports to try and turn up and close this series out. Don't allow it to go to the 5th map. But this was Kungana's pick. Despite the fact that we've seen Kungana play this and lose this earlier to Navi, they still are confident on it. They're still comfortable on it enough that they will make it their pick for map number 4. And we've seen how Legends can affect this map like it has in previous, and we saw Navi, they really utilized Gibraltar's bubble to try and stay alive from those Skynades once they got the advantage on the high ground. So maybe this is something we're going to see from New Esports as well. Do we see Kungana finally shift away from that aggressive composition? Do they finally put one defensive legend on their roster to try and help them out, or are they going to stick to their guns here? But if it goes wrong, they're out of the tournament.
It's time to bring out Fuse. I'm telling you, Gardens and Fuse. It's like hand in hand, you know, all that kind of stuff. I'm telling you, it's the difference maker. I gave you these strats before the tournament started, guys. Come on, this is what you need to do. Not sure if it'll work, but you know, I think it's a good idea. But this is difficult now for Kungana. I think, even though it is their pick, like you point out, it's such a fast-paced map here that this is one of those maps where even if it's your pick, it can go against you. A couple of rounds where a rogue nade you don't spot from the sky hits you, and then all of a sudden it's 2-0. You're on match point. It's not just match point; it's series point now. In this best of 5, it can really be a very unforgiving map for Kungana to have to fight back against New Esports on. But in the same way, momentum could go in their way. They could hit the first few shots. They could get high ground advantage. They can get that knock. So whatever's going to happen here, I feel like it's going to be quick. I don't think we're going to see around 5, 6, 7, 8 here. I think it's going to be it's going to be 2, 3 very quick rounds that go down, and we'll have our result here from Gardens.
I mean, it was something that I touched on as we went into the previous game, previous map, is that when you are behind and it's 2 versus 1 and you are on the cusp of being eliminated, you're going to play a little bit more scared and you're not necessarily going to take as many risks. Or perhaps that's certainly the mentality of a lot of teams anyway. You don't want to take the risks, whereas you have a 2-1 lead now. You've got even more of a cushion here if you're New Esports, and if there's one map you want to be able to just take risks on, it's Gardens, whether that be just kind of sky nades, whether that be just diving on the opposition, taking the height advantage, dropping when maybe the other team doesn't expect you to drop. All these different things can surprise your opponent, and you've got now the cushion to work with New Esports. It's very much their series to lose now, and we'll see whether Kungana can get back into things and really turn up as what I said was one of the favourites throughout this entire tournament. But it seems like this might be the end of the road for them unless they switch things up.
And it's going to be a difficult road back for them, but if anyone can do it, it's the winners of our previous Arenas tournament, which is going to be Kungana. But Gardens, as I say, I just feel like if there's any map, right, that you don't want your tournament life to be decided on, I feel like Gardens is it, because it can be, as I say, it can be over like that. You know, you snap your fingers, it's done, it's dust, and you're like, all right, cool, we didn't really get to shoot a bullet because we just got hit by Evas and nades. So for Kungana, they're going to have to be the team that are hitting those nades, hitting those Eva shots. And I feel like for New Esports, well, the way they've been managing to hold off some very aggressive pushes as well when they've been on the back foot, I feel like it works for them on Gardens. You know, they might be in a position where they're all huddled up in one of those buildings below. They give up high ground, but they can somehow pull off a miraculous play inside of maybe a smoke. We'll have to see, but New Esports not going to be using Bangalore this time, so we're not going to see smokes. It's going to be Pathfinder and Gibraltar. No surprise to see that down with those sky nades so effective.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Octane and the Pathfinder. I think the general consensus from teams is you need both of them so you can switch up from round to round. You can zip to the high ground in one, you can bounce to the high ground in the other, and that way you don't be spending too much money on those ultimates each time. Kungana are down a little bit low. Denze and the rest of the squad at New Esports have got the positional advantage here, have done the damage with the Mozambique, but haven't been able to get some knocks just yet.
Interesting to see how this has been approached by Kungana. Actually decided not to get too aggressive, just playing back on this wall, using that head glitch and seeing if they can get a little bit damage down. A care package goes down as well, which is going to be picked up by New Esports by the looks of things, and this might be an opportunity maybe for Kungana to get a little bit of damage done. There's one Gibby dropping in, and here it is. It's going to be used as bait, and Kungana doing such a great job to bait out post kill, but the fight's still going on. Grace will have to hit these shots, manages to do so. Last player alive is going to be there, and once again, Grateful in position to pick up at least 2, if not all 3 in the feed to give Kungana that advantage.
That's better from Kungana, and they very much needed that. I don't think they could allow themselves to go around down here and allow things to snowball out of control from New Esports. Now they're going to have more materials to work with than their opposition, and they should have the advantage in this round for sure. As we'll see, Kungana are going to look to try and transition to the high ground earlier than New Esports, but New Esports, you could say, have the better side of the map for this particular circle.
I told you we were going to have a long series. It was always going to happen between these two. They seem to be so well balanced in their understanding of how these maps work, and I like this angle, to be honest with you, from Kungana, deciding not to fly straight in, and unfortunately for Madelol there, it's not that often. Things could have been very, very different as Kashira, who was the player who didn't take as much damage as maybe he was expecting there, deals out a hell of a lot to really push Kungana back.
Yeah, that's 2 players from Kungana who had to drop. New Esports very much applying the pressure. Denze having to also scarper away, though. It's whether Kungana can kind of regroup here. They were a little bit spread out, but it seems like they found themselves with the high ground advantage thanks to Graceful, who positioned himself so tactically there. As we do get a little bit of a lull, but now it seems like New Esports want to dive down and take the low ground instead, and maybe thinking about Circle already, and also just trying to get some of those materials for the next round.
Here comes the drop. New Esports be baited again. A couple of shots coming in, and this time New Esports are going to be caught down on the low ground. So complete height control here for Kungana. They certainly have the advantage when it comes to positioning on the map. Will they be able to get that care package weapon, and will it be a difference maker here? Postkill's making the move. He's going to check out what's there, but you can see there are a couple of players holding those angles. Graceful, one of them, is going to deal a lot of damage here to Kashira. First up will go down to Kungana. And New Esports now on the back foot.
2 versus 3. Don't have the high ground. This should be a guaranteed round for Kungana. Denze will fall, and it all comes down to post-kill as the Gibraltar. And I've seen some crazy things in my time commentating Apex Legends, but I don't think this is going to be a 1v3. I'm not going to put head shaving on board, but it doesn't matter because it's going to be 2-0, and Kungana now 1 round away from winning this map and taking us to a map number 5. And they do look a little bit more comfortable on Gardens than they did earlier, but we know how quickly things can turn around in arenas. All it takes is New Esports now to get 1 on the board, get some economy on their side, and also get some confidence back in their game. Regain that high ground. That's one thing that New Esports haven't really been able to get so far. Ghana have very much been above them for the majority. New Esports sacrificed the ultimate high ground in that one to try and go for the care package, to try and go for the materials, and they were punished for it.
I told you this would be a quick map. And that's exactly how it has gone. Kungana dominant so far. Here's JMW thinking about that Sky nade. It's going to take to the skies. However, it's going to be New Esports who get the first knock here. Denze taking down Graceful and also forcing Kungana down low. Graceful's trying to escape for now, and he will be finished. So 3v2 here for New Esports. Down a chance for them to get back in to a map which they haven't really shown too much presence on yet.
Yeah, we speak about how kind of meta develops, right? And on this map, and you can see no one's going for that high ground off the initial rip. Instead, people are just going to the second floor. And Kungana down to just 1. It's going to be a 1 versus 3. JMW with the wingman does have the high ground, but he shouldn't be allowed to win this if New Esports play it correctly, which looks like they're going for the slow approach, allowing JMW to do an insane amount of damage, really. But they're just all ensuring they can get to a spot where they cannot throw this round away. And it should be 2-1. Unless, never really know what JMW can do, but it's not going to happen. New Esports put their first on the board. Kungana still will have match point here, but New Esports will certainly give them something to think about going into round number 4.
Yeah, just a little bit of an easy kill initially there from Graceful, just kind of putting himself in a position where he didn't really have an escape. Even as Wraith, there was no chance he was going to be able to jump into the void and get away from a couple of different players locating their reticles onto his body. So for New Esports, like you say, a foothold at least here, but still match point for Kungana here. And not only match point, it's series point as well for them. So we'll have to see if they can close things out now.
What do you think is over here?
Won't be series point for
Excuse
Kungana.
me, best of 5. Yeah. My bad.
New Esports are the ones 2-1 up yet.
Oh yeah, my bad.
We've had a lot of best of 3s today as well. It's okay. We've got a long way to go just yet. I'm here to guide you, to support you.
That's why
I am your metaphorical Zimmer frame. That's what I am for you. You're here to help you talk as well. But New Esports, they might be down in this map, but they are up in the series, but they need to get back into things. Can't allow Kungana to get back into the series and take us to a match number 5. Otherwise, you never know with Kungana. They just explode into nothing. As soon as you suspect they're about to dim out and fade out a little bit, the light bulb appears. Kashira tries to tag with the Mastiff, but the bubble will come down, and New Esports now looking to try and maybe engage with the bubble fight here.
Skynade's going to be coming in from Denze. Going to be doing a huge amount of damage, but Kashira is going to be taking a huge amount of damage. Denze will manage to get a knock to exchange things here. As post-kill takes to the skies, Pathfinder says hello, Pathfinder says goodbye, almost as quickly as the first one said hello. And now it's going to be 56 to the body. A couple of shots going to be missed, but this looks like it will be the end of this player at least. Post-kill's going to reach out here. Graceful will somehow come out of that one on top, but now it's a fight round that knocked down shields, and Kungana will clutch up, and Graceful once again clutches up for Kungana. They will take home Gardens here, and they will give themselves a real strong look down moving forward.
Yeah, map number 5 is where we're going to be heading. It's all tied up. New Esports, after taking the early 2, certainly will be a little bit frustrated that they weren't able to close things out on Gardens, but Kungana turning up when they needed to, when their backs were against the wall. I'm very impressed with how they played Gardens. It was their pick. It was their pick for a reason. I doubted them ever so slightly after their performance against Navi earlier, but it didn't matter. They brought things back, and they've demonstrated why it's one of their better map picks. But it does mean that things get a little bit saucy as we go into map number 5. Overflow, I believe, was the 5th and final map. One of my favorites. I think it's one of your favorites as well. Yeah. But it was a quick and very fast Gardens matchup. It's what you promised us, so I'm glad it did pay off.
I know it makes you happy when we're in and out of Gardens as quickly as physically possible, but there are a couple of plays here, and this final play that did come out of Graceful as well just shows how effective it is to have to play down around those knockdown shields in arena. If you've got a teammate who can spot out a player and, you know, at least do a little bit of damage on his way down, then it gives you the opportunity to clutch. I just wondered if, you know, New Esports had to push quite as aggressively there. If they could have just taken their time to really isolate that 2v1 and make Graceful work a little bit harder to get that final knock, but it didn't happen for them, unfortunately, and it will be Kungana who take things home now. And as I say, we're going to a game 5. It's been a long old road so far, and I don't know who's going to take this one. I really don't. I feel like there's some situations I'm watching and I'm like, Kungana have full control. They're looking really good, and they do this damage, and then all of a sudden, all of them seem to fall consecutively after a defensive play from New Esports. The one thing I think that's been missing for New Esports slightly in the series is a little bit of aggression when they've managed to get advantages. If they can kind of add that in, I still see New Esports having the opportunity to take this.
I think New Esports were aggressive in that map number 4, but I feel like they were just trying to utilize that cushion I was talking about earlier, where they knew they had one map above Kungana. They knew Kungana were comfortable in this, so they tried to go for something a little bit different, tried to surprise them. The surprises is what has won them the maps quite often already in this series. But it doesn't matter. It's a clean slate now. They don't have to worry about what happened on Gardens. Ultimately, they have got to the 5th and final map here on Overflow, and this is another one which is about those close range engagements, and another map where Bangalore has been very effective in previous tournaments. So you'd lean towards New Esports being the favorite here on Overflow just because of the previous tournaments we've seen and how effective Bangalore has been.
And I think it's been the secret so far for New Esports. Every map that they've been playing Bangalore, that has been the difference maker. You can say whether it's been defensively allowing them to reset, whether it's been cutting off lines of sight. It really has been something that certainly has given them a hand to play, so to speak, as we get into those rounds, and gives them something to play around if things don't go their way or if things do go their way. So now we're moving on to Overflow. I feel like the way that a team wins this map as well is aggression. I don't like the idea of poke damage. I just feel like it's too easy to reset, especially if you're playing across from each other. You need to, if you do damage here, you have to try and push that advantage. You have to try and close the gap. You can drop down if you're trying to close the gap, cause problems by playing underneath someone. So for players like Postkill, I think it's going to be very important in this for New Esports. I think Graceful, obviously, once again, going to be important for their opponents, Kungana, but I just feel like it needs to be a high pace for you to have a success on this. I feel the longer it takes, the more you let your opponent make plays. I think you need to be the team who makes the plays here.
Yeah, and Kungana certainly seem to be more comfortable when it comes to being the team that makes plays. It's certainly been on the other side where we've seen the response with Bangalore smoke coming through, for example, and then hitting shots through that smoke when Kungana have the advantage, and New Esports have said, well, you know what, actually, let's back off, let's retaliate. And then that's when they've capitalized, and that's when they've come out on top. Is that going to work out here on Overflow? Are we going to see the aggression maybe pay off a little bit more for Kungana? Or have Kungana just not been clinical in their attacks? They haven't been able to put everything to bed. Instead, they've allowed New Esports to kind of get those shots away, to get those smokes down. So we need to see Kungana be a little bit better in these engagements, as Denze will back off there. Some amazing shots coming out from his opposition. Just making sure that Phoenix kit is going to have to be used in the early stages.
Another thing that's just to notice as well, the 2 times on the Mozart makes that range even more to do that chip damage, so even more frustrating for players who are trying to just shoulder peek an angle, and all of a sudden you get chipped away at, and you need to pop another shield cell, and all these things come into play. We are seeing fully upgraded sometimes. Mozambique's in that first round, but this time not the case. The 2 times being favored over that purple bolt and the option of the digital threat. But for now, a little bit of a standoff between the two teams. No real damage being done as both teams have managed to reset. A nade in the hands of Maidilol here might be the difference maker as he throws that one through the smoke to see if he can find some damage. Gonna hit though as the care package comes down. It will be New Esports who managed to pick that one up.
You'd think that New Esports are going to be more comfortable now with the Bangalore. They didn't look like the same team on Gardens where they transitioned the bang off and they put the Octane in. Again, it's another conversation to be had about just playing a legend that you're used to playing, but you'd imagine that Bangalore's not really going to be a legend you play in Battle Royale as Denze hits shot after shot with the Mozambique. That's a lot of damage and will allow New Esports really to try and capitalize and take position.
Denze going to take some damage himself though, and even though New Esports look like they're in a great spot, it's a great defensive stand coming in from Kungana. Trying to finish off the knock is going to be JMW, who will do so. One player flying in though, two players flying in though, and they've got a lovely little setup here. And New Esports, you have to say, might have thrown this round away. They have indeed, as Kungana give New Esports the business they did a little bit earlier in the series, holding on to put the round on the board.
Oh, the crossfire was excellent there from Kungana. They very much knew that they were going to struggle to be able to push up, so they all just kind of held back, banked on New Esports being overly aggressive after the damage that they had put out. And well, the crossfire was too much for Kungana. They tried to, for New Esports, excuse me, New Esports tried to retreat, and sometimes when you do retreat, you just leave your back exposed and you leave yourself free to damage from your position. Kungana said, thank you very much, we'll lap that up, we'll take a 1-0 lead here. New Esports now need to be maybe a little bit more clinical with their pushes. Something that I said Kungana struggled on previously. It was New Esports who didn't capitalize on their advantage.
And it's just a lack of patience there from New Esports. They had no need to throw themselves into that situation. Kungana basically had nowhere to go. They got initial damage done, and they just had to wait for them to walk into the reticles. It wasn't the case, of course, as we're going to see Graceful get caught out, and he has to jump into the void and manages to do so. However, I wonder if there's going to be a player chasing him down as Denze is going to have to pop a battery here. Kashira trying to move up as we see the smoke go down. To give that cover, frag grenade indicator is going to be on his screen. Manages to avoid that one as well. So standoff once again. A little bit of a flank coming in from Kashira, but the crossfire and the setup really, really strong there from Kungana.
Slow peek as well there from Kashira, just made himself very vulnerable, and Maidilol will get the first knock onto post kill and the finish to clean things up, and the bubble is there that almost goes against New Esports because it just allows Kungana to get a little bit of protection, turn it into a 3 versus 2. New Esports just haven't really been able to get going here on Overflow. Kungana have just been hitting a couple more shots and a lack of patience, maybe a lack of communication at times. Denze, can he go clutch? No, he can't. That was going to have to be the kill. But now I think that's one you imagine Kungana should clean it up, which they do. They go 2-0 up, and they put themselves on series point now.
They do indeed. Series point, match point, whatever you want to call it. This time we call it correctly, as it will be Kungana. They give themselves the opportunity to close things out against New Esports, but if we've learned anything from this series is you can't count out New Esports quite yet. They'll need to do something special here, Dan, if they want to get back into this, because it looks like a long way back for them.
It does, but I mean, the amount of times we've seen 2-0s turn into 2-2s, right? Like this third round just seems to so often go in favor of the team that is on 0. So Kungana just need to make sure they don't let this slip. And sometimes that can be down to overconfidence. You think it's just going to be an easy 3-0 sweep, and it's just a slight misstep from one player who gets caught out and gets isolated. Kungana need to play together, make sure they're all communicating and not really finding themselves in a position where one player can just be dominated by the other team. You'd imagine New Esports aren't going to take a risk at this point. I would credit them if they did take a risk, just having the kind of balls to do so, but I don't think they will. I think they'll play this slow, and maybe Kungana take advantage of that. Just play the poke damage battle. You've got more materials. You should have more in terms of economy here. You should have more bats to work with. So play that poke damage, do the damage, and just say, look, let's see what you got. Let's see if you can actually outlast us as we allow this ring to come in.
New Esports trying to hold their ground. Smoke goes down on that care package, which means that Kashira should be able to pick that one up. The question is, are nades in position here to do the damage that's needed? New Esports make that move. Thermite's going to go down. Peacekeeper's going to be picked up. Wingman re-picked up as the Mozhan was the one that went down. No knock so far as Denze's taking a little bit of damage here. Postkill can't get the damage here with the wingman, and with every shot that's missed, you just get the feeling here down that Kangana are moving closer and closer to managing to pick up a win.
Kangana are stuck in a quite awkward spot at the moment. They are down low and they're having to shoot from low to high. All it takes is a couple of connected shots and then a timed push. Suddenly you have the advantage. But here comes...
Shira does some good damage. Smoke goes down again just to confuse and confuzzle the people below. BMW though manages to get the crack and manages to get some flesh damage. That might be the opportunity for them to move up 13 more. Just chipping away. And New Esports who are holding on here. And just a little reminder to everyone, this is a lower bracket game, so this is New Esports tournament life on the line. Kashira going to throw an 8 up into the skies as well for New Esports. They take up the damage, however, the crack going to come in. Graceful first player to fall, however, going to be traded out almost immediately. And now Bangalore runs straight past JMW, a massive opportunity for him to clutch now. A 1v1, JMW gets it done for Kangana.
How on earth? I think been able to do that.
How was he able to do that? The Bangalore went missing.
JMW, a sneaky little beaver. The Bangalore very much just focused on trying to get into that circle. That's what happens sometimes when you leave it so late and that ring starts to come in, is that you very much get turtle vision, really just focusing on trying to survive, not necessarily taking in your surroundings. This was also a questionable push from New Esports. I think ultimately just experience came into the equation here. I think Kangana maybe were the second best team in this series. I think New Esports deserved a little bit more, but it was just these clutch moments and maybe some small mistakes coming out of New Esports that allow Kangana to win this series. And they'll just be kind of breathing a sigh of relief there, because that could have been a very different series. A few rounds could have gone the other way and they might have been out of this tournament.
I was going to be that guy to you then. I was like, how can you say they're a better team? They just lost. But I wouldn't be. I get what you're trying to say. I get it. Okay. It was very impressive though from Kangana. I feel like Gardens gave them that momentum, especially the way that they won it as well. It's little things like this that happen in a series in competitive esports, right? Whether it's arenas, whether it's BRs, it doesn't matter. The 2v1 from Graceful that really gave them momentum going into that final map, I think was really, really important for them, because then we just saw them playing with that confidence. That kind of play where you know, New Esports, even though it might have been a round which wasn't too important in the context of the game, they were already down at a certain amount. It just gives you the belief going into the next round that you can take on anyone. You can win a 2v1. You can win a 1v1. You're not scared of your opponent and what they can kind of offer in comparison to the play that you've just made yourself. So for me, absolutely massive winner for Kangana. Very well played from them. Unfortunately, that will be the end for New Esports. We'll have to say goodbye to them out of the tournament, and we'll also have to say goodbye to you for just a few moments, because it's time for us to go to a break. But in the breakdown, you know what you should do? You should head over to gloot.com. That's GLOOT.com, and you should check out today's challenges. We've got cool stuff over there, okay? You can set up a free account, start competing and tracking your stats in Apex Legends. But for now, we're going to take a break. We're going to catch our breath after that long series. We'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. I'm not gonna lie down, by the way. When that music hits us, it really like hits us. Do you know what I mean? When we come back from the break, it's so like epic and huge. And speaking of epic, we've got an amazing interview coming to you right now, and it's powered by HyperX Quadcast. We have Graceful from Kangana off the back of yet another win. Even though we were talking in the break, everybody, and he was saying, and I'm going to throw you under the bus here, he was like, last time was too easy, so we decided to drop down to the lower bracket this time, go for the hero run. Graceful, I got to respect that, my friend. It's impressive to see you doing it.
Of course, the underdog run is way more fun than the upper bracket run.
Well, let's talk about that last series, because it was really back and forth between you and New Esports. What was so good about the way they played that you found it difficult to, get the job done as quickly as you would have wanted to?
So normally speaking, we're very aggressive and we just like to fight because we don't really have too much strat going into the arena. But when people whittle us out and play Bang and play Smoke and play Digi and play Mossy, it just forces us to play slow, especially the earlier rounds when you don't have as much money. And that usually is enough for them to either take the game. But if we go into later rounds, we win every time, because then we have enough fire force to just beat anyone in a 3v3 fight. So early game is where we struggle, and then late game we just dominate anyone. And
is there going to be a consideration to kind of change your composition whatsoever, or are you sticking with the three legends you're playing? Because it's a very aggressive comp, right? You've got a kind of dive comp, you can jump on people, but there's not really any defensive legends to work with. Are you happy playing that way? Is there any maps you would maybe change it up?
If I'm gonna be honest, there's definitely maps where some legends are stronger picks than our comps. There's no doubt, but we're not gonna change anything. Like we just play.
Now, your role on the team, to me, and this is something that we've talked about a lot, is it seems like you take a lot of responsibility on your team playing Wraith, and you look to be the entry fragger. You pick up a lot of first bloods by playing a lot of off angles. How do you find that responsibility as a player? Because when it goes wrong, sometimes you leave your teammates in 2v3s, which is, as we know in Arena, very difficult to come back from. So how do you deal with that responsibility, and how are you kind of happy to take that responsibility as a player and put that weight on your shoulder?
So normally speaking, the responsibility is pretty easy because I'm in a 1v1 where I know the enemy is on me. I will beat anyone. Nobody beats me in a 1v1 when I have flatline. It's 100% win rate for me. But the issue is when I get jumped. So Bang is a good example where they smoke off my teammate and I no longer have information of the positioning of the enemies. And then I get caught off guard and then I get jumped, right? But as long as we get info either through nading or ability usage, ultimates, just overall info awareness, then I'm never scared. And why would you have to make plays is how you shine, and if you fail, that's just how you get better. Like there's nothing to be sad or scared about. Responsibility, that's how you get better. Yeah.
And you guys, you kind of didn't play for the packages very often.
No, we
certainly
haven't
in that
even thought
last
about
series.
it.
Yeah, do you feel like you're at a disadvantage when they've got the package, when they've maybe picked up a Peacekeeper, or are you confident with the flatlines, with the Mozambiques, or whatever you can buy with your materials?
Like I said, earlier rounds, packages are scary. Like there was a couple games, we won some games when we had triple Mozzie and they got packages as well. But realistically speaking, obviously we're terrified at that point. Our goal is just to get enough to the rounds where we get money every round that we can just buy our normal weapons like wingmans and flatlines, and that's it. That's enough for us to win.
Amazing stuff. Well, Graceful, we'll let you go and get some rest because your games are finished for today. You stay alive, and best of luck for tomorrow. And thank you again for entertaining us today.
Thank you so much for having me, and please be mindful of hosting NA as well. You have to take care of yourself.
Oh, such a nice guy. Such a nice guy. Speak to you soon, mate. All the best, and impressive performance from that man on your screen all day long, Dad. Been one of the standout players once again. Yeah,
he's always got a smile on his face, as you say, and honestly, he's the difference maker. You watch his gameplay, you watch how confident he is, and it is a scary role to play. Like if you play like that, let's say solo queue in ranked, you're going to get a lot of people kind of flaming you if it goes wrong, because you have to play on your own, but you also have to go off the information of your teammates. So you're not going to get that information if you don't have the communication. It's all about listening to those comms, knowing when to dive in, knowing when to stay away from teams and whatnot. And Graceful just seems to have that kind of perfect balance of knowing what to do and when not to do it. So I'm glad that Kangana have moved on, because they were kind of my favorites for this tournament, and I think it would have been disappointing to see them exit so early. But at the same time, you could say that about Scars going out, about the fact New Esports have gone out, right? We're seeing some of the biggest and best Battle Royale teams being eliminated, but Kangana on a run through the lower bracket and a chance to get that rematch against Navi would certainly be something I would love to see.
We'll have to see if that does happen tomorrow. In the meantime, let's get you up to date with everything that has happened today in the other matches. Let's take a look at our bracket so that you know who's going to be joining us tomorrow, who's going to be fighting their way through the lower bracket, and who is in that upper bracket. You can see VSA versus NCD. So NCD got the better of Navi. What a run it has been from those three gentlemen, and they will have the opportunity to get into our grand finals, where we will have that best of 7. The other side of the bracket, Navi versus Kangana. You asked for it, Dan, and you've got it. And Gambit, will be waiting to play the winners of Aqualits and Reply Totem. So some mouth-watering games tomorrow. This is going to be a crazy day.
It's going to be a mental day. Spoilers, VSA have won the tournament if we're going to go off what Gambit was saying and what Hardeki was saying, but NCD getting into that final, maybe they can give them a run for their money and try and progress to those grand finals where it's going to be a best of 7. But we've got all the best of 5s to look forward to tomorrow. I'm excited to see who goes through between Aqualix and Reply Totem Esports, but certainly some juicy matchups, and EMEA has not let us down. It has been a fantastic day one.
It has been a fantastic day one, and that is going to be the end of EMEA for today, everybody. It's been an absolute pleasure to take you through the action, and of course we've got plenty more EMEA coming up tomorrow, but we also have North America coming up in around an hour or so's time. So make sure that you tune in and you keep your eyes peeled for when we come back on broadcast, because we'll be here once again. We'll be going into the early hours. We'll be dancing the night away to bring you all of the arena's action. A quick thank you to our sponsors again. Noko, we have HyperX, G-Loot, head over to gloot.com. Make sure you get involved with all the good Apex Legends stuff that's going on over there. I'll have a sip as well in the break, actually, because otherwise I'm going to finish my sentence. It's going to go everywhere. But thanks to HyperX Quadcast as well for interviews that have been going down today. Dan, any final words from you before we take a break before NA?
Very excited to see what happens in NA. EMEA have really put on a show for us. I think we've got some new surprises. We've got teams that are coming through in arenas that wouldn't necessarily come through in Battle Royales, but perhaps they can be the platform for them to move on into BRs when we get on. We're learning some new names. We're seeing new faces. Graceful cares about us as casters, which makes me almost want to cry. But I'm excited for NA. Thank you guys for watching. This has been a brilliant day one.
And of course, we care about Lenovo as well, another one of our amazing sponsors who are putting things together to bring you this amazing show. So shout out to production, everyone who's been watching. We love you as always. We'll be back with North America in around an hour or so. So in the meantime, see you soon.